Championship Sunday here at the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's as we crown a new 2025 champion at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu. Somebody's winning a surfboard to take home. Will it go to the mainland? Will it go to Boise or East Lansing? Or will it stay here in the islands to either Manoa or out at Hawaii Pacific University at the Aloha Tower Marketplace? We say aloha, friends, and welcome in for the final day of the HEI presented to you by Zippy's. Collegiate alongside Henry with you. As yesterday we had a lot of great action to work with because there was high-level teams and like Boise State and the Michigan State team and the University of Hawaii Manoa, HBU doing their best as well. But we had some good looks at a few highlights, but now best of ones turned into best of threes.
Yeah, best of ones turned into best of threes, and we talked a little bit about the strategy that was coming out from a lot of the teams. We ended up seeing a lot more three-siders than we thought, which ended up changing the meta of what we expected to see. It wasn't really a hold down a site with your sentinels. It was more of the offense being the best side for a lot of these teams and getting double-digit rounds and a half for the most part. I think the main team that we saw hold up a good defense was actually Manoa. But other than that, I mean, it was not what we expected.
Yeah, not what we expected at all. And actually, let's take a look at back and rewind back to day number one as well as you can take a look at the standings. Boise State lining up as the number one seed, taking down Michigan State in our final match of day number one yesterday in a very, very well-played 13-11 map. But Boise State would win that and take a 3-0 record. Michigan State in second. So if you're taking a look at things right now, Manoa 1-2 and Hawaii Pacific at an 0-3, so that's how the standings shake out. Your top four, mind you, also in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate standings over in the theater side. Michigan State going a perfect 7-0, and we know that very well just because of the show match that happened yesterday, and we'll talk about that maybe a little later on. Manoa going 6-1. Kapiolani also making some noise as well, 5-2, and Kauai a 3-4 record. That's your top four there. And we look at now what could very well be a great lineup heading into tomorrow, letting into later today, because Valorant-wise, right, Boise State at 3-0, Michigan State at 2-1, and now looking at the brackets, it shakes out to a 1 versus 4 and a 2 versus 3, where Boise State, the Broncos take on Hawaii Pacific University. That will be on the side stage, or rather in the side room of the esports room right now. Meanwhile, in semifinals number 2 on the stage, we'll have Sparty take on UHE Manoa. So this is going to be a fight back of the very first games for these two teams. Boise State, Hawaii Pacific squared off in Boise State's first matchup, and Michigan State and University of Hawaii Esports at Manoa taking on each other in their first matchup as well. So we rewind all the way back, but now no longer best of one, best of threes to get into the finals.
And it's kind of funny and a little poetic how their first respective matches end up being their playoff matches. So it's been a bit of history since they got to see each other. They've had the entire sample of what happened throughout of yesterday. And I was kind of joking about it with some of the coaches. It's a bit of a clash of the colors, if you will. It's greens versus greens, and it's blues versus blues in terms of their logos. So we're going to have to see which hue comes out on top.
Yep, so we'll be in the finale no matter what, one green versus one blue.
That's true.
Right at the end of the day. Sparty, right, remember last year's HEI champions, doing an excellent job in the finals up against Stony Brook. So they took home the surfboard. And again, if you want to check out that photo of Sparty holding the surfboard himself, you can check out Michigan State's esports page. I will never stop talking about that because that's one of the best photos I've seen. Michigan State, Manoa, you see there, Michigan State on the left side of your screen, Manoa on your right side. Manoa looking for a little bit of revenge, losing to both of the mainland teams. You would love to see if the UHE team, the local team, can make kind of a run here to take out both of the mainland teams and win the surfboard and keep it home.
Yeah, and the playoffs bracket being a dynamic seeding means that we're not going to see the two heavyweights fight each other until potentially in the finals. There is that timeline, like you said, if there is an upset from the lower seeds, that doesn't get to happen at all. And we were kind of talking about the revenge story, the redemption story for both of the teams that we're going to start here. Michigan State lost to Boise in the round robin, losing down to a second seed. They're the defending surfboard champions here, so they're going to try to do an upset. They're going to have to get through Manoa first, but on the other side, we did have a little bit of an extra best of three yesterday from the Mountain West semifinals, where Boise ended up beating out UH Manoa there. So a little bit of revenge and redemption for them also.
Yeah, and some maps that we talk about during that revenge tour as well as Haven. Let's take a look at the maps here for our very first matchup between Michigan State and the University of Hawaii. First map that we are going to be playing is going to be on Haven with Michigan State on the attacking side, very similar to what happened on the very first game. In fact, it is the very first matchup, Michigan State taking on University of Hawaii. Michigan State took on the very first attack phase as well. So Haven will start off the same way we started off map number one between the two teams. Then we go back to Icebox on our second map, and if we need to go Decider, it will go to Lotus. And so for these 3 maps here, University of Hawaii telling me that these 3 maps are their top 3 maps in the current patch right now. So they're kind of loving life. If you're looking at just these picks alone, Michigan State is telling me that there's really no map in priority for them. They kind of adjust and adapt to every single map possible. But last night, after obviously losing to Boise State, they said to me that they were kind of cleaning up things last night. They were making sure that they got everything settled in. So we're going to find, in fact, that they maybe get it a little bit better than 13-7 here to start on Haven.
Okay. And like you said, Haven was the first time that these two teams fought each other. So the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yep.
A little bit of familiar territory for both of these sides. Now, when they first played each other in our first match, I believe yesterday on this map, it was a mirror matchup, right? It was the same 5 agents for both sides, and it was more of a who can play their agents a little bit better, who can synergize a little bit better. We ended up seeing strategy revolutionized throughout our 6 to 8 games yesterday, in the sense that it was less focus on, okay, we have to manage our own sites a little bit, and it became more of a, let's just let them take the site, and then we're going to have to just play retake.
Yeah.
A lot of teams started just accepting that, and so they started brute forcing in on that offense, or they started thinking of strategies to come in swing in for that retake.
Yeah, and the big thing, too, for the University of Hawaii Manoa, you're going to see a big change from yesterday, a big sub out. CMD Awesome now in part of the regular roster. Luca 47 was actually in yesterday, but Luca comes now out. CMD Awesome available today, so CMD will be in, actually taking the Omen role away earlier on from Pei. So Pei now moves on over to the Cypher. Now there's going to be an ISO in here as well, so they're going to go double duelist from yesterday's lineup here on Haven against this Michigan State team as we go underway. In this very first matchup, again, Boise State and the HPU team taking on each other in the side stage, or rather in the side room. And if you want to watch these two teams in action without our audio, you can go into the soundstage area where they are playing on the main stage with all the pretty lights and all inside of the darkness, but inside a very esportsy-like side area. So let's go into the match here. As we get set, Sparty and UHE, defending champions in Michigan State University. Spartans want to take a surfboard back, though. I try to figure out how last year they got that back to East Lansing. Maybe they checked it in. Maybe they got it shipped out. Who knows? We'll probably ask Christmas later about that, but let's see what happens here. Is very early on. It looks like a little bit of a rush going inside of Z site, and they are wasting absolutely no time whatsoever getting onto site.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Sova's the one holding a spike, but also the one that went to grab the ultimate orb, so this is a little bit of a delayed plans. It gives a little bit of time for UH Manoa to rotate over, and you can see everybody's already hovering the peripherals of the site, not necessarily getting on right now. Breadloaf getting tapped a little bit by the other side of the box, but it is 3v4 advantage to the offensive side. As I say that, 2 trades coming out, and now it's 2v2 left standing. Moby's got the crossfire. It's 1-1, but Illogical opening it with an ace in round 1.
Wow, that's a way to start. That is a way to start you off, and I believe actually only our 3rd ace of the entire weekend thus far.
That's true.
So, and we're counting the one that actually happened after a timer ran out during Pearl as well.
Yeah.
And that was back during the Boise State HPU game. That happened afterwards, and the only game we've had on Pearl so far. We've seen Haven a good amount of times here, at least 4 times from what I remember.
So here's the magical thing about getting an ace in round 1. If you
buy
didn't,
a Vandal.
you can buy a Vandal, but the more important thing I feel like is that you can buy heavy shields on top of it, right? I don't think anybody on the side of UH Manoa are going to invest into a Sheriff this early into round 2, especially since you lost that round. They were able to get 4 frags, but other than that, wasn't anything too crazy. So we're going to have to see how the second round now goes. It's a lot slower now, because I think part of the story that we didn't get to hit quite yet is that even though there were teams that had the advantage in terms of weaponry, the one-shot gods were with us, and there's a chance they were lingering around for today.
And also, Hawaii's being on the defensive side put up a fight against Sparty at the very beginning of, if you'll remember, a 6-6 start between these two teams at the half, and the Michigan State decided to run away with a 7-1 in the second half with a 13-7 final score. So Manoa looking to see if they can try to replicate this and try to defend against what would be a barrage of bullets, considering the upgraded weapons that Michigan State got, especially off of a rifle for the Jet in the very first round going into number 2. Aldron's going to go into A. We saw this a lot yesterday where they're just going to go ahead, dive right on in and try to find a kill here, but 4 people looking at the Vandal player, so that Vandal's now down. They might as well just pick that up in the meanwhile, but they still get kills inside of the dark cover. One more player, and just CMD Awesome's got to clutch this one out, but with literally no upgraded weapons whatsoever. They get a team ace for it as well, and I think that also is our first one of the weekend as well.
I think we saw a few team aces, but this is a little bit poetic because Illogical starting off with an ace, and then it was like, okay, fine, I'll share the pizza. Everybody gets a slice. And so now everybody on the side of Michigan State are on the board. And that was a little bit of a hefty round. They were able to still take down 2 on the side of Manoa. So a little bit of empty pockets on the side of MSU, deciding what they want to purchase here heading into round 3, knowing that UH Manoa are going to have their full Vandals. Not necessarily full shields, but they've still got the firepower.
Yep, they still got 3 people that had at least something in their hands beforehand. And actually, I think Chizuru might have picked up the Vandal there from the Jet. So we will see if, at the very least, Manoa with full rifle buys and a full upgrade can make something work here. So
I think it was smart for I think it was smart for the Jet to notice that they were only 1 ultimate point away from the Blade Storm, and that's why didn't buy up, decided to just save the 2,200 or so credits that they had in their pocket. You needed a little bit of help from the teammates to grab it from C Long, but now has that Blade Storm available. Already popped it too. Doesn't have a duration type of thing.
A third round Blade Storm, by the way.
Yeah, for a duelist, I mean, a little bit expected, a little bit of star power, but hold on.
Oh, Chizuru was in the right corner at the right time, gets that kill, it's just lurking in that corner up A main.
Moby!
Taking down that flank. Moby's able to take down Chizuru as well, is able to pick up that upgrade from Chizuru. So that's a free weapon out of Michigan State. Evens this up, stole a Blade Storm, and yet again they will go onto A site. This is their bread and butter here. We saw this yesterday for Michigan State. They tried to push in, and they were trying over and over against Boise State, and especially against Hawaii, where they got a little rusty, but they started to clean things up from what their coach said, trying to double peek out away and swing away. But Destros and Pei getting 2 kills of their own and making things a little bit tougher, but Moby lines them up even through the double tap, finds 4K, and Michigan State's off and running 3-0.
Yeah, that's a 3rd round in a row for them. It's looking good so far for the Spartans, and it feels like UH Manoa kind of just came in a little bit one at a time. Like you mentioned, they did line up for the peak. Makes it easy for Moby to just gun them down there, and that's going to be a 3rd one in a row. It's going to also have to be light purchases here on the side of Manoa as they try to recuperate their credits, gather their senses, have a better game plan for the next round. Remember, this was the half that they showed the best performance in, Haven defender side. And MSU, they came in today with a game plan to tackle that. Yeah,
they came in looking a lot cleaner and a lot. You already have a Jet ace in first round, second round with a team ace, and then a Cypher 4K in that 3rd round. So 4th round, what else do you have cooking in this kitchen? Sparty's looking good to start. Can Manoa at least stave off some of this pressure? Because it feels like the bleeding is already needing to be staunched. But just looking around, playing very, very slowly, giving Manoa maybe a little bit of anxiety because that Aldron shows nothing. But that's not enough information to go on, and Michigan State doesn't hear any noise. They might try to dark cover, so they're dark covering garage, but is that enough of a cue for Manoa to go off on? That is such a great recon there. That Bay has to run away for dear life, only at 10 health. Now looking around, seeing if they even have a chance at A yet again. They're playing this slowly, but now the Owl drone comes out. This is probably the green light. Here we go. Dark cover into heaven. Spots out the Soba, running away for dear life, and you can't get away from a Jet that's got a rifle in hand with the dash as well. And this is going to be a free planting zone here with the Bucky. Chizuru is able to pick one up onto Moby. Flashes out, but not find Breadloaf, though, because he's got the better weapon up inside of sewers, or at least up on A site still. Plants down. Trying to find at least some semblance of stability here, but down weapons and down manpower. Manoa's not looking great here.
Yeah, they're going to have to use the Cyber Cage to try to buy a little bit of space getting onto the site. Pei's able to trade one onto Breadloaf, but Muro's got 2 more. And just like the other round, they were able to take down 2. It's not too costly on the side of Michigan State, but they secure a 4th one in a row. And we're seeing this time and time again. MSU have actually been using the same playbook that they used yesterday that they figured out. Just one Omen smoke and maybe like a lineup from Sova, it distracts the defending team from thinking, oh, maybe they're going to pursue Garage. Maybe they're trying to just grab intel. And then they just rush onto site. They've been doing this time and time again. They use the Owl drone to check, and then the Jet dashes in, picks off the single person defending on A site, and it's just an easy plant for them. They've been planting, I'm pretty sure, every round so far.
They have planted 4 rounds, once on C in the very first round. Otherwise, last 3 have been on A thus far. And mind you as well, Manoa's roster looking a little bit different as well, as we already get into it, looking like they're going to go down the speedway of C and try to see if they can just go run through the dark cover, find any picks necessary behind the dark cover. Deck shows know that there's an Omen there, and Redloaf is able to find one in the process through the box. He could shoot. Doesn't do a little bit of penetration damage. And CMD awesome, finding the last shot thanks to the help of Chizuru too. So Speedway now 3-2 in favor of Manoa, one of their few things. But we were talking about this earlier on, where this, for the University of Hawaii Manoa Esports team, they looked a little bit different on the Haven game that they had against Michigan State, very first game of the HEI yesterday. They played 2 initiators. This time around it's 2 duelists, so maybe not as strong on the defensive end this time, but looking to see if they can at least staunch the bleeding to 34 straight rounds.
Yeah, and that Spike was very sneaky, was able to escape from all of the disaster there. A failed C attempt push because it was pretty scrappy. Entering onto C, once you get past C long, it's great and all, but there's just so many corners to check. There's just so much terrain to play around. Slam's able to even out the numbers here, and that Omen is not very healthy. Moby's able to get one. I don't think he saw the other person. Uses the cam. Still no information for the time being. Doesn't know that Derek has entered onto site. Is aware of where the Spike is. Owl drone. Does it tag? The answer is yes.
Yes. Wow, that shot did tag. So let's see if this works out for Derek. Trying to get one more pick, but Moby's there. Cleans up house on a peek and doesn't even have to use any ultimates for it. Has the Neuro Theft still. Has the Hunter's Fury. Michigan State coming up on 4 ultimates. So is Manoa, but a 5-0 lead. Sparty running away with it right now at the start.
And 5-0 usually means it's time for a timeout. Yeah, absolutely. It's almost as if it's telegraphed because it's been happening so much yesterday. But both teams recognize, or especially Manoa, that they need to change their game plan a little bit. You can see it in the cams. They're spending this minute very valuably communicating with each other what's going on, what's wrong with it. Now, granted, this is their buy-down round. You know,
Yep.
They do have Sheriffs and Lights, so we're not necessarily expecting them to take over the round, but even if they're able to take down a couple members, get their guns, and then just call it a round, that still sounds pretty good to me because the credits aren't looking too good as it already is.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the buys on our other side right now, going back into the game in about 15 seconds here, but rifles full and all, and the bank's not looking too shabby either for Michigan State. They can, even if they were to lose this round, you can buy it for maybe considerably 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Even if they were to lose 1 round here, they could buy it for the next 2. So considerably, Manoa needs to talk about at least trying to put some pressure onto the credit side, or even win a thrifty round, because a thrifty turns their fortunes around at the very least here from Manoa, because 5 straight rounds, 5 straight plants, 4 straight ones on A, which they can't even cover, right? Even if it's a 2 versus 3 situation, getting that one on the flank and evening out your numbers, and of course the gun skill at the end too. You have to try to cover A right now because they could go C, yes, and they failed once, but you know that A is going to be the crutch at the very least.
That was a very interesting moment. I think you saw it. Both cameras for
Yep.
Cypher were at the exact same spot, just a little higher than the other. And we're seeing this a lot earlier than we saw it yesterday. It was a bit of hesitancy going onto the site, but we're seeing a plant onto B already. Michigan State using advantage of the 3rd site on Haven here. But this is the riskiest one because there's 3 different angles that people can come in from. Not to mention that grass area is wide open should they need to use it. They spot out 1 or 2 coming out in link, but where's the rest of the team? Are there any flankers? Moby's taking down CMD already, so that's the flank already out, but Cypher entered site. Manoa, they have a little bit of control, but is it going to be enough? They could just use utility from mid.
Yeah, they could. Also getting an undercut as well. Not a favorable situation to you. Looking and peeking towards window, but you're already going to run out of time. You haven't even started. You haven't even gotten half, and you're going to lose every single member. You're going to lose every single member to try to attack that. Michigan State only planted here 3 times in their attacking half. One in the second round right after their bonus win in the first round, and then planting in rounds 11 and 12. But otherwise, right now, 6-0 Michigan State, feeling very, very confident here in this first half.
Yep. As you kept saying yesterday, at least a tie for the half, which you've got to feel pretty good. I mean, there's still half the this half half to half still to go, and it's looking pretty good. Illogical's already hit double digits. That's an almost 2 KD right there. So sorry, 2 kills per round right there. So gotta be feeling good about that. And yeah, this is just the thing with the 3-site maps is it's really easy for the attacker half to just rush onto site and there's no retaliation. Looks like they're gonna try for B again, but a TP outwards, an overinvestment in terms of utility to deny an entry from Manoa, and now they can just rotate onto C.
Yeah, they're rotating onto C. Kill contract, by the way, also missed too because they rotated to C just in the nick of time before that kill contract would have find anything, and now they've completely taken over C site. Not noticing CMD Awesome in the corner, is able to find one, but this is going to be more than enough for Michigan State to start planting this down. Sparty's got a big hold of this entire time, but they shoot through the box, actually put the logical down to 13. One more bullet could have done it, but instead holds off that for right now. Moby's able to find Chizuru yet again. Another couple of shots through the wall, able to land up from Moby this time onto Derek, fighting in the garage side, and Moby able to clean that one up. So Michigan State keeping yet again another 4 people alive on their push, and they're up 7-0, guaranteeing themselves the lead for the half.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a disaster. The mind games coming out from Michigan State. Yeah, you think we're going to rush onto site. We've made the plant sound on B. They invested Hunter's Fury. They invested Kill Contract. That's the 2 ultimates that you don't see available now. They're probably not going to get that until close to the end of the half. So it's looking really rough. They're baiting out the abilities from the side of UH Manoa and Michigan State. They recognize their play. They recognize the control they have on the map. They didn't even walk through B Link. They straight up went around grass, back into garage, and CMD's got to feel good about that one. It's kind of like, yeah, I deserve that one.
That's a start.
That's a start.
That's a start to your round. Able to get an initiating pick here as they look to see Derek's trying to push up here, but there is a trap wire right in front of him. Don't know if you want to give any information that there is a flank down right now, so you at least hold off pressure, and unless that Cypher is killed, you're looking at down the sight lines, but Derek doesn't even need to go past it to find the Cypher. Instead, that's a sight down line from A main into spawn area to take down the Cypher of Moby, so you no longer have that information. Now, ultimates on the board still. Michigan State do have the Hunter's Fury, do have from the shadows if they wanted to rotate out, but the spike is still in the hands of the Sova at the moment, who's still looking down A side. Illogical running around here, running around the door, takes down CMD Awesome, avenging a kill from the very beginning. And now it's the neural theft out as they find the dead body. Where are the members? Can UHM conquer this as Shizuda right around is able to find a big headshot off the slammed as well. And now they can cover up the C side. Breadloaf flash down, does pick up the spike, but can you pick up kills along the way? No, Chizuda says another headshot. Yes, please. 4 versus 1. Illogical's got to make some magic happen. Does have some weapon upgrades now from both Pay and Destro, so a little bit more of a better matchup for Manoa, and a spike in a very bad position down that lane from Garage to C. But Illogical's able to find one through the corner of the wall. Derek's going to get a few good shots onto Illogical. Now dashes onto site. Destro's able to find it. A big thrifty round. Much needed space and much needed breath for Manoa.
Absolutely so. Finally tearing down the warpath of Michigan State, showing that gods can bleed, so to speak. And they're finally able to get one. It was a lot of good picks early into the round. You could already tell, you know, one from grass around A area and one from C long meant that just 2 clicks, and suddenly it was a 3v5 situation, and it's so hard to engage at that situation because even though UH Manoa were 5-man strong split across 3 sites, that's still enough to match you if you choose the wrong site. And so they're going to try a different game plan again. They're going to go back to what's been working, which is a little bit of loitering around garage, but actually just hovering for A site one more time.
Yeah, they haven't gone A site 2 straight rounds after going forward 4 straight rounds from round 2 through 5. So if they decide that they want to push A one more time, getting Chizuru and Derek, not a bad idea nowadays, because now you got all of your util without having to use much more besides Cypher catching out any of the flanks. Pay, though, taking down Moby means that there is now a flank possibility still. Destros through the smoke is able to find Illogical. Maybe another one. No, doesn't react quickly enough to slam. Able to find Destros there too. They will get the plant down with 3 ultimates to work with.
3 ultimates available, 2v3, and they know once they take down that Sova, it is easy pickings for A-Site because that's usually the only one that's watching it on the side of Manoa, so the Spartans just charge forward. They've got the spike planted one more time, trying to grab intel, but a single tap from Slammed takes down Awesome. Pei still alive. We've been talking about this player yesterday. Lots of star potential here. Is he going to peek the right angles? The answer is going to be no. Doesn't check the corner, and Moonrose got it. It's an 8th for Michigan State.
8 on the board for the State. Gets a big one there to deny Manoa any more momentum than from that Thrifty. Just kills it from where it started, and now buys are going to be really, really bad here from Noah. Michigan State again, bread and butter, back to the A side. As soon as you find 1 or even 2 picks, if you're lucky like Michigan State was there, you find 2 picks, you find the A side, just go back to your easy strats, and easy win. Doesn't matter how many you lose, so long as you get back that A side, and they've been playing that well so far. Seems the awesome peeking this yet again. Bladestorm is going to come out to Michigan State, and now 3 ultimates still available to Good Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder, we saw being paired up maybe with Hunter's Fury as well, but isn't paired around. Actually, they're going to use all the ultimates. 4 ultimates to work with here for Michigan State, all used on the C side, and they still have only kill 1 out of it right now. Moonro finds out 2, though, inside of the corner on both Shizuto and Seeing the Awesome. So C side is now wide on open. And they find themselves in such a good position here yet again. Michigan State this time replicating what they did on A with a bit more ultimates to use, but they get C.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like they needed to do so much commitment into this, but if you think about it, there was a lot of back and forth rounds yesterday, and we saw why that was a bad idea, just because nobody had credits. Both sides did not have credits, and it was very possible that that could have been the situation heading into the rest of the half. Michigan State do not want to chance it. They used 3 ultimates, timed perfectly the synergy. You could hear it. The Jet was just waiting in the smoke for that Rolling Thunder. Go, go, go. But unfortunately, CMD was able to still take out the Jet even while concussed, I believe. Yeah. So that is going to be 1 trade kill, but I mean, you're still happy with it because that's a 9 in a row. Not in a row, but it's 9 out of 10 rounds in your favor. 9 out of 10. Best you can do for Manoa now, 9-3. Best you can do for Michigan State, 11-1, which would mean a pistol round and the econ round, and it's game over if that happens. So Manoa does not want to let that happen. A round needs to be caught here, especially against right now a Manoa team that hasn't seen anybody in double-digit kills yet. There are 2 people for Sparty that gets 2 up on the board. And Illogical, at the very least, leading them with from yesterday, 21.6 average kills per game. Looking to see if you can match that here within the last, well, potentially 4 rounds. As slow and steady, giving Manoa some action, is because we're used to them finding a very, very early pick. But splitting their endeavors here, usually they might have only 1 flank, and this time around it's a 3-2 split. 2 up in C area, or 1 up in B, 1 up in C, and 3 just going to rush down the garage here. Payne's not finding anything in the cloud burst, but in the opposite corner, Payne is able to find 2. The Jet goes around the box, though. The Illogical is in a position nobody knows right now. Doesn't shoot right away and wants to get that correct positioning. It's going to be a neural theft from Manoa that's going to immediately spot out the Jet, but do they even know the Jet is in the corner? Finally, somebody looking in that corner. Pay's got 1, but Illogical is going to find out 2. The reload doesn't happen. Destros is able to find that return. 2 versus 2. Side of C-side now, CMD Awesome finds 1, only 1 left to go, and that shotgun isn't going to do much from far distance, and Manoa finally strikes yet again. They find a 2nd point, denying that 11-1. They denied the 11-1, so it's not just a pistol round and change. They have more opportunities in that second half to come back, and you can see it in the round tracker. Most recent rounds, Manoa have been starting to figure out how Michigan State are operating. They've won 2 in the last 4. Which is looking pretty good for them. Unfortunately, this is the last round of the half. Things are going to swap, and we're going to have to see if how much they figured out Michigan State can roll into a new side where they will be the ones attacking. Yep. Maybe take a page out of Michigan's book, but if not, Manoa don't have a lot of room to breathe, but they still have that potential.
They still have some left in the oxygen tank, just how
much? A little bit.
Only 4 rounds worth. You can only give up 4 more, or only 3 more before the 4th one is the devastating end. Shizuto is going to go ahead and use the Dimensional Drift just to scout out the area here, and now see the teleportation right before back into the spawn area, giving yourself some room and some good information as to where Michigan State is lurking at the moment. Michigan State, by the way, on 9 plants so far, did 11 against this University of Hawaii Manoa team on their attacking side to start, so they will not match that. They could get close if they plants here. Looking like it's a B push. Pay actually firing off a few shots, meaning now Michigan State's going to pay attention to this and even throw out the radar arrow, but it's not even going to matter here because you already get paid down. That means this site is kind of free on open. 2 are on either A or C, but plant goes down. Here we go.
Yeah, and they know where the Yoru is, caught on a single tick of that recon dart. So now it's the retake. It's going to have to be a little bit of team effort here, but you can see around in grass, CMD Awesome does win that duel. Nobody knows where Chizuru is, though, and Illogical's facing the wrong way. Slam trades it for his opposite number. Breadloaf's able to take 2, and it's a 1v3 situation. They're all in long. It's not going to work. Breadloaf's going to claim 3 more. The gluten strikes 1 more time. And that's a 10-2 hugely in favor of Michigan State.
Yeah, big favor to Michigan State right now as we go back towards that first half here. 10 plants, 10 round wins. So plant equals win, I guess, for Michigan State because the 2 rounds that Manoa won headed towards C, thrifty round, and then headed towards C again, and that was just a round win, no plants down whatsoever. So plant equals win for Michigan State in that first half, and Manoa just no room to breathe, just got nothing to, and that ace started it off.
So I just want to say, you're saying plant equals win for Michigan State.
Yes.
So they're screwed this half.
Well, we don't know that yet because again with Manoa on the defending side last time, they went 6-6 to split. Now it's 10-2 at this first half. But reminder again, they're complicated a little bit different as well. Manoa played 2 initiators in that game. They also had Luca in the game as well. So now they have a new player and 2 duelists in a bit of a composition swap because there is an ISO that did not exist in that very first game for Manoa. They played Sova Jet, Omen, Cypher, Breach, mainly the same things except that Breach switches out for an ISO instead. So you're looking at a very, very different composition here. And Manoa now on a back foot, but with 2 duelists, you would figure that maybe this leans more in their favor considering still 3 site, but Manoa a little hesitant or just biding their time to figure out where Michigan State is set up.
Yeah, and so it's a little bit of a reverse in terms of the map style that Michigan State like to do. You're seeing a lot of noise on A this time, but really their ambition is to go C, which is quite literally the opposite of what Michigan State are doing. We're going to have to see if it works out because they do still have to walk down the straight and see how that goes. A peek real quick. Recon dart out. It's going to get stifled out. Moby's not even going to let it tick a single time. And now they're rushing onto site. Vulnerable and suppressed is Moby. Shoots one of the ISO, or one of the Yoru clones too. No spike planted quite yet. It's a trade back and forth. Destros is able to claim 1. It's a 4v4 for the time being. Couple health bars low on the side of Manoa. Moby is not able to track 1. Is actually able to finish it off. And that's 3 kills immediately for the side of the Spartans. And now it's a 1v4 situation. CMD's trying to smoke, but to no avail. It's 11-2 for Michigan State.
Can't even get a plan down on to the site to get you a little bit more extra cash going into this. So now, I mean, if you're Manoa, what do you do here? Do you save knowing that that 12th round, no matter what, you have to play perfect the rest of the way, or do you try to go for a win here? Looking like the answer is to buy up to at least Stingers or Sheriffs and give yourself at least some chances to get into this, because right now, I mean, they're expending every single credit they've got to try to stifle off a 12-2, but Illogical already buying up to a Vandal yet again in the very first round of action.
It's Vandal Lights. It's not as much as the purchase for the Ace, but it is still a Vandal. A lot of firepower possible here. A full team of Stingers on the side of Manoa. They're going to see what they can do. Double tap, it gets rid of the shock dart here, and they're pushing quickly onto B, trying to control the recoil of these Stingers, but it's a Judge walking right in. It's a trade 1-for-1 for the time being, but Manoa pretty spread out. Michigan State, they have to approach from left and right onto B site, but it's already planted. A little bit of exchange here, checking the camp at the wrong time. CMD with the good timing here, but now everybody's coming in from a link. Is it going to work out? So far, the answer is no. It's 2v3, but Breadloaf's able to get a wall bang.
Gets 2 wall bangs in that process. 2 versus 2 now. It's going to be a teleport for Breadloaf, but behind it, Chizuru was in the corner. You didn't know where Chizuru was. Now they're just going to cover the separate corners here where Moonro is, and Moonro is just going to save that Vandal for the round. Big risk for Manoa to try to get a point back and stifle off the 12-pointer. They will get it, and they still have life.
They've got life. They've got... Oh! Moonro dies!
Moonro dies to the spike?
He walked A short, I think. Oh.
Oh, boy.
That's a VOD review moment right there.
So they get one back. They're able to expend all of that, and Michigan State bought up as well, so that means best you can do. Maybe Sheriffs if you're going full shields as well, but for Michigan State, they lost to the big risk that Manoa had, so big risk, big reward. Now you have better weapons in hand. They're still going to try to bonus if you can, especially with the Stingers in hand right now. Pei is going to buy up to what would be Guardian Lights as well as Vandal Lights here for Destros too. So Manoa with gun advantage, and Manoa trying to maybe see if B site works out, but look for B site. They've already put 3 on, and Manoa has no clue, but they're still going to rush it.
Yep, they're still rushing in. Double tap this time. Doesn't get rid of any utility and is just gunned down left and right. Both sides of B entry already covered here. They're just running onto site, seeing if the run and gun works. It's not looking good so far. Just the Guardian left. Taps are good for Pei. This one's somebody you got to worry about. Lots of potential here. Actually, wallbang Moonrow isn't enough logical. That's a 4K. No time to plant the spike now, but what a performance, what a clutch up for this player.
Cypher going in a 1v3 situation, getting a tap through the corner of the wall, and one more onto a logical. And man, oh man, Manoa's finding life in the latest opportunities possible. Clutches are great, even late. Still an 11-4 round. Still need to make up 7, but man, they are trying to climb, and they are, I mean, it's still 7 away, but still Manoa at least looks like they have some fight in them.
I believe the expression is, how do you eat an elephant is one bite at a time, and so they're just slowly gnawing away at this round lead that Michigan State have accrued in that first half. But you're starting to notice that these rounds are not cheap. That was literally a sole survivor of the last round, and both credit banks not looking good on either side. This is going to be the decider pretty much. You can see it right there. Only Pei, who was the last one standing in the previous round, can afford for the next round in full. If they lose here, everyone else, it's not looking good. So Manoa are not out of it quite yet, but they still need to cling on. They still need to win this round if they want to survive, because if not, they're going to have to pull off another Thrifty at 8 match points.
Yeah, and that's usually not a great situation to be in unless you're very, very confident. You're good on the attacking half. 11-4 your score, 10-2 in the very first half. University of Hawaii, Manoa winning the last 2 after losing out the pistol round. Took the big risk, getting the reward out of it, but they still need to climb 7 in order to tie this game up. Chizuda, though, first entry in, is able to take down Breadloaf. That gets traded out in the opposite corner from Slam here. Good concuss for a couple of moments, but Chizuda is still able to take down Slam. That's also returned. So they're just trading blows back and forth, but Manoa finding the first pick. If you're going to keep trading here, it's going to be good for Manoa, at the very least trying to enter on in. And now the decision here is going to be rotate out. They have the members, all the members of UH Manoa rotating back out. Moby's already gone past the dark cover. Looks like they're going to plant down here. Maybe Moby shoots this through, finds the headshot, plant is denied. Moby finds one, but yet again another trade. Illogical finds one, and Illogical will find a second one onto Derek, and Pei Michigan State working out the rotation well. Match point, 8 match point opportunities.
They were not expecting the jet flank, even though they took a page out of Michigan State's playbook. It doesn't go, they try to go B, doesn't work out. It was already a couple of trades. They rotate through garage into C. They were not keeping track of all of the members, however, and now 8 match points with Manoa playing very down in weapons. You see it in their inventory. 2 Sheriffs, 2 Stingers. I mean, granted, I don't know how to say this, but this is also their comfortable position, I would say. They're really good with these weaker weapons. Slammed opening up with a Hunter's Fury does tag 1.
That tags the Omen of CMD, so that's going to be a low health bar. No healers anywhere, no skies, no sages to help that back up. No regen shield either, so you got no additional shield to work with. So it's just a clean game here. It is 3 ultimates on the board for UH Manoa. Now they're going to try to body block this as well on the Hunter's Fury, trying to deny that. Actually gets out of Dimensional Drift, but Breadloaf there with the Judge is able to pick up the Phantom and weapon upgrade. 4 versus 4 now. 2 ultimates for Sparty, 1 for Manoa, which is an Earl Theft. No dead body nearby either, but now they get one down the middle of the lane, so they're going to get positions revealed. Out, Pei gets one in trade, but low health bars for Manoa for both Cypher and for Omen. And neither of them are going down. Bladestorm is out. Could this be the final blow? Jet, Bladestorm versus Omen. CMD awesome on low health. Illogical with light shields on full. 40 seconds left. Does not have Spike. Spike is in the middle of the site, right on the sightlines of Garage, but here Illogical's going to go all the way around, and both going away from the spike momentarily, and actually it's going to see if maybe you can pick up the alt orb get the spike, bring it back. Do you have enough time to do so? You'll probably have just enough time waiting for it. From the shadows, activates, picks up spike. We'll immediately get it out, and we'll have more than enough time to plant this one out onto A site. So, oh boy.
This was a good play. CMD recognizing only one ultimate point away. It was a bit of a chance, though. I don't think they knew if the orb A-long was already taken, so was willing to take that risk. Their tournament lives on the line here, just map number 1 for the time being, but you do not want to be down a full map.
Well, but here we
heading
go.
into the semifinals.
They're going to look at each other here in the corner. Logic's not looking in the right direction. CMD Awesome clutches it out. Able to bring them from the shadows from Spike C to A and clutches it out. Manoa still breathing.
It's 5D chess here on Haven. It works out in Manoa's favor. It was really dire. CMD Awesome had literally 11 hit points to his name. A single tap in the foot, and that would have been the first map settled. But they do not go down without a fight. They force Michigan State into another round. Sheriffs only. So that gives them the opportunity to continue racking up these rounds. And there is a credit bonus for winning consecutive rounds. Manoa are hoping to ride this. Chizuru starting it off strong with already a pick.
Already starting off with a pick, getting the first one onto B site, and that's going to open things up a little bit more. Again, the Yoru, the first one out, can try to win the clone inside of the dark cover. Now knows the Logica's there. Logica's going to step out of the dark cover into the middle of everything. Chizuru's right there to clean up house, and now it's open opportunity anywhere, because if Michigan State's going to split house here, they can put 1 on C, 1 on B, 1 on A, but it's a 1 versus 5 no matter where they go. As they go onto A, Chizuru's split up, and A main as well. Teleport also available, but they're just going to undercut in this breach. Just going to give up A here. It is wide open for Manoa.
And Manoa have yet to lose a round where they get 2 picks early without sacrificing any of their players. They immediately storm onto A, and you said it yourself, Michigan State, they got to hail out of there, because it's a 3v5 situation for them at best. I don't even know if they plan on doing too much with the retake here, but they do only have Sheriffs in hand, so might as well try something. But how do you even enter onto the site if you're Michigan State?
Yeah, you've got really little to no opportunities. You also have Sheriffs. You don't have weapons to work with. Didn't pick up anything from the dead bodies of your teammates. So you're just working with very little here in Michigan State, if anything. Looking for if Manoa wants to exit out that way for some exit picks. Yeah, you got no chance. There's no time anyways. Destros is able to find Slap. Maybe a pick here, or maybe just dying to the spike. You got to leave. I don't know if Chizuru makes it out in the nick of time. We'll get out. Maybe into the corner. Yes, does so. Moonrow Breadlove just dying to get an ultimate point back. But Manoa getting another point on the board. Like you said, those consecutive rounds are going to help you out in credits-wise, saving up. But that doesn't help you a lot when you're already on match point. But they turn down from what is 8 match point opportunities down to 6.
Yeah, they're slowly trimming away from it. A reminder, it has to be a flawless rest of this half. We will have to go into overtime if Manoa want to take down this first map. And they only lost 1 person, so that's probably the best case situation here. Derek willing to take one for the team to keep the credits high. But this is Michigan State's buy-up round. We're going to be seeing this over and over again if Manoa are able to hold it. Michigan State will be on buy-up save, which means every other round should theoretically be easier. But it also means that every other round is going to be a battle, that they have to earn that round victory in order to stay in this map.
A reminder, too, 13-7 last time they played Haven in favor of Michigan State, but that was back. Michigan State won it when they were on the attacking side. So this time around makes it a little bit different here. Or I'm sorry, on the defending side here, too, so they would win it in very similar fashion. But Manoa having that 6-6 half was a little bit different. Now this time around, they're making it a 4-2 lead for them in the second half. But remember, again, like we said, got to play perfect the rest of the way. 6 match point opportunities for Sparty to win map 1. This Icebox will come next afterwards, but in the meanwhile, still looking around, still finding any way to enter in. Gate Crash is available, or trying to move on in. Don't know if any of the members of Michigan State have noticed yet, but here comes the dark cover out into C Garage. Dark cover's going to go into main, going to go into the spot as well. Now Kill Contract is going to make it Omen versus ISO here. Bretlove gets taken it against Destro, but this is against an Odin who's going to win this one out. Odin's going to shred that shield any day of the week. You got the wrong person down. Michigan State's going to wipe. One more kill away from a flawless. Derek runs into it. It's a flawless ending, staunching away a momentous try from Manoa, but Michigan State says, nah, not today. Runs into him and gets a 1-0 lead.
And it's a little bit better than the first time they met. Instead of a 13-7, it's a 13-6. But Manoa will be happy to know that there is a second chance now with it being a best of 3. But still, props to Michigan State. A 10-2 first half into closing it out. It took a little bit longer. Manoa started figuring them out a little bit. Maybe that rolls into the next couple of maps, but we're going to have to see. Now, Michigan State, they've got map number 1. They just need one more to head to the finals.
And that map, by the way, was University of Hawaii. Manoa's picked, so they got one more map, but they're going to run into an icebox map picked by Michigan State. We'll take the break. When we come back, it will be map number 2 between Manoa and Michigan State. You're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's. Making things a little bit tougher, but Moby lines them up well. And this is going to be a free planting zone here with the Bucky. Chizuru was able to pick one up onto Moby, flashes out towards window, but you're already going to run out of time. You haven't even started, you haven't even gotten half, and you're going to lose every single member.
Through B link, they straight up went all. Even walked through B link, they straight up went all.
Says another headshot. Yes, please. 4 versus 1. Illogical's got to make some that catching out any of the flanks. Pay though taking down Moby means that there is now flank possibility still.
Forward, they've got the spike planted one more time, trying to grab intel, but a single tap from Slammed takes down Awesome. Pay still alive. We've been
to work with here for Michigan State, all used on the C side, and they still have only killed 1 out of it. Right. Just going to rush down the garage here. Page not finding anything in the cloud burst, but in the opposite corner, Page is able to find 2. The Jet goes around the box, though. The Illogical is in a position to even know the Jet is in the corner. Finally, somebody looking in that corner. Pay's got 1, but Illogical is going to find out 2. The reload doesn't happen. Side of C-side now, CMD Awesome finds 1, only 1 left to go, and that shot. You
can see around in grass, CMD Awesome does win that duel. Nobody knows where Chizuru is though, and Illogical's facing the rope, and it's a 1v3 situation. They're all in long. It's not quite yet. It's a trade back and forth. Destro says they go to claim 1. It's a 4v4 for the time being. Couple health bars low on the side of Manoa. Moby is not able to track 1, is actually able to finish it off. Situation. CMD's trying to, now it's a 1v4 situation. CMD's trying to pushing quickly onto B, trying to control the recoil of these Stingers, but it's a judge exchange here, checking the cam at the wrong time. A little bit of exchange here, checking the cam at the wrong time. Everybody's coming in from a link. Is it going to work out? So far, everybody's coming in from a link. Is it going to work out? So far, it's 2v3, but it's 2v3, but
it's going to be a teleport for Breadloaf, but behind it, Chizuru was in the corner. You didn't know where Chizuru was. 2 versus 2 now. It's going to be a teleport for Noah. Has no clue, but they're still going to rush in.
Yep, they're still rushing in. Double tap this.
Noah has no clue, but they're still going to rush in.
Yep, they're still rushing in. Double tap this down left and right. Both sides of B entry already covered here. Down left and right. Both sides of B entry already covered here. Taps are good for Pay. Just the Guardian left. Taps are good for Pay. Here. Actually here. Actually, wallbang Moonrow isn't enough.
Game up. Chizuru, though, first entry in, is able to take down Breadloaf. That gets traded out in the opposite corner from Slabs here. Good concuss down here. Maybe Moby shoots this through. Finds the headshot. Plants his Fury, trying to deny that. Actually gets out of the body block this as well. On the Hunter's Fury, trying to deny that. Actually gets out of the one down the middle of the lane, so they're going to get position. And for Omen. And neither of them are going down.
The semifinals.
They're going to look at each other here in the corner. Illogical's not looking in the right direction. CMD Awesome. The dark cover now knows Illogical's there. Illogical's going to step out of the dark. Omen versus ISO here. Breadloaf gets taken it against Destro, but this is against an Odin who's going to win this one out. State's going to wipe. 1 more kill away from a flawless. Derek runs into it. It's a weak. You got the wrong person down. Michigan State's going to wipe. 1 more kill away from a flawless. Derek runs.
The Sova's the one holding a spike, but also the one that went to grab the ultimate orb. So this is a little bit of a delayed plant. It gives a little bit of time for UH Manoa to. It is 3v4 advantage to the offensive side. As I say that, 2 trades coming out, and now it's 2v2 left standing. Moby's got the crossfire. It's 1-1, but Illogical opening it with an ace in.
From what their coach said, trying to double peek out away and swing away, but Destros and Pay getting 2 kills on their own and making things a little bit tougher, but Moby lines them up well. And this is going to be a free planting zone here with the Bucky. Chizuru was able to pick one up onto Moby, flashes out towards window, but you're already going to run out of time. You haven't even started, you haven't even gotten half, and you're going to lose every single member.
Through B link, they straight up went all. Even walked through B link, they straight up went all.
Says another headshot. Yes, please. 4 versus 1. Illogical's got to make some that catching out any of the flanks. Pay though taking down Moby means that there is now flank possibility still.
Forward, they've got the spike planted one more time, trying to grab intel, but a single tap from Slammed takes down Awesome. Pay still alive. We've been
to work with here for Michigan State, all used on the C side, and they still only kill one out of it right now. Just going to rush down the garage here. Page not finding anything in the cloud burst, but in the opposite corner, Page is able to find 2. The Jet goes around the box, though. The Illogical is in a position to even know the Jet is in the corner. Finally, somebody looking in that corner. Page got 1, but Illogical is going to find out 2. The reload doesn't happen. Side of C-side now, CMD Awesome finds 1. Only 1 left to go, and that shot.
You can see around in grass, CMD Awesome does win that duel. Nobody knows where Chizuru is, though, and Illogical's facing the wall. And it's a 1v3 situation. They're all in long. It's not quite yet. It's a trade back and forth. Destros is able to claim 1. It's a 4v4 for the time being. Couple health bars low on the side of Manoa. Moby is not able to track 1. Is actually able to finish it off. Situation. CMD's trying to, now it's a 1v4 situation. CMD's trying to pushing quickly onto B, trying to control the recoil of these Stingers, but it's a judge exchange here, checking the cam at the wrong time. A little bit of exchange here, checking the cam at the wrong time. Everybody's coming in from a link. Is it going to work out? So far, everybody's coming in from a link. Is it going to work out? So far, it's 2v3, but it's 2v3, but
Welcome back here to the Hawai'i Esports Invitational, presented to you by Zippy's. And, of course, we want to thank our friends at Zippy's. If you're feeling hungry, download the Zippy's app now and check out all of the promotions, rewards, and prizes. And Zippy's is always looking for more members to join their team. You can go ahead and visit zippys.com/careers to learn more. Clutchkey alongside Henry with you as we get set for map number 2 between Michigan State as well as the University of Hawaii and Manoa Esports team. Going into that last map, there are a lot of good things for Manoa towards the end, but the beginning part you want to waste away in a memory because it was 10-2 to start off that half, and then finally landing up in the hands of Michigan State by a final score of 13-6. So not a bad second half for Manoa, but they got to really channel that here on Michigan State's pick when we go to Icebox.
And I'll actually say something about the fact of the map picks is I noticed that, especially with the Manoa squad, it feels like whoever they fight against, the map pick is usually the person that loses the map. We actually saw that with Boise when they did their best of 3 for Mountain West. The first 2 picks, the other team won. So I'm not sure if this is something consistent with the Manoa squad, but if it is, then it happens to be a little bit of good fortune for them because this was, like you said, a Spartans pick of Icebox.
Yep, and also some numbers from the last map as well. Pei leading the University of Hawaii esports team at Manoa with an average ACS of 208, which is way above average as well from the last 3 games earlier on. Pei going a 110 ACS between the 3 games they played, but going 208 this time, 14, 17, and 4. That is about 9 kills higher than their average kills per game yesterday. So at least stepping up for the University of Hawaii and Manoa. For Illogical, though, 24 kills on an average of 21 per game yesterday. So looking pretty dang similar to what we saw yesterday for Sparty, and the rest of the team also following up everybody in the double-digit kill area, and no player under 200 ACS for that game for Michigan State. So they played very well, and that's all credit to the first half. Maybe not the second half at least too much, but the very first half in action. So we go back in between these 2 teams now, and for Michigan State yesterday, again, they said to me that they were cleaning up things last night. They looked pretty dang good to clean some things up on the attacking side. Defense may need a little bit of help considering that they played 2 duelist side, but now this is their map pick, and you figure that because this is theirs, they have advantage. But like you said earlier, map picks don't always mean anything.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's always with Manoa X some other team that this keeps happening. So I'm not too sure what the situation is, but we're going to have to see how it goes. Again, the decider map, if we need to get there, is going to be that last 3-sider, which is going to be Lotus. But if not, this is looking to be a clean 2-0. Well, clean relative to, map score. But Manoa's going to have to fight an uphill battle here. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep for them in order to make it to the finals to get their revenge onto Boise, assuming Boise wins the other match also. But if not, it looks like it's going to be the teams that went 2-0 before they fought each other in the finals.
Yep, so they're going to have to find the round. Meanwhile, I know Boise State and the HPU team are going to be playing right now actually against each other, so we'll find out their scoreline in only a couple of moments as we get set for a third-place game that comes up after this, as well as the championship round following that third-place game. So 3 series of Valorant, minimum 2 maps per, and a best-of-3 series each way. So we will find find out who our new champion is. Michigan State looking to see if they can repeat and send Sparty home with a second surfboard in a row in the first 2 years of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Meanwhile, Manoa looking to see if they can keep that surfboard home, but like you said, got to reverse sweep the rest of the way here. Other things as well to note here, this is also the second time that Hawaii will be playing Icebox this weekend for Michigan State. Have not seen Icebox yet this entire weekend here. The only two maps that they've seen, at least in their HCI game so far, Haven, Ascent. Those are the only two because they played Haven, both against the University of Hawaii at Manoa as well as Boise State in their one-map matchup.
That's right.
And Ascent against Hawaii Pacific University. So they have not seen Icebox yet, but this is still their pick. They really had no prio on their map selection. They really didn't. They're good to adapt. It really shows why, because again, they've only seen two maps yet. They're very dominant when they do have their map pick. 13-6 back on Ascent, which is a two-sider going to the three-sider against the University of Hawaii. 13-7 earlier, and in this past game 13-6. So they're very keen to adapt. The problem is now for Manoa, can you adapt in that same way when you face off against this Michigan State team? Because against Boise State yesterday, a 13-3 loss on this map isn't very nice to look at when you're talking about history.
That's absolutely true. But again, we did talk to that Manoa stack a little bit before, and they said they were pretty happy with all three maps regardless of what the outcome was. So maybe because it's the first series of the day, a little bit of pre-competition jitters. But that's got to get out of the way because this is do or die. This is now your championship or your tournament lives on the line. We're going to have to see if there's any adaptation because I believe from their Icebox series, I think we're going to see some new agents.
Yeah, for the University of Hawaii on their side, we did see Sova, our last time around with Luca in, by the way, Sova, Jet, Killjoy, Clove, and Viper. Waylay for the first time.
A hover so far.
But could be in. A little bit difference, though. Viper was in, Killjoy was in, but other than that, the ISO, and the Sova as well, other than that, the ISO, the Jet would be new here for Hawaii as well if they start to lock that in, but no Waylay, so unfortunately won't be able to see the new agent yet, though some of the abilities look very cool, very shiny, if you will. But Michigan State, again, we don't know their compositions for this, but they will opt to go for the double initiator with both Sova and KO locked in. Of course, Viper staple on this map, why not?
Yep.
So let's see, Chizuru hovering the Waylay again, trying to bait, I think.
So I'll say this. Michigan State, they locked in pretty quickly. They locked in with about half the time left for agent select, which makes me think their focus for this game plan is going to be that first half once again. They've been showing very, very good first half against every opponent. I think the worst first half they had was 5-7 against Boise in that final match yesterday. But they've been showing pretty dominant that they've been able to hold that first half and then just bleed out whatever rounds they need in that second half. And that's why I think we're seeing 0 duelists on their side.
I was about to say that the only other team to do this on Icebox, or to do this weekend was on Icebox here. Boise State did this with 2 initiators, 2 controllers, and a Sentinel, including the Killjoy. So this is going to be a Boise State, or this is going to be a Michigan State team, kind of copying that similar team composition here. But again, Chizuru was hovering the Waylay, and we will see the Waylay for the first time this weekend, which kind of honestly surprises me, considering that, you know, new agent and all, maybe she's broken, but we'll find out what Chizuru does on this, especially now that Manoa's got to play perfect the rest of the way.
Low-key, it's the double dash duelists, you know? It's the, hey, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but don't make it obvious. And then that's how we got Waylay from Jet situation. So we've got now 2 people that can hard into a site, and the worry about having it as just Jet before is, oh, Jet can go in, that's great, buy space, but then if the Jet dies, it's kind of like nobody had their back because they were too far pushed up, or now we don't have a way to entry because we lost our duelist. Well, Manoa's solution is, if not 1, then 2. Two characters that can do the exact same thing, and not only that, but Waylay has the ability to bail themselves back out and rewind their positioning, so a little bit of adaptation here on the side of Manoa, and we kind of really needed to see this from them because, like we said, this was it. If they lose this map, they're out of this tournament.
Yep, and doing so good so far on the ace side. Dashdoors finds 2 alongside another pick as well, so 3 X's on the board on ace sites. Manoa looking to see if they can walk into this and looking to see if they can play at least on an ace side, even with the Viper while still available. Gets the plant down. They're going to play this upstairs. They're shooting everywhere, but to no avail, no kills.
Yeah, and I think they had a hankering of where that spike was going to be planted because that's a very popular spot for this Manoa team. They've been planting there a few times on A already, up there in the little box. And you kind of saw the playstyle here. It was, oh, Shock Dart is just open here. Moonro's going to be able to get one, but Pay trades now. It's a 1v3 situation. Moonro's going to have to clutch up this one more time, but it's a double peek. It's a whack-a-mole situation, and you can't hit them both. Able to one-tap Destros, but still a 1v2. Spike still also has to be detonated. Turret's going to come out, but it's just a distraction. CMD closes it out, and Manoa start off strong with a one-round. I think this is like the rare pistol round that they actually win.
Yeah, University of Hawaii losing the last two there against Michigan State pistol round. So their very first one here on Icebox scores them one in a 2-1 score for pistol round.
Change of fates, yeah.
Change of fates, if you will. Maybe Manoa starts off on at least a better stroke of luck here, because now Destros 2 kills already, buying up to a Vandal. Vandal lights once again for a Jet that lands in. Better, we'll name the better storyline here in the opening round of the series. So for Manoa, we can see if they can capitalize on it. Immediate Owl Drone, just see if there's anything amiss, and it is Moby that gets spotted out by the Owl Drone before getting shot out. Don't know if Slam also got peeked out there from the Owl Drone, but we'll see if there is already. Just Chizuru going back to the rest of the team, seeing if there was any information on that. But Breadloaf sitting here on the box. Yellow and Chizuru and Destros, better guns, better kills, finds two. Moby finds at least one to kill onto Chizuru. Not a bad kill either, but that is making it a 4v2 scenario. Now Moonro gets destroyed by Destros there. Trying to jump away, but not quick enough behind the wall. It's up to a logical, just a classic, and no chance at an upgrade.
Yep, they're planting default, but I mean, what are you going to do? You are literally walled off. You have no information, and you do have the knife to help you out. One blind to your name, but a logical doesn't have too much in their kit to help them otherwise. And to be honest, for Michigan State, your goal this round was to just try to take as many bodies as you could so that you know, tamper with the econ, but they aren't aware of where all the people of Manoa are. So only one person falls. It's the Waylay, because of course, you know, new agent kind of things. But yeah, pretty much a almost flawless round on the side of Manoa, and they've got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you gotta be super happy with that, especially for the fact that first two pistol rounds didn't really go your way. So in that last game, so you get the pistol round and you get another point for it. Michigan State obviously could have big risked it, but you don't have to in this situation. Obviously, you're up not only you're not only up a map, but it's early on. You don't have to risk anything unless you don't want to, like Manoa had to do or was forced to do back in that first game after being down 10-2 at the half. So. At the very least, once again, using the out drum to see if it spots anything. Shizuru's going to walk right behind the wall, get some space before rewinding it again. And just some pot shots from the Sheriff to get the ultimate orb out as well. But Viper's not even peeking. Meanwhile, split push down at the A side. They've left the spike behind into spawn area just to see where that first pick is, to let somebody else run back for it. But Breadloaf taking down Destros, and with 3 people lined up here on A, it's going to be rough for CMD Awesome. Does get one. Doesn't know that there's 2 remaining here, so Sova will retreat back. Moby getting down Chizuru as well. Moby running into the Nanoswarm. Finding themselves at least in a better situation. Saw the gun, and Slammed is just going to take that free one away. So it's a 1v4 for Manoa. And it's up to Sova, who has a Guardian in, so gets slammed. But they do now know where one is, and looking in the right direction. Logical is going to make sure that this one pick does not work out more. And it is Michigan State getting one back with the better weapons.
Yep, it's a retaliatory round, expected because it's the round 3 buy-up. Patience is a virtue. They didn't choose to go head-to-head with them in that lower econ round. And so Michigan State, they put themselves on the board. They only lose a member or 2, and that's totally fine. But Manoa, they can now do their full buy-ups if they want. A little bit of interesting choice here because Derek and Awesome, they have enough credits to heavy. I don't know if they're going with lights just because they think, you know, we're not the people going in. We're not the duelists trying to make something happen, and so they don't need the extra 25 HP just in case. But Illogical in a bit of an off angle here, and now Hunter's Fury coming out. Is it going to tag anybody? The answer so far is going to be no. It's just going to buy some space, but Breadloaf just in these weird off angles already has gotten 2.
Finds 2 on the board. Manoa now with less pushing power, especially neither of your duelists are up, neither your Waylay or Jet to initiate a fight. Instead, the Harbor comes up. And by the way, forgot to mention this first time we see Harbor this weekend as well. Breadloaf is the one to put this one out. So Manoa trying to find any way, and CMD Awesome is going to go through ramp at the very least, but nothing, no dice there, and now even the Poison Cloud is up. Needs to drop that. And it's just slow and steady here. Manoa's trying not to give up as much as they can, and yet again, CMD will use the Poison Cloud just to maybe get in through mid area. And Breadlow finding Derek for a third kill of the round. Nanoswarm to stave off any pressure from that push inside of A main, but the only one there is Pei. Here comes a flank around from CMD Awesome. Moonro is there to look at it. Snakebite is hitting Moonro, and Moonro's just melting away. Breadlow finds the fourth, looking for an ace. Isn't going to get it, but CMD Awesome makes this a 1v1 on the flank side. Spike closer to CMD than Moby, but it's a Viper v Viper pick right now. 14 seconds left to go. The only place you got to plant is A. They're going to plant down 1v1. Viper v Viper. Who's got the better of this? Moby's on the flank. CMD Awesome looking every which way possible. Head on a swivel and finding maybe that it might be the right direction. Half health to full. Drops down, gets a shot off. That signals something. And CMD Awesome misses. Moby gets the flick on. And Michigan State, Moby's going to get the clutch and the defuse and ties to the game at 2-2.
Both Vipers canonically playing like absolute rats on this round. You could see them both flanking, trying to find out when is a good opportunity to strike. And like a Cobra, you could see it. Awesome with a 3K, almost clutches up the round. But a slight misplace of that crosshair leads to Moby winning it out for Michigan State. Now that's 2 in a row. And Manoa entering desperation territory in terms of buyouts, because this is going to be that last round before it gets a little bit dicey. And in fact, Destros getting a little bit spicy.
Yep, Destros gets spicy with it. We'll find out if Destros can at least give this Manoa something to cook with. Shizuto only up to a sheriff right now, so he's going to have to work with what she got. Does get an ult orb, which means the Blade Storm is available for Manoa, using it right away for Destros. Now they're just going to push on in here. This is a 4-man push-up. Now it's a 5 with the Killjoy joining up. And all around the boxes they will go. Seeing one, but the Blade Storm running out of knives. You got nothing left. So now you're just working with a Bucky. Looking to see if you can still push up with this. It's not a full rotation yet from Michigan State, although all 5 members are from Manoa here on B side, but they haven't pushed up quite yet. Wall does come back up, allowing Manoa that space to maybe plant down. Those Destros, or rather Derek does have the spike, but they're going to go all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up for 2. Pei gets one back, but a 3 versus 2 lineup, and now the spike being planted down, and now it will be the reckoning that comes out. Breadlow putting the pressure onto Pei and to CMD Awesome. Harbor cleans up, ultimate used as well, but Michigan State taking 3 straight rounds and the lead.
It was the crossfire that ended up working out for MSU right there. Breadloaf striking one more time. And a lot of utility was used on the side of Michigan State to prevent a default plant. You could see it both snake bites, I believe, and the poison cloud, both nano swarms. So a lot of utility used, but in the end, their gunpowder was able to come up trumps. And that gives them, like you said, that 3rd round in a row. UH Manoa, now the bank is dry. This is the last round that they have to pull back. And even if they do win this round, anybody that falls will not be able to do a full buy for the next one. Whereas the Logical has enough credits to full buy himself and a teammate. We're going to have to see how that works out. That recon dart does get a single tick. Recognizes that the waylay is there, but a couple of quick early picks. A Logical doing what he can to equalize it. Lines him up.
Headshots line, making it a 3v2. Manoa's got a Viper Spit available. You also have the null command to use as well. The knife actually canceling out the Owl Drone, so no more recon for you. Suppressed for a little while longer. Logical's going to hide on the other side of this wall, but once this wall drops, Logical might be seeing more people, but instead it will be the Viper Spit that gets canceled immediately thanks to a kill from a Logical. One more for the ace, lining it up and gets it. The KO on fire, clapping from the coach of Michigan State. Ace and a 4-2 lead from MSU.
That's gotta feel bad. That's an ultimate committed. One of the longest ones to get back. 9 ultimate points just down the drain here for the side of UH Manoa. And on a round where you desperately needed to win, otherwise it was going to be rough. 4-2 now the scoreline. Michigan State in the driver's seat. And again, this was their map pick. This was the half that they drafted for. They want as many wins as they can here because they've got no duelists. It's looking good so far.
Looking good for them. 4 straight rounds. Manoa looking to see if they can stop the bleeding. Redloaf in a very aggressive position. No knowledge that he's up there. Maybe getting another, but no. Chizuru's there to cancel out. A logical peeking with him. Gets 2, though. Person with the ace already 7 kills in the last 2 rounds total. And the Logic of Snow making good work. 1 versus 4. Seem the awesome. Hiding underneath the Poison Cloud, making the same pathway they did earlier on. Problem is, split up 2 towards B side, 2 on A side. CM the Awesome's got to make a choice here, and the only one you've got through right now is through mid, because that Spike is in a very precarious position, trying to protect that. And all the way around. CM the Awesome versus Moonrow maybe one more time. They won the last one, heard the drop, gets the kill, whiffs a little bit, but still finds the first pick, is able to upgrade from the Bulldog into the Vandal instead. And now everybody knows where this last player is towards mid. Jump peek, nothing there. Now seeing one more slam, gets that headshot down, good peek. Initiating on the peek, the Logic is going to go the long way around, see if you can defend the Spike, but you only got 30 seconds left to play, just holding on silently. Now making some noise for it, Spike being protected by both the KO and the Viper, 2 different angles, 1 up, 1 down. And seeing if there's any chance at all. Maybe he can find one at a time here. We'll see one first. Moby wins that fight. Tried the clutch, not going to happen. Michigan State 5 straight.
Yeah, Moby's got the opposite Viper's number. That's now 2 duels that CMD Awesome were not able to pull out on top here. And that was honestly not too bad considering that was not even their biome round. They were able to take down 3 people on the side of MSU, which makes it a little bit costly. It's going to take a few more rounds of doing that, and if they want to tamper into the econ bank that they've got going over there, but it does do a little bit of damage, and sometimes baby steps is what you need. But on the other side, Manoa have not won a round since that pistol and bonus.
Yep, and since then, it's been all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time, too. There it is, another 2 kills. Hunter's Fury does get a little bit of a tag for the assist on Derek. Flashes out, takes down Pei. And now Chizuru's going to peek this, but runs into the flurry of bullets. And the only one left again up in mid. Who else but CM the Awesome? Running into a flank, missing a couple shots there. Has to run away. Poison Cloud is up. Maybe you can get a duel underneath. Owl Drone doesn't spot out. Maybe he doesn't spot out TMD. But now 1 tap there. Gets another 1 back. Gets 2. But Moby's right behind to take down that last kill. No Viper flanking this time. It'll be 6-2, 6 straight for Michigan State, and at least a tie for the half.
Yeah, and this is starting to feel like a little bit of the first map. And we're getting a timeout here from the UH Manoa squad. Understandable because, again, they won the pistol, they won the one after, but they haven't seen a victory since that, since round 2, and now we're on round number 9.
Yes, we are round number 9, 6 straight rounds. And mind you as well, they have not planted the Spike in the last 3 rounds. Went towards A both times, went up mid for the 8th one, or for this last round, nothing there either because they weren't even able to leave spawn at that point. They just got shut down immediately right after the Hunter's Fury and everything. So 6 straight rounds, which if you include a KO ace in the middle of that, Manoa looking for some answers, and they're not finding anything. They can't even find the answers in the professor's desk.
You think the professor has answers in his desk? I don't know about that. But I think, I don't know. It feels like Manoa are trying to do these rush onto sites or try to get picks type of thing. But in the meantime, CMD Awesome's also looking for a flank elsewhere, right? So I feel like Manoa are trying too many things at once, in my opinion. And because they're like sort of half trying so many things, there's not a full try somewhere, and that ends up being too many resources pulled apart, and MSU kind of just take that to their advantage. Now, keep in mind, like we keep mentioning, this is the side MSU drafted for. This was their map pick also. So they had a game plan going into this, which was similar to what we've been seeing, which is just stockpile as many rounds as we possibly can in the first half, and then just stem out and bleed however much we need to. However, a pretty good fight so far. Decent trades with this being the Sheriff round for the side of Manoa. But now Destros being the last one left. Cornered. And it's only one fallen brother on the side of MSU.
I mean, again, tried to go up, tried to leave spawn, nothing there. Once again, they just pushed them all the way up, and it's a matter, I mean, they even used the Reckoning for that as well, and still Breadloaf's up to another 2 ultimate points off of that round, not even dying. So, I mean, you got Michigan State feeling super confident now. That timeout was for Manoa to reset here, talk about it, see what they can do on the next round, but Michigan State just put too much pressure on. 7 straight rounds for Sparty here, and they are looking dang good. And this is looking, and I hate to say it, more towards the 10-2 we saw in that first half so far, because unless Manoa can find something here, I mean, they're running out of thoughts, they're running out of chances to even bring this back. Moonrow finally seemed the awesome, so no chance of a flanking Viper to work off of, so now they're working everything on main. Logical finding Destros as well, and they all only have to split up 2-2 here to find a 3 versus 2 situation, much more manageable. Refract available, won't refract, so some kits gone left. Still does have Convergent Pats to work with on an ultimate side as for Chizuru trying to enter their way in, gets or spots out Moonrow, but Nanoswarm to deny that extra space. Derek fake planning to start, looking for a sight line here, looking for it slam down the lane. Derek finds that one through the box, and another kill for Chizuru members. Now numbers looking in favor of Manoa. It will be a lockdown though, and that's not in a great position either. Manoa's got to get out of dodge here, which they do in the corner, but that might allow a rotate and a flank here from the KO.
Yeah, I don't know if they're keeping tabs on the people on the side of Michigan State. Lockdown is now used, but that just delays the planting is what it feels like. A lot of utility still placed on default, and now the retaliatory lockdown to see if they can pincer out. It also stops the flank from coming in a little bit further too. It gives them time to push up. It looks like Luna's going to try to contest it. Doesn't work out, but Illogical's in a good position. It's going to be planted on default.
So gets it right near the boxes. Flash comes out, but the plant still comes up in time. It'll be a Nanoswarm. Illogical's running right through it. Illogical walks right through this. Oh my goodness, do they know? Do they get a shot off? No. Tried the risk, ran right through it. Even walking through it and taking so much damage, but in the end, not hitting the shot you needed to. Manoa finally stops the bleeding. 7 straight rounds. It will not turn into 8.
Yeah, and all these A attempts that failed, they finally thought, let's just try B again. I don't feel like they did it too many times, and this one is the one that ended up working out for them. And so now they have a 3rd round to their name. It's starting to look a little bit like the end of the first half that we had, where UH Manoa started figuring out this Michigan State squad a little bit, and they started winning some rounds back. But even if they were to win the rest of this half, it's still 7-5.
They've only planted down B 3 times here, and in fact, they've only planted down 5 times in this half for Manoa. 5 rounds, they've been staved off. 5 rounds, they have planted, but only 2 plants have converted, or 3 plants have converted to wins for the round, and there are only 3 that Manoa will get so far. But again, playing slow and steady. Viper yet again up in mid. Alarm bot is there to spot out if the Viper is lurking around. Meanwhile, 4 members in. All systems go around the box. It will go. Moby's able to get one on the trade, but trades that out immediately for the Viper. Alarm bot is signaled, so there is something amiss in mid. Now Convergent Pass will come out. Hits Moonrow, but at least for a couple of moments, Moonrow is safe. That gives them enough space to maybe try a plant here. Moonrow looking down the lane if anybody's pushing. Will get the plant down onto the B side, and now this is all systems go here. 4 versus 4. Hunter's Fury available also for Manoa in case anybody decides to plant down, and in a safe spot to do so. 4 members all over this B site looking, struggling, finding something. Will use at least the wall, the high tide, to give themselves some cover into the plant site here, but now it's going to be a logical Pay trades one out. Pay's going to get another one. It's going to be a Hunter's Fury radar out. Not even needed though, because Pay and Chizuru combine for a near full house, and Manoa gets another.
Not too much of an overinvestment. I know that Hunter's Fury was a little bit wasted, but better safe than sorry, especially now heading into this last round. You still got 2 ultimates available. We've got Viper's Pit, we've got Blade Storm, but on the side of Michigan State, they do not have any up. The closest one would be Illogical, but would need an ultimate orb and a frag for it to happen. Other than that, it's looking pretty good for Manoa to close this out. 5-7, still at a round disadvantage, but much more comfortable than that map 1, 10-2.
At least it's not going to be that. For Manoa, you're thinking at least it's not a 10-2. At least we're not forcing if we lose the next round. So They've got themselves at least some breathing room, a little bit more in the oxygen tank than last time around on a 10-2 start on the first half on Haven map number 1. But now Manoa looking to see if they can at least get another point on the board, get a little bit closer to Sparty, looking on into their attacking half. And with no duelists either, does have 2 initiators to work with on their attacking half and no duelists to engage, unlike Manoa, who's got 2. Bladestorm out as well. See if it finds a first pick. You also have a Viper's pit to work with that you hope doesn't go to waste this time around against the Logical.
That would also imply that CMD has to join up with the rest of the team. So we're going to have to see where this lurking takes him. And it takes him to the grave. He will not be using that ability today. So no value from the Viper's Pit in the offensive half, but Destro's able to take one with the Bladestorm, so now it's even numbers, 4v4. They did drop the spike around A thinking that they were going to go there. That's going to be the KO, getting the Bladestorm out, but still outgunned. Traded one more time. Owldrone going to come out to see if they can find anything, but the wall just hides so much. Does reveal one. The recon dart does get another one. Waylay dashes in. Catches them off guard, but can't pull back. Actually has no more abilities left. Munro with another trade. 2v2 left standing. One standing up in the rafters, one below. Are they going to double peek and contest? Pei still alive, taken down by Moby, and now they've both dropped down. Now unsure where Chizuru is. Might just be a stick here from Munro. Does he trust his partner? The answer is going to be yes. And Michigan State, they close out the half. It's not a 10-2, but it's a damn 8-4.
Gets close to it, 2 rounds away from it. 8-4 on the half. Manoa doing a total of 7 plants in that entire half, with at least Michigan State covering 3 of those rounds on defuses. So not too shabby, unfortunately for them. For Manoa, though, they get nothing of the sort. They get no big value right out of the Viper's Pit. That could have helped you won the round, but instead, with the flanking of the Viper getting caught out immediately inside of that ramp window, the newer window, I should say, because that was one of the changes on Icebox. That wasn't there before in the very first initiation of the map, but that window catches out the Viper. So unfortunately, nothing in the Viper's Pit, and Michigan State now on an 8-4 lead. But will this be a good round for them? Because again, they have 2 initiators, yes. They don't have a duelist to work with either to lock to get them into the site, or at least initiate a fight to work with. Their best shot they're going to get with the KO as well as the Sova is get at least some intel. Chizuru already early refract there, just to see if there's anything amiss. Pei is also up on ramp area waiting to right-click anybody, but that's 3 peeking out Destros here. Pei is also going to get 1 kill, and now it's going to be the advance on. Had to reload, so that's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Sparty. Here comes the rest of the Spartans from Michigan State now. It's going to be the 0 point. That suppresses one out. Knowledge of one underneath, or one close by at the very least. Now they know that Derek is underneath, suppressed and all, and now it's going to get fragmented out, which burns him out, and Illogical gets the final blow anyways. Illogical gets 3 on the half there, and or 3 on the round, and as much as we were worried about their initiation, hey, 2 initiators, not a bad sight if Illogical's getting 3.
Yeah, and it's mostly because they don't have duelists to entry, but you could also argue it on the other side where Manoa have 2 duelists that can't really do much in terms of defending a site, and that's why you were talking about that early refract. Chizuru and Destros, they kind of have to go in as duelists, because that's the best thing they're good at, is go in, try to get these picks. But when they weren't able to find anything and they've expended part of their kit already, it makes it really hard for them to really do anything other than just be firepower, you know? And that gave Michigan State the opening. They were able to plant. I don't think, actually, no, they weren't able to plant. They were just able to take down the entire Manoa squad here and come up 9-4. 4 rounds away from eliminating University of Hawaii at Manoa from the Hawaii Esports Invitational and moving up to the finals. But Manoa, again, they're not out of it quite yet. They do still have a long road ahead of them. It starts with taking this map and bringing it to 3, and that's kind of their only option.
Yep, they need to win 4 rounds here, and at least for Manoa, you're thinking that you didn't have to force buy this time around. At least now you still got some semblance of chance, although they did buy, Pei does buy up full shields and sheriffs too. So for Manoa needing to defend the site out, but Michigan State's giving them all the anxiety they can handle, because once that wall comes up, go button is on. And the only one defending the site right now is the Viper. You got 3 stacked up on A, but unfortunately, you're in the wrong position to do so. B site kind of now wide open for you, except for CMD Awesome, who puts up a Poison Cloud to try to stave off at least the push for the moment. High Tide is there. Also some more recon, and Breadloaf gets the shot off thanks to the Sova for your kill there, Breadloaf. And now it's going to be a plant down. It's going to go right next to the double stack, but 5 versus 3. They're even pushing back into spawn area. Chizuru with the stinger is able to take down a Logical though, and now Slam flick. Ooh. Onto the head. Derek can't believe that. What just happened? Slam gets another one, maybe lining up a fourth. No, Destro's able to end this, but a 1 versus 4. It is a Vano in the hands. And now we'll see if Destros can make do with what you got here. Remember, this is just a bonus round here for Michigan State. Going through the wall. Now they got knowledge. Now they got a turn, and now they got a headshots. 10-4, Michigan State winning both of their rounds. Again, winning the 3rd pistol round of this series out of 4 possible. And they get another one back as well to make it 10-4.
Yep, and Manoa are able to take down 2 people, but Michigan State, they had a beautiful lineup with that Viper. They used the KJ turret also just to see if anybody just peeks a little bit there. You've got a couple corners. You've got that KJ turret to slow them down. So beautiful layering of their abilities there to capitalize on that next round. And you were talking about it. It didn't look like a buy-up, but it actually kind of was. There was shields and sheriffs being used on the side of Manoa, so they're going to have to do that for another round here. They were able to get a couple of picks. Maybe warm up with the one-taps. See if they can get anything more. Chizuru rewinding his position, seeing if they can get any information. The answer so far is going to be no, but they are pushing up quite a bit here, I would say, especially CMD.
And all of the utility that Killjoy just had up mid got destroyed. You only have a turret that comes up in 30 seconds and 1 nanoswarm left, meaning that there is no sentinel pressure at any site whatsoever. Unless you have a turret come up late or unless you have a nanoswarm. High Tide's going to go all the way around into spawn area, which means for A site blocked off for the moment, flashes out, nothing is going to get flashed except for teammates. A little flurry of bullets here and a nanoswarm as well. The Logical likes running through these, I don't know why. But runs through another nanoswarm. Plan's going to start, but gets destroyed. Destros and Chizuru are going to find 2 with the share of headshots. The Logical does have the spike back up now, has the fragment to at least cancel out any pushes lower. Finds Derek on the turnaround. Now looking up in Heaven's side, destroyed thanks to him some help. And Destros Pay finding 2, meaning that Manoa looking like a thrifty round here, defending out spike. Manoa's the only one left, and the only util you got is an alarm bot, but turns on to Destros for 1, looking at another around the corner. Pay is there, thrifty round for Manoa. And yet again, Manoa seems to be the team that likes the thrifty.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's kind of weird. If they're buying Vandals, you're like, but if they start buying Sheriffs, you wake up. And then suddenly, they jolt back to life. They show that they've still got fight left in them. Treating it like a map 1 per se, you know? Mental reset, they're back in it. And 2 of them were able to pick up weapons from the Michigan State squad, so they don't even have to buy up. They can just focus on the bonus and see if they can get the ball rolling, because 2 rounds is the maximum streak you can get for credit bonuses. After that, it stays at that same amount, but you wouldn't just be getting credits, you would be denying that bank from the side of Michigan State. Moonrose a little upset about that round. Gets a kill. Derek gets a frag back, and Pei catches another stray.
Yep, another stray bullet there, but Michigan State losing 2 in the process, including losing out on a Hunter's Fury use for this round. Manoa with some advantages, but that advantage, at least man-wise, is now gone. 3v3 coming up here for Michigan State on side of the rope. Breadloaf swinging around, does get hit a little bit, but able to at least make Chizuru back off for the moments. As just looking around, seeing if there's any sight lines. As the Logical will plant down, it will be a plant onto A, but we'll see how much pressure Manoa puts on, and does so already with Breadloaf now gone. They do have Moby up there, so good thing you had a refract to get away just in the nick of time before that got any worse for you. But now they know that once up on top, a very long shot for the snake bite, able to land up on down below, but nobody there. Pays able to walk away from it. As now Logico gets one down to CMD Austin. 2 versus 2, no command. Shot out immediately, turns around. Moby's there for the kill, 1v1. Chizuru has no ability to work with. Moby does, but and now they're just going to chase around each other, ring around the rosy. Who wins this around the corner? It's Chizuru that gets it down. And it is going to be Manoa giving themselves a 6th round on the board, closing the lead just a little bit more.
It's a lot closer than map number 1, which shows that Manoa are adapting to the Michigan State playbook. And it might be a little bit, it might be baby steps at a time, but that's sometimes what you need to conquer a mountain. And the Spartans, they're the ones calling the timeout now.
Yep, first timeout for Michigan State between these two teams in this series thus far. They will take the time to talk it over and maybe stop and kill any momentum Manoa is bringing to the floor. And you like when Manoa gets a little bit scrappy, makes the game a little bit more interesting. Yeah. And especially, again, a momentum starter on both map 1 and now potentially map number 2 was a Thrifty. And it's hard to say that because, like, right, they had a Thrifty back in round number 8, which didn't really get any momentum. Now they're working on a Thrifty as well. And earlier on, a Cypher 1 versus 3 clutch back in map number 1 on Haven. But still, a Thrifty round is something you needed, and at least they were able to capitalize on the next round after that this time.
Absolutely so, and that's why we're talking about it. It's expensive rounds, time and time again. Like 1 or 2 people left alive on the winning side. And that's what's keeping these credit counts low. And that's the concerning thing is we don't know what's going to happen moving forward with the credits and how they're going to go. But now Manoa, they've got what they need to do. They win another round and they can keep these buy-ups going more and more and more. Meanwhile, MSU, it's their turn for Sheriffs and Lights.
Yep, and Michigan State, by the way, 3 rounds away from a rematch against Boise State. Boise State wins their match 2-0 against Hawaii Pacific University, so they will make their way to the championship stage soon enough after the third-place matchup between Hawaii Pacific University and the loser of this series. Meanwhile, Manoa looking to see if they can get some good defense to start, but Destro's peeking out against 5 people, or rather 4 people, inside of that spawn and loses that fight. Had Bladestorm available, decides not to use it. Don't need to when you have the Vandal in play anyways. But Hunter's Fury available both sides. You do have the Reckoning up from the Harbor of Breadloaf too. So now, instead of going towards A when they open up that pick, they instead rotate out to B where they have the Viper wall up. Now they have the high tide up. This is a crossing of walls, but still, Bay's able to find one. How about a second one for the KJ? No matter about the walls. When you're through it, who cares? Derek's able to find a Hunter's Fury, denying the ace, but still, at the very least, Hayes got some pressure on Moonrow right up against the wall. The wall will drop. Who's got it? Moonrow's got the headshot in a better position and finds CMD Awesome too, making it back to a 2v2. Chizuru gets one in trade, and now to 1 versus 2. Moonrow's got to make do with that spike all the way in the back, and Derek and Chizuru are right there to spot out anything, and Chizuru on the higher ground. No flick-ups happening. Manoa keeps another round in play. That's a 3rd straight for them, cutting the lead to 3.
And the Kuronami Vandal says it's a sad day for Rain, but only for Michigan State there, as now a 3rd round, like you said, in favor of Manoa. Now granted, that was their Sheriffs and Lights. We talked about it a little bit. They get to buy up now, and that's their opportunity to retaliate because, like you said, they literally need 3 rounds out of the next 6 or 7 in order to go back to that championship, defend their title. And Manoa's slowly been creeping up on them, and the threat of a 3rd map is well and truly alive very, very soon.
Destro's doing this again where you have the Bladestorm as well as the Bucky, but now this is an attack from the Hunter's Fury, getting 2 on both Derek and the Destros, so that's a Bladestorm gone for you, and now that's also 2 kills for you gone. Chizuru's going to try to make up the difference here with 2 kills, putting it back to 3 versus 3. That is also spiked down. You're absolutely right. Back onto Ace site. Hayes going to try to defend this. That's a trade out. Now CMD Awesome's going to go all the way around here just to get back into sight. The High Tide doing a wonderful job of covering. Doesn't have the gun out, and Moby's able to drop down right in front of CMD Awesome, and Michigan State able to stop the streak at 3.
All right. That was the retaliatory round. It came up successful in favor of the Spartans. Ball is back in their court. They can dribble it how they want. 2 rounds away for a date with destiny to challenge the team that knocked them out of the 1st seed position, forcing them into the best of 3 against UH Manoa. And for the other guys in green, they've got 6 rounds that they've got to win out of the next 8. A very familiar position, similar to the one in the first map.
Yeah, Manoa needing to win this map in order to force game 3, or they're going to be staying on that stage to play in the 3rd place game coming up right after this between the loser of this and Hawaii Pacific University. Chizuru with a great starting shot here. Reckoning's going to be pulled out though, and Reckoning will still stay up as Breadloaf is alive, taking down Chizuru in trade. Nanoswarm is out as well. Doesn't even need to look at the jet as Slam gets that coverage. Now even State, they're just putting up the wall for a couple of moments. Does get shocked out for a moment. Now it's going to be the lockdown coming out, and this is 2 versus 4. Michigan State want this map, or want this point, to force Manoa to have to play risky every single round. And with the credits the way they are right now, Manoa's got nothing in the tank. They got to win this one out. Lockdown is done. Finds nothing, but still in a 4v2 situation and up against, sounds like an LMG as well. Maybe they've got a chance, but missing a couple of shots. It is up to this Aries, but nothing doing. Bredlow finds 4. Sparty's on match point.
And match point again for the Spartans in a comfortable position. They've got credits to spare, as the last couple of rounds have not been too bad for them in terms of losing men. But now this is do or die. This is tournament lives. This is the last local team available in the Hawaii Esports Invitational. And you definitely want to represent home soil here, but you've got to do it now, or you're going to have to wait until the next opportunity.
Standing ahead.
That next opportunity could be a year from now, and if Manoa wants any semblance of a chance here, 5 match point opportunities you got to play through. Flash outside those poison cloud, nothing doing there. CMD Awesome lining up with 2 on the Aries, making a 3rd on that side. They try to rush in. They run into the bullet rain of the Aries of CMD Awesome. And now for Michigan State, pushing it with 2 players. Sova all the way back in mid-spawn area. The Viper running up here, putting up the wall. Moby's going to see if you can make any space with that. And now Destros has the operator in play, taking down Slammed. 1 more away from a flawless, which would be huge for the economy as well for Manoa, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. Takes down CMD Awesome, who wrecked the entire team. And now down the middle of the lane here, Moby missing a few shots. Both of them missing a few shots. Moby's able to find up another one. Spike is in spawn though. Spike is in the spawn area, which means Moby would have to go all the way back there. Now that they know where the last player is, Michigan State, I mean, you had the economy to work with anyways. Stoke could go for 30 health on a dream, no heals either to work with. So it's a clean 30, no shields, no regen shields. And all of the members of Manoa right now sitting up in mid area, looking down towards B side. What they don't know is this Viper's going to go ahead and pick up Spike. 20 seconds left though. Seeing if you can at least make a move towards the side. You would have to move towards A if anything, because that's closer to there. Spike now gone. None of the members of Manoa know it. Now they're going to try to see if they can rotate out. 10 seconds left. Moby racing for the site. Destros does have the op, looking for just 1 pick. Is able to flick on for the shot. Manoa staying alive. They're not done yet. Down 4.
I was going to say the hardest part about that would have just been to get the Spike down, because if not, you would have had the Viper's Pit. You could have played close range. But saving that for a future round just in case it's needed, I think that's the smarter move anyway. 3 picks on the Aries is just a little bit overkill, but CMD Awesome gets the job done. Keeps Manoa in this game, in this map, in this series. And it's still 4 down. But again, you're going to have to force overtime if you want to make it to that 3rd map.
Gotta force out Lotus here, the operator in the hands, and it looks like this Michigan State team is looking like they want to go quickly, and they want to put the pressure on, trying to throw out every single utility, suppressed out, dashed away just before the suppression of the 0 point. He's able to get out in time, but now it's going to be the Viper's Pit that comes out from Michigan State. They are ready to play. They are ready to take this home. Take it to the ship. Logical is able to take down Derek, which means it's a 5v4 now. No recon available to you. From the 2 duelists who go down, or one of them going down, Pay goes down. Vipers. Pit available for Manoa as well. Could be using it here. Jumps around the corner. 23 health. Will use Viper's Pit, but you know you can just start raining down bullets to up above, because that's where the Viper's Pit starts. Spike starting to run out of time. Illogical making sure they're even going to run out of more. It's a flawless round to end, killing all of the streaks. And Sparty goes surfing to the ship yet again. Michigan State and Boise State are in the HCI finals.
Our heavyweights face off once again for that coveted surfboard. And we're going to have to see if we're going to get the same university on it twice, or whether they're going to have to share it. But for now, I mean, fist bumps all around, just GG's. And props to our Manoa squad. They put up quite a fight. They made sure Michigan State had to earn their spot in that finals. But unfortunately, we will be seeing them in the 3rd place match later.
Yep, 13-8 the final score there, in a Very good try from Manoa as well. Put up some more pressure and put up even better number on Icebox as well, because they did go down 13-3 against Boise State, and in their one map against Michigan State as well, they went to 13-7 as well. So they will now go down to the third place game, but our finals is now set. Broncos taking on Spartans for the surfboard and for the name on it as well to take back to the mainland. It's a mainland matchup to finish out our game and finish out our series. But before that, the third place matchup here between Hawaii Pacific University as well as Manoa. So one of these two teams going to go away with at least the coveted third place. Now, Hawaii, the UHE Manoa, it was able to get the win earlier on in the one-map series. We still play a best of three in the third place matchup between these two teams. But this is no longer a battle for the surfboard. This is a battle to see which team is the better in the local side. So, well,
we're going to have to see how it comes out, yeah.
It's a battle of the local team. So who gets bragging rights at the end of the day?
True.
Here? That's basically who's better the local, who can throw up the shakas at the end of the day. So we will take a short break. When we come back, Hawaii Esports Invitational presents to you the third place game at the University of Hawaii Esports and Manoa takes on Hawaii Pacific University. This is the HEI presented by Zippy's. Instead, it will be the Viper's Pit that gets canceled immediately thanks to a kill from Illogical. One more for the Ace, lining it up and gets it. The KO. Aggressive position. No knowledge that he's up there. This one heard the drop. Gets the kill, whiffs a little bit, but still. Now seeing one more slam at all. Maybe he can find one at a time here. We'll see one first. Yep, and
pistol and bonus.
Yep, and all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is. All Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is. Another, and now she's out. Maybe he doesn't spot out TMD, but now one tap there, gets another one back, gets two.
Going into this, which was similar to what we've been seeing, which is just outside of Manoa. But now Destros being the last one left.
Finds that one through the box and another kill.
See if they can pincer out. It also stops the flank from coming in a little bit further too. It gives them time to push up. It doesn't work out, but Illogical's in.
Oh my goodness, do they know? Do they get a shot off? And all systems go around the box. It will go. Moby's able to get one on the into the plant site here. Trades one out. Dave's gonna get another one. It's going to be a Hunter's Fury radar out. Not even
there. That's gonna be the KO. Getting the Blade Storm does reveal one. The recon dart does get a test. Faye's still alive.
Waiting right click anybody, but that's three peeking out Destros here. Faye's also going to get one kill, and now it's going to be the advantage. Now they know that Derek is underneath, suppressed and all, and now it's going to get fragmented out, which burns him out, and Illogical gets the final blow anyway. One area, Chizuru with the stinger is able to take down Illogical though, and now Slam flick onto the head. Derek can't believe that. What just happened? Slam gets another start, but gets destroyed. Destros and Chizuru are going to find two with the share of headshots. Illogical does have the spike back up now, has the fragments to at least cancel out any pushes lower. Now looking up in Heaven's side, destroyed thanks to some help. And Destros Pay finding two, meaning that Manoa looking like a thrifty round here, defending out Spike. Manoa's the only one left, and the only util you got is an alarm bot, but turns on to Destros for one, looking at another round they're used for this round. Logico gets one down to CMD Austin, 2 versus 2, no command. Shot out immediately, turns around. Moby's there for the kill, 1v1. Chizuru has no ability to work with, Moby does, but and now they're just gonna chase around each other, ring around the rosy, who wins this around the corner. Loser of this series. Meanwhile, Manoa looking at this is a crossing of wall, but still, Faye's able to find one. How about a second one for the KJ? No map against the wall will drop. Who's got it moved right there? To spot out anything. That's also 2 kills for you, Gon. Chizuru's going to try to make up the difference here with 2 kills. High doing a wonderful job of covering. Doesn't have the... Coming up right after this between the loser of this and Hawaii Pacific University. Something an LMG as well. Maybe they've got a chance, but missing a couple of shots. It is up to this through flash outside those Poison Cloud. Nothing doing there. CMD Awesome lining up a 2 on the air. Speaking as well for Manoa, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. Takes down CMD Awesome, who wrecked the entire team. And now down the middle of the lane here, Moby missing a few shots. Both of them missing. Destros does have the op, looking for just one pick. Comes out from Michigan State. They are ready to play. They are ready to take this home. Take into where the Viper's Pit starts. Spike starting to run out of time. Illogical, making sure they're even going to...
And we kind of really needed to see this from them because, like we said, this was it. Out here, it was... Oh, Shock Dart is just open here. Can't hit them both.
That, but Breadloaf sitting here on the box of the yellow, and Chizuru and Destros. Breadloaf sitting here on the box of the yellow, and Chizuru and Destros. Better guns, better kills. Finds 2. Moby finds Destros there.
I'm aware of where...
into spawn area just to see where that first pick is to let somebody run. It's going to be rough for CMD Awesome. Lined up here on A. It's going to be rough for CMD Awesome. Themselves at least in a better situation. Saw the gun and slammed it in. So gets slammed. So, but they do now know where one is, and looking in the right direction. Illogical is going to make sure that this one
is going to be no. It's just going to buy some space.
Look at it. Snakebite is hitting Moonro, and Moonro's just melting away. Breadloaf finds the fourth, looking for an ace. Isn't going to get it, but CMD Awesome something, and CMD Awesome gets a shot off that signal something, and CMD Awesome miss spike, but they're going to go all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up. It will be the reckoning that comes out. Breadloaf putting the pressure on to pay.
Yeah, but a couple of quick early picks. Illogical doing what he can.
Might be seeing more people, but instead it will be the Viper's Pit that gets canceled immediately thanks to a kill from Illogical. One more for the ace, lining it up and gets it. The KO. Aggressive position, no knowledge that he's up there. One heard the drop, gets the kill, whiffs a little bit, but still now seeing one more slam at all. Maybe he can find one at a time here. We'll see one first. Yep, and
pistol and bonus.
Yep, and all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is. All Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is. Another, and now she's out. Maybe he doesn't spot out TMD, but now one tap there, gets another one back, gets two.
Going into this, which was similar to what we've been seeing, which is just outside of Manoa. But now Destros being the last one left.
Finds that one through the box and another kill.
See if they can pincer out. It also stops the flank from coming in a little bit further too. It gives them time to push up. It doesn't work out, but Illogical's in it.
Oh my goodness, do they know? Do they get a shot off? And all systems go around the box. It will go. Moby's able to get one on the into the plant side here. Trades one out. Jay's gonna get another one. It's going to be Hunter's Fury radar out. Not even
there. That's gonna be the KO. Getting the Blink Storm does reveal one. The recon dart does get an test. Jay's still alive.
Breaks like anybody, but that's three peeking out Destros here. Jay's also going to get one kill, and now it's going to be the advantage. Now they know that Derek is underneath, suppressed it all, and now it's going to get fragmented out, which burns him out, and Illogical gets the final blow anyway. One area, Chizuru with the stinger is able to take down Illogical though, and now Slam flick onto the head. Derek can't believe that. What just happened? Slam gets another start, but gets destroyed. Destros and Chizuru are going to find two with the share of headshots. Illogical does have the spike back up now, has the fragments to at least cancel out any pushes lower. Now looking up in Heaven's side, destroyed thanks to some help. And Destros Pay finding two, meaning that Manoa looking like a thrifty round here, defending on spike. Manoa's the only one left, and the only util you got is an alarm bot, but turns on to Destros for one, looking at another round this round. Illogical gets one down to CMD Awesome. 2 versus 2, no command. Shot out immediately, turns around. Moby's there for the kill, 1v1. Chizuru has no ability to work with. Moby does, but and now they're just going to chase around each other, ring around the rosy. Who wins this around the corner? And this series, meanwhile, Manoa looking up, he's like crossing a wall, but still, Bay's able to find one. How about a second one for the KJ? No matter against the wall will drop. Who's got it right there? To spot out anything. That's also 2 kills for Yukon. Chizuru's going to try to make up the difference here with 2 kills. But Itai doing a wonderful job of covering. Doesn't happen. Coming up right after this between the loser of this and Hawaii Pacific University. She's doing an LMG as well. Maybe they've got a chance, but missing a couple of shots. It is up to this through flash outside of Poison Cloud. Nothing doing there. CMD Awesome lining up a 2 on the air. It's making as well for Manoa, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. Takes down CMD Awesome, who wrecked the entire team. And now down the middle of the lane here. Moby missing a few shots. Both of them missing. Destros does have the op. Looking for just one thing out from Michigan State. They are ready to play. They are ready to take this home. Take it to where the Viper's Pit starts. Spike starting to run out of time. Illogical making sure they're even going to.
And we kind of really needed to see this from them because, like we said, this was it. Out here, it was. Oh, Shock Dart is just open here. Can't hit them both.
That with Breadloaf sitting here on the box of the yellow, and Chizuru and Destros. Breadloaf sitting here on the box of the yellow, and Chizuru and Destros better guns, better kills. Finds 2. Moby finds Destros there.
Where?
Into spawn area just to see where that first pick is. But let something run. It's going to be rough for CMD Awesome. Lined up here on A. It's going to be rough for CMD Awesome themselves, at least in a better situation. Saw the gun and slammed it. So gets slammed. So what they do now know where one is and looking in the right direction. Illogical is going to make sure that this one
is going to be no. It's just going to buy some space.
Look at it. Snakebite is hitting Moonro, and Moonro's just melting away. Breadloaf finds the fourth, looking for an ace. Isn't going to get it, but CMD Awesome something, and CMD Awesome gets a shot off that signal something, and CMD Awesome miss spike, but they're going to go all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up. The reckoning that comes out. Breadloaf putting the pressure on to Pay.
Yeah, but a couple of quick early picks. Illogical doing what he can.
Might be seeing more people, but instead it will be the Viper spin that gets canceled immediately thanks to a kill from Illogical. One more for the Ace, lining it up and gets it. The KO. Aggressive position, no knowledge that he's up there. One heard the drop, gets the kill, whiffs a little bit, but still now seeing one more slam at all. Maybe he can find one at a time here. We'll see one first. Yep, and
Pistol and bonus.
Yep, and all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is. All Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is. And now she's out. Maybe doesn't spot out TFD, but now one tap there, gets another one back, gets two.
Going into this, which was similar to what we've been seeing, which is just Manoa. Now Destros being the last one left.
Finds that one through the blocks and another kill.
If they can pincer out, it also stops the flank from coming in a little bit further too. It gives them time to push up. It doesn't work out, but Illogical's in.
Oh my goodness, do they know? Do they get a shot up? And all systems go around the blocks. Here we go. Moby's able to get one on the into the plant site here. Trades one out. Day's gonna get another one. It's gonna be Hunter's Fury radar out. Not even
there. That's gonna be the KO. Getting the Blade Storm does reveal one. The recon dart does get another. Hayes still alive.
Break like anybody. That's three peeking out that here. Jay's also gonna get one kill, and now it's gonna be the advance. Now they know that Derek is underneath, suppressed it all, and now it's gonna get fragmented out, which burns him out, and Illogical gets the final blow. One area, Shizuru with the finger is able to take down Illogical though, and now Slam flick onto the head. Derek can't believe that. What just happened? Slam gets another start, but gets destroyed. Destros and Shizuru are gonna find two with a share of headshots. Illogical does have the spike back up now, has the fragment to at least cancel out any push to the floor. Now looking up in Heaven's side, destroyed thanks to some help. And Destros K finding two, meaning that Manoa looking like a thrifty round here, defending on spike. Manoa's the only one left, and the only Uso you got is an alarm bot, but turns on to Destros for one, looking at another round this round. Also gets one down to see the offense. First two, no command. Shot out immediately, turns around. Moby's there for the kill, 1v1. Shizuru has no ability to work with. Moby does, and now they're just going to chase around each other, ring around the Rosie, who wins this around the corner. Into this series, meanwhile, Manoa looks up to the crossing wall, but still, Jay's able to find one. How about a second one for the KJ? No matter against the wall will drop. Got it moving right there. Spot out anything. That's also two kills for you. Shizuru's going to try to make up the difference here with two kills. My side doing a wonderful job of covering. Doesn't happen. Coming up right after this between the loser of this and Hawaii Pacific University. Seems like an element of as well. Maybe they've got a chance for missing a couple of shots for this up to this. Flash outside those first spot. Nothing doing there. CMD Awesome lining up with two in the air. Thinking as well for Manoa, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. Takes down CMD Awesome to wreck the entire team. Now down the middle of the lane here, Moby missing a few shots. Hold it, Destros does have the up, looking for just one thing out from Michigan State. They are ready to play. They're ready to take this home. Take into the Vipers did start. Starting to run out of time. Illogical, making sure they're even more.
And we kind of really needed to see this from them because, like we said, this was it. Out here, it was Shock Dart is just open here. Can't hit them both.
On the box, Yellow and Shizuru and Destros. Red Wolf sitting here on the box, Yellow and Shizuru and Destros. Better guns, better kills. Finds two. Moby finds Destros there.
I'm aware of where.
Into spawn area just to see where that first pick is, but let something run. It's going to be rough for CMD Awesome. Lined up here on A. It's going to be rough for CMD Awesome themselves, at least in a better situation. Saw the gun and slammed in zone. Gets slammed, so but they do now know where one is.
No, it's just going to buy some space.
Look at it, Snakebite is hitting Moonro, and Moonro's just melting away. Redlow finds the fourth, looking for an ace. Isn't going to get him, but CMD Awesome something, and CMD Awesome getting shot off that signal something, and CMD Awesome miss spike, but they're going to go all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up for the lead. The reckoning that comes out. Redlow putting the pressure on to Pay.
Yeah, but a couple of quick early picks. Illogical doing what he can.
He's seeing more people, but instead it will be the Viper spin that gets canceled immediately thanks to a kill from Illogical. One more for the Ace, lining it up and gets it. The KO. Aggressive position, no knowledge that he's up there. The drop gets the kill, whiffs a little bit, but still now seeing one more slam at all. And he can find one at a time here. We'll see one first. Yep, and
Pistol and bonus.
Yep, and all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is. All Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is. And now she's out. Maybe doesn't spot out TC, but now one tap there, gets another one back, gets two.
Going into this, which was similar to what we've been seeing, which is just Manoa. Now Destros being the last one left.
Finds that one through the box and another kill. kill.
Zippy can pincer out. It also stops the flank from coming in a little bit further too. It gives them time to push up. Doesn't work out, but Illogical's in.
Oh my goodness, do they know? Do they get a shot off? And all systems go around the box and go. Moby's able to get one on the plant site. Trace one out. He's going to get another one. It's going to be Hunter's Fury radar out. Not even
there. That's going to be the KO. Getting the Blade Storm does reveal one. The recon dart does get an ass. Hayes still alive.
Anybody, but that's three peeking out Destro here. Hayes also going to get one kill, and now it's going to be the advance. Now they know that Derek is underneath, suppressed it all, and now it's going to get fragmented out, which burns him out, and Illogical gets the final blow in one area. Shizuru with the finger is able to take down Illogical though, and now Slam flick onto the head. Derek can't believe that. What just happened? Slam gets another start, but gets destroyed. Destros and Shizuru are gonna find two with the share of headshots. Illogical does have the spike back up now, has the fragments to at least cancel out any pushes from lower. Now looking up in Heaven's side, destroyed thanks to some help. And Destros K finding two, meaning that Manoa looking like a thrifty round here, defending on spike. Manoa's the only one left, and the only Uso you got is an alarm bot, but turn on to Destros for one, looking at another around this round. Illogical gets one down to see if the offense versus two. No command. Shot out immediately, turns around. Moby's there for the kill, 1v1. Shizuru has no ability to work with. Moby does, but and now they're just going to chase around each other, ring around the Rosie. Who wins is around the corner. And this series, meanwhile, Manoa look up to this crossing a wall, but still, Bay's able to find one. How about a second one for the KJ? No Maverick against the wall. The wall will drop. Who's got it right there? Spot out anything. That's also two kills for you. Shizuru's going to try to make up the difference here with two kills. But Eyeside doing a wonderful job of covering. Doesn't happen. Coming up right after this between the loser of this and Hawaii Pacific University. Maybe they've got a chance of missing a couple shots. It is up to this flash outside of the 40 spot. Nothing doing there. See the Awesome lining up with two on the air. Making it as well for Manoa, but unfortunately that's when it happened. Takes down Team the Awesome, who wrecked the entire team. Now down the middle of the lane here. Moby missing a few shots. Both of them. Destros does have the op. Looking for just one thing out from Michigan State. They are ready to play. They are ready to take this home. Getting into the for the Vipers mid start. Starting to run out of time. Illogical making sure they're even
Manoa. And we kind of really needed to see this from them because, like we said, this was it. Out here, it was Shock Dart is just open here. Can't hit them both.
On the box, Yellow and Shizuru and Destros. On the box, Yellow and Shizuru and Destros. Better guns, better kills. Finds two. Moby finds Destros there.
Where
I need the spawn area just to see where that first thing is. It's going to be rough for CMB Austin. Lined up here on A. It's going to be rough for CMB Austin themselves, at least in a better situation. Saw the gun and slammed it. So gets slammed. So what they do now know where one is. Looking in the right direction. Illogical's going to make it defensive.
going to be no, it's just going to buy some space.
Looking at Snakebite is hitting Moonro, and Moonro's just melting away. Redlow finds the fourth, looking for an ace. Isn't going to get it, but CMB something, and CMB Awesome gets a shot off. That signals something, and CMB Awesome miss spike, but they're going to go all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up for the reckoning that comes out. Redlow putting the pressure on to Payne.
Yeah, but a couple of quick early picks. Illogical doing what he
might be seeing more people, but instead of what we the Viper spin that gets canceled immediately thanks to a kill from Illogical. One more for the ace, lining it up and gets it. The KO. Very aggressive position. No knowledge that he's up there. Heard the drop, gets the kill whiffs a little bit, but still. Now seeing one more slam at all. Maybe he can find one at a time. We'll see one first. Yep.
Pistol and bonus.
Yep, it's all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is, all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is, and that's not maybe doesn't spot out QB. But now one tap there, gets another one back, gets two.
Going into this, which was similar to what we've been seeing, which is just Noah. Now Destro being the last one left.
Finds that one through the block and another kill.
If they can answer out, it also stops the flank from coming in a little bit further too. It gives them time to push up. Doesn't work out, but Illogical's in.
Oh my goodness, do they know? Do they get a shot off? And all systems go around the box. Here we go. Moby's able to get one on the plant side here. Trades one out. He's going to get another one. It's going to be Hunter's Fury radar out. Not even
there. That's going to be the KO. Getting the Blade Storm does reveal one. The recon dart does get his ass. Hayes still alive.
Right for anybody. That's three peeking out there here. Hayes also going to get one kill. And now it's going to be the advance. Now they know that Derek is suppressed it all. And now it's going to get fragmented out. But burns him out, and Illogical gets the final blow in one area. Shizuru with the finger is able to take down Illogical though, and now slam flick onto the head. Derek can't believe that. What just happened? Slime gets another start, but gets destroyed. Destros and Chizuru are gonna find two with a share of headshots. Logical does have the spike back up now, has the frag completely. Cancel out in, push to the floor. Now looking up in heaven's side, destroyed thanks to some help. And Destros finding two, meaning that Manoa looking like a thrifty round here, defending on spike. The only one left, and the only util you got is an alarm bot, but turns on to Destros for one, looking at another round that used for this round. Logico gets one down to CMD Austin, 2 versus 2, no command. Shot out immediately, turns around. Moby's there for the kill, 1v1. Chizuru has no ability to work with, Moby does, but and now they're just going to chase around each other, ring around the rookie. Who wins is around the corner in this series. Meanwhile, Manoa looks up, this is like crossing a wall, but still, Faye's able to find one. How about a second one for the KJ? No matter against the wall will drop. Who's got it right there? To spot out anything. That's also 2 kills for you, Gon. Chizuru's going to try to make up the difference here with 2 kills. But Itai doing a wonderful job of covering. Doesn't have the... Coming up right after this between the loser of this and Hawaii Pacific University. Something at LMG as well. Maybe they've got a chance, but missing a couple of shots. It is up to this group. Flash outside those poison cloud. Nothing doing there. CMD Awesome lining up a 2 in the air. He's making it as well for Manoa, but unfortunately that's what happened. Takes down CMD Awesome, who wrecked the entire team. And now down the middle of the lane here. Moby missing a few shots. Both of them missing. Destros does have the op. Looking for just one thing out from Michigan State. They are ready to play. They are ready to take this home. Take into where the Viper spit starts. Spike starting to run out of time. Illogical, making sure they're even going to...
And we kind of really needed to see this from them because, like we said, this was it. Out here, it was, oh, Shock Dart is just open here. Can't hit them both.
That with Redlow sitting here on the box. Yellow and Chizuru and Destros. Redlow sitting here on the box. Yellow and Chizuru and Destros. Better guns, better kills. Finds 2. Moby finds Destros there.
Aware of where...
into spawn area just to see where that first pick is, but let something run. It's going to be rough for CMD Awesome. Lined up here on A. It's going to be rough for CMD Awesome themselves, at least in a better situation. Saw the gun and slams in zone. Gets slammed, so but they do now know where one is and looking in the right direction. Illogical is going to make sure that this one
is going to be it's just going to buy some space.
Look at it. Snake Bite is hitting Moonro, and Moonro's just melting away. Redlow finds the 4th, looking for an ace. Is it going to get it? But CMD Awesome something, and CMD Awesome gets a shot off that signal something, and CMD Awesome missed Spike, but they're going to go all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up all the way around, and they're going to try to put some pressure on, but Moonro's going to line up for the reckoning that comes out. Redlow putting the pressure on to Payne.
Yeah, but a couple of quick early picks. Illogical doing what he can.
Might be seeing more people, but instead it will be the Viper spin that gets canceled immediately thanks to a kill from Illogical. One more for the ace, lining it up and gets it. The KO. Very aggressive position. No knowledge that he's up there. One heard the drop, gets the kill, whiffs a little bit, but still now seeing one more slam and all. Maybe he can find one at a time here. We'll see one first. Yep, and
pistol and bonus.
Yep, and all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is, all Michigan State and maybe all Illogical at the same time too. There it is, and now Chizuru maybe doesn't spot out CMD, but now one tap there, gets another one back, gets 2.
Going into this, which was similar to what we've been seeing, which is just Manoa. Now Destros being the last one left.
Finds that one through the box and another kill.
See if they can pincer out. It also stops the flank from coming in a little bit further too. It gives them time to push up. It doesn't work out, but Illogical's in.
Oh my goodness, do they know? Do they get a shot off? And all systems go around the box. Here we go. Moby's able to get one on the into the plant site here. Trades one out. Jay's gonna get another one. It's gonna be a Hunter's Fury radar out. Not even
there. That's gonna be the KO. Getting the Blade Storm does reveal one. The recon dart does get an ass. Hayes still alive.
Right click anybody, but that's 3 peeking out Destros here. Faye's also going to get 1 kill, and now it's going to be the advantage. Now they know that Derek is underneath, suppressed it all, and now it's going to get fragmented out, which burns him out, and Illogical gets the final blow anyway. One area, Chizuru with the stinger is able to take down Illogical though, and now Slam flick onto the head. Derek can't believe that. What just happened? Slam gets another start, but gets destroyed. Destros and Chizuru are going to find 2 with a share of headshots. Illogical does have the spike back up now, has the fragments to at least cancel out any push to the floor. Now looking up in heaven's side, destroyed thanks to some help. And Destros finding 2, meaning that Manoa looking like a thrifty round here, defending out spike. Manoa's the only one left, and the only util you got is an alarm bot, but turn on to Destros for 1, looking at another round that he used for this round. Logico gets one down to CMD Austin, 2 versus 2, no command. Shot out immediately, turns around. Moby's there for the kill, 1v1. Chizuru has no ability to work with, Moby does, but and now they're just going to chase around each other, ring around the rookie. Who wins is around the corner into this series. Meanwhile, Welcome back to day number 2 and the final day of the Hawai'i Esports Invitational, presented to you by Zippy's Collegiate, alongside Henry with you as he starts dancing yet again on our intro side. But we get set for the third place matchup here between two teams that will not be dancing into the championship round, while we'll be playing for pride at this case. The best local team to be decided here between the University of Hawaii Esports at Manoa or Hawaii Pacific University on the Sharks side. And so we take a look at both of these teams here, and the only matchup that they had obviously was in the single round robin, the second to last game that we had earlier on. And between these two teams here, it was a 13-7 win on Haven against HPU. And guess where we're going to start on our very first map?
Let me guess.
Take a guess.
Is it Fracture?
No.
Is it Split?
Banned.
Oh, wait, that implies Fracture wasn't banned.
Fracture's banned.
Oh, okay. Is it Haven?
Yes, it is Haven.
Okay.
We're going Haven one more time. Haven starts us off. Ascent, then Lotus. And essentially for all of these, for Haven, Ascent, and Lotus, all three of these, Manoa will attack first on every single point. So HPU will always get to defend first, but University of Hawaii Esports at Manoa looking to see if they can make a statement to start off. So that will be the very first map. We go to Haven, then Ascent, and then Lotus. So our 3-site map special, I guess, the HEI special first. Yep. Then then the Collegiate special, and then to the other 3-site that we have only seen one other time, I think, this weekend so far. So
I think it's because Lotus was also our decider for the Mountain West semifinals that we did.
Yes. Otherwise, for HEI matches, we have not seen Lotus yet.
Yeah. So technically, we haven't seen it in terms of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. We could see it here if this goes to 3, but we're gonna have to see how that rolls out first. And I'm actually kind of surprised that, and I'm going to assume Manoa's the one that ended up picking this Haven into fruition, that despite the performances they've had on it, I guess technically that's their highest win rate map. So it makes sense.
So if I'm going to be honest with you, I believe HPU was the one to
they were the one. Okay.
So HPU started the pick order, which means the first map pick
for
HPU as well.
Right.
So HPU was the one to pick out Haven. Then the next map after that to be picked was Ascend by the University of Hawaii. And, of course, last map, the decider map, will be Lotus. So that's how the pick orders went. But we go into game right now. We get set for Haven, and Haven – well, again, we've seen this a numerous amount of times this weekend, and between the two teams, once again, Manoa making a sub out from this past weekend, seeing the awesome in for Luca. Last time around, pretty much a similar style, except they played a Yodo here, double duelist, in fact, in that last map that we saw between the University of Hawaii Esports team and Michigan State. That last round for UHE, they put Sova, Yodu, Cypher, ISO, and Omen. Doesn't look like there's going to be any surprises here. For HPU, last time they played up on this map against the University of Hawaii Esports team at Manoa. Jet, Close, Cypher, Breach, Teho. No Teho this time from the looks of these. Not yet, unless they change the hover from that Omen into a Teho instead. But instead, no, it will be an Omen to play and maybe a Breach to combo.
Okay, so a lot of denying, a lot of making sure that there is surveillance, a lot of information gathering, so to speak. But it's kind of interesting because you talked about it. This is the third time now that Manoa has played this map where they have run the same 5-stack back again and again and again. In different games, we would call this the salty run back. But this might just be their bread and butter. This might just be the most comfortable situation that they have. And so they're willing to do this for their third-place match. Again, a little bit of pride is on the line type of situation because the winner of this is not going to make a loser's bracket run or anything. This is going to be the end of their journey regardless. So kind of just, you know, we're a drive away from telling the other school, whichever one you are, we're about a drive away from saying, yeah, we're better. You know?
Just a trip down the H1 for one, and off of the Nimitz exit onto Aloha Tower Marketplace, or off of the Poly exit as well. You could just go straight down entire Bishop Street area and
they're
go
like
down
two
into the
freeway
Tower
stops
Marketplace.
apart from, you know.
Yeah, basically,
so
because the other one takes the university exit, and you could say, the other one. So so a couple of drives away, maybe about a 10-minute drive away from each other if there's no traffic. So yeah, there's some bragging rights to be involved here on the, we'll call this the freeway battle, if you will. But now some shots being landed up here. HPU again on the defensive side to start basically every single map. Manoa on the attacking side. Chizuru doesn't go into the back line and find 2, but that's traded out immediately, making it a 3v2 scenario now. And we'll find out here. Pei's going to find another 2 inside of the corner. No help necessary from the Cypher of Pei, or rather from the Sova of Derek. So if who's going to come all the way around looking towards Garage, correct area to pick and look from. Pei will also get a plant down for some credits, but Manoa's off and running 1-0.
And they stick that plant. They have full faith in their teammates. And that's kind of what you like to see in a LAN experience in a tournament. You can imagine the fist bumps coming around. Granted, it is just the first round, but we've been seeing the purchase power of winning that pistol round. It is absolutely insane. Vandal Light, the Duelist Special, and Destros gonna go back to the classic here.
Yep.
Well, he's kind of debating. Okay, he finally chose Vandal. I'm a Phantomer myself.
Oh
but,
my goodness,
hold on.
Igris. Okay. Igris just with a regular classic is
Oh,
gonna
he's bringing it to his
he's gonna
teammate.
just keep bringing it into the teammates area, into garage for the breach of Itachi. By the way, a sub, Lil Scooby was the one to get was in yesterday. That gets subbed out. Gonna be awesome with the Ares though. Why not? Another one was laughing about the 3K back on Icebox about the Ares this time. A 2K down the line of garage. We'll get another plant down onto C sites and looking for just another win to battle this one out. Tried a couple of shots, not going to land up there. Running for the gun as well. Do they pick it up in the nick of time? 1 second left, and it looks like they will pick it up. So the Vandal stays in play for Manoa as they go up 2-0.
It's so funny because he was like, oh, it's Spectre or Ares. I'm good.
Lesser of two evils. Which one?
Just ran down there and went, never mind. I'll just buy my own weapon. And now HPU, they get to buy up. They get to show what firepower they have in this round number 3. Manoa with the bonus. A little bit of pistol action, though, I will say. I think they're just trying to conserve their credits to make sure they don't absolutely crash if it ends up resulting in a loss. But a deep camera here for Pei, doesn't see anything. Here the bot, however, gets one. Igris with a second. And we were talking about how Manoa loves being in these 5v3 positions, but now they're in the 3v5 position. Chuzuru was able to take one down, but still a small numbers disadvantage as Igris loading up the gun, still gets it down in time. Derek with a Sheriff, not enough to take it down, and now 2v4. Spike not even planted, they're just loitering around grass, still unsure of where to go. They're leaning towards A. I wonder if they know it's just the Sova they're nesting.
Well, the Sova's there looking around the corner, seeing if there's anything at least within the close vicinity, not looking down fully on a long side, going up, at least from sewer side, if there's anything available, or at least a short. Now Pei Fu, right, who's going to get the better peek? It's going to be Pei, knowing exactly where the ramp was, and that's going to be the neural theft to find out where the other three are onto the point. They will go, and onto the plant. They will go third straight plant for this team. Out. Big rifle round here for HPU to try to win this out on a retake versus a Yoru and a Cypher. Looking for that first shot. Igris on fire this round. That's the third one, and that comes through the corner of the wall. Pei's got to make some magic happen. One through the dark cover. How about another one around the corner? Gets another one. 1 versus 1 against the Jet here. Fu versus Pei. Who's got it? Dark cover's out. That doesn't mean around the corner. Pei's going to line it up for the clutch on a 1v3. Wins it out. Manoa keeps a 3-0 lead.
They keep the ball rolling, and it was against Igris, the star player on this HPU squad, so they're able to temper their fears. And Pei is 9-0 right now in the 3 rounds. That's literally 3 kills per round. You can do the math. You can do if you don't trust me. You know?
Oh, I trust you, math major.
Wow. Thanks for outing that I'm a nerd. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. You out my age all the time.
That's true. That's true. I won't say anything more than that. But heading into round number 4, HPU going to have to play in the back foot here with their purchases and see how many of these Manoa bodies they can knock down to ruin their economy just a little bit. A lot of rotating over onto A, but I don't think they have the read of where UHM are loitering yet.
Not quite, though they're using a lot of util at least to spy out them things, right? You have their spy cam in a short, you have some trap wires as well, you have the gate crash ready to go and travel back whenever you're done scouting the area, unless that thing runs out, but it does take a little while for it to run out anyways, and send out a clone. The clone hits the wall first, maybe that's just a slow push waiting. They do notice some noise, so it'll be another double stack up on A. Meanwhile, there's 3 up on Garage, waiting and maybe seeing the trap wire that is on the door right now, just waiting ever so patiently now for the go button, and Dark covers are going to come out. Paranoia doesn't line up in anything. Destros was able to find Igris in the meanwhile. Leo the Bot is the only one left to go on this point, so Seaside now wide open. Up against the Omen here inside of the dark cover. CM the Awesome not discovered and is going to find two inside of Garage. It's a 1v5. Flawless potential. Itachi being the only one as the sub in from yesterday's fight here and now. Itachi will deny the flawless with the Sheriff. Could even pick up that weapon if needed to. Is out and maybe even landing up a shot. Does land up on the arm of Destros. Picks up the Phantom, but will not pick up a kill. Near flawless for Manoa. They go 4 straight.
Yeah, the timing there, unfortunate for the Omen, but his team's got his back. And CMD Awesome will not go down in vain. And that's now 4 in a row. HPU back on that purchase here. Has the opportunity to retaliate. This would be the round to do it. And I'm going to do a prediction right now, Keegan. If HPU lose this round, timeout. That's my prediction.
Because of the 5.
Because of the 5.
Yep.
It's been happening so often.
It has been happening. It's been happening immediately after a big rifle round as well, too. This big buy-up round for HPU last year. Very well could result in a timeout. But also, too, you're looking at Shizuru just staring down this breach, trying to body block. Is also noticing an Omen coming out as well, so this is going to be a gate crash to get back out. Dimensional Drift is out and might be heading towards B site. They fake plan, but this team all over the place, and HPU trying to run into B and see if they got any entry point. Oh no, Cringe finds 2 in the process, making it a 3v3. But on the flank, here comes Chizuru. Pei helps out around the box. Chizuru finds another one, 3v1 now, and it's all up to a Cypher just around the corner of Flick. Not going to happen. Leo bot lines up 2, making it a 1v1, but Pei will not let him go any further. Spike climbs down 5-0. Is this the timeout?
That was a little bit of a bait there. Chizuru tried to fake it out, pretend to be a clone. Didn't quite work out because clones don't flick like that. So Leo the Bot able to get 2, make it close, make it pricey. But this is still UH Manoa on that warpath now. 5 rounds to their name, has not dropped a single one. Had a good variety of planting too. I believe it's been every round actually since the first.
Yep, since first round, been good buys for UHE, keeping some bank as well. Concussed already. Destros is very much concussed and running through the trap wire. You know that's not it. You know that's not the one. And they know that the clone runs away to the rest of the team. They know they've got all the utility up on C. So what do? Let's run towards A. Hunter's Fury is going to come out from Fu. Lands up, tagging at least one on it and gets a kill off of it. Destros goes down. So does CMD Awesome in the hands of Leo the Bot as well, which means they do have sight open on A, but the cavalry in comes. Gate crash being thrown out just to go towards A short at the very least. Neural Theft gets one good flash out, but it's not enough shots. Pake's got the one in heaven. Onto Igris, 3v2 more manageable for Manoa to take care of, but now it's a 1v3 Shockbolt there, and a thrifty round from HPU, and it seems like the Hawaii teams are more prone to thrifties than anything else this weekend.
It's weird. It's very weird. But that's the thrifty round. HPU finally on the board. The Sharks come back biting, and they've got enough credits to make sure everybody's going to be a full buy this round. On the other side, looking a little bit dicier is UH Manoa's pockets.
And by the way, coming up, this is the 3rd place match here. After this series, in our best of 3, we will be heading over to the championship match to see which team takes it back to the mainland, Boise State or Michigan State. Boise State, by the way, winning their matchup against Hawaii Pacific University, 13-1 on Ascent and 13-3 on Lotus. So quick, easy, and taken care of by the Broncos. So HPU, we're going to see if they can put up some points here. Down 4, as they're saving up a 5 straight round win for Manoa, 5-1. As we approach minute 20 on the clock, looking like they're splitting up a little bit. 2 fourths long side. Gate crashed the way back to spawn area. Cyphers on each other's back, but in 2 different places anyways. And now looking for a go button here. I mean, mainland teams know this. They have just one dark cover, and it's all systems go already, and that's where the Omen is lining up for right now. Maybe the arrow at the same time, and Manoa, HPU taking notes on what's going to happen. Owl drones start. Gate crash as well. Dark cover into heaven. Dark cover into spawn area, and also dark cover into the back line gets flashed out. Chizuru gets 1 kill contract there to take care of business, opening up the site immediately. Destros there to clean up house, making it a 4v3 scenario. And now Manoa with control of the point, taking another plant here.
Yeah, and you could see HPU was kind of thinking that Manoa was going to go onto A. They've been doing it pretty much the entire game here. and they invested 3 people still. 3 was not enough. The Owl Drone led the charge. And now, Shorty out for CMD.
There it is, Rolling Thunder. The Shorty gets out for it as well, even concussed. Destros and Pay make him pay. Trying to get into sight, no dice for HPU. Manoa gets up on the board again, 6-1. HPU staved off of what could have been a thrifty momentum. Instead, Manoa's got themselves at least a guaranteed tie for the half, and, well, same thing. Banks up maybe a little bit lower for CMD Awesome, down to 1,200, but not too shabby. Next round, you can probably have Destros buy that up for you even if you lose this round.
Especially because now that they have the first round win, a second round win would get them streaking already, right? So credits will be rolling in. It will be nice. HPU have been working at this bank deficit for a while now, and Destros, what a statement to take down the top fragger on the other team. Already
immediately into Igris, and you're talking about top fragger there for Igris. Talk about his stats in a little while from day number 1. As Team the Awesome is able to take down Itachi on the trade. Out, but B-side just being rampant and being ran over here. The only one left to go from entering B-side is the Sova, who was all the way in the back using the Hunter's Fury, but Pei clears it out. 1 versus 3. Leo the bot is the only one left to go. Has a Guardian. Can't quite go pick it up because you don't want to peek that out just yet. Actually, Cypher rotating all the way out to A. Pei gets the plant down onto A site. Second straight round, they've done it. And now it is up to Leo the bot to get there. Has no utility on the board besides the Cyber Cage, which means it's all up to Gunskill on a 1 versus 2. 30 health for Pei. Right in the corner. Leo the bot checking the other corner. Right around. Fired bullets, but Leo the bot's going to win that 1v1 now with the Sova. Has all utility available, including Shock Dart, including Recon Dart, and the Owl Drone. Making this very more difficult for Leo the bot right now. Recon Bolt shot, but Recon Bolt not shot in time to seek out Leo the bot. Faking for right now, another Owl Drone tag. It's just going to make this hell. Trying to at least get a semblance of some damage, just distracting him long enough for this defuse to never exist. It's 7-1 Manoa, thanks to a clutch up right at the end with all the utility in play.
I felt like that was a little bit of playing with your food type of thing. Like, you definitely could have just, I don't know, double Shock Dart and called it a day, but kind of left the ball hanging there. And it is still around in favor of Manoa. They do come out swinging in this first half. They'll have at least an advantage heading into the second one. But yeah, this is a different adaptation for what we've been seeing. Yesterday, they were definitely more defense-oriented. Today, we're seeing them, you know, pedal to the metal, try to do these plays that the mainland teams have been doing throughout this tournament, making noise on one site and then rushing a site on the completely opposite side of the map. It's had mixed results, but they've been definitely working on it with every map of Haven that they've been playing. And now they're rushing on A one more time.
When you're playing Haven 4 times in a single weekend, you kind of got to know the map by now, right? So they will attempt to walk into A yet again, very, very quickly changing up the pace. Destros finding 2 into the back line. Great flash, but flashes themselves, so you can't see the 2 into the connector area. Might be a flawless run. Itachi denies it, but no more than that. 8-1 Manoa rushing into sights. Even getting a plant down one more time. 3 straight rounds on A, 3 straight wins.
They were not expecting the D-Drift to be used so deep that the Yor ended up in heaven, but catches them off guard, slowly breaks them apart, and this is just the problem with the composition that Manoa have been running is when they get a little bit of intel, they know how many people are on site. It doesn't necessarily matter where they are on site. They know they have the power to rush it, overwhelm it, and then it makes it really hard for the Sharks to retake after that.
I do want to say with the sub out for Luca as well, that puts Pei on Cypher on a Sentinel role. Did not play Sentinel only except for one time. That was against Boise State back from Icebox on the Killjoy rifle, only counting AGI games. But Pei averaging 5.6 kills per game. It was already on 17 per game yesterday. It's on 17 right now against HPU. Leo Bod winning it against Destros on the Stinger, but covered by Derek for the rest of the team there. So at least makes the kill contract kind of sort of worth it, though you do lose out in the end based on that Pride scenario. Shizuru and Pei both finding their picks down inside of garage area, looking for another one. Igris is the only one left. Igris top fragger last night. 17.3 kills per game. Now being surrounded. Sharks getting surrounded by Sharks themselves in the matter of Manoa. 9-1. Your scoreline here. Manoa's looking good.
Yeah, they're coming out swinging, and again, I mean, you said it yourself. They played Haven like 4 damn times. Surely they understand the map by now. And they're looking pretty strong for the time being. I kind of want to say that even though this is obviously an attacker-sided map just because of the 3 sites, they also did draft the double duelist, right? So they're putting all their eggs in this offensive basket. They're hoping to get as many rounds as they can in this attacker half, because when it comes to defense, we've seen it. Their duelists kind of, I don't want to say it like this, but like headless chicken-ish if their kits are down and they're not able to find picks early in the round on the defending side.
Yeah, and Igris needing to kind of catch fire here, because Igris, again, was leading that entire team 17.3 and actually had the top average combat score against this University of Hawaii Esports team for HPU with triple threes. So Igris need to catch fire here, and a good pick to start, but CMD Awesome able to return that in favor. So Manoa now looking for some kind of go-over button, and look at this Omen all the way up in connector, not noticing dark cover right behind, and bad timing because he could have looked behind, but here comes a knife, and here comes a shark with the Jaws music and the knife right behind in your back. Disrespectful. CMD Awesome not looking in the right direction in the wrong time. We'll get a plant down still on A. They refuse to let this one go. That's 4 out of 5 rounds that they've gone towards the site.
Yeah, and a couple of them were still positioned at C by the end the spike started ticking. Even though the teammates were able to hear it, they're still late on the rotate. They're now just arriving around the site. It's 3v4. Neural Theft now being used. Oh, sorry, that was the recon bolt. They weren't really sure where it was. Straight up 1-for-1. Oh! Chizuro's got it, though. Send the whole army. He can take it on. That was 4 just like that.
Chizuru just had an out-of-body moment, I think. Just a spiritual experience running down, just holding down the
someone
fire.
Someone checked his PC.
And someone checked their PC. Someone checked their PC. Somehow, some way, got into the mobile IT Force computers. Put in a little bit of spray control, if you will, for Vandal of all things. To find 3 and find 4 kills total. Unbelievable. Chizuru, by the way, again, the 3, 4, 6 top 8 average combat score against this team, averaging 13.6 already there, mind you, over and above the average. And Manoa looking clean, 10-1. Trying to do, well, essentially 11-1 what they did, what Boise did to them very, very early on. But now it's going to be the Hunter's Fury outrunning away. Oh. Igris, though, catching out Chizuru out of the Dimensional Drift with the Blade Storm. Leodobot returns 1 in favor, and a good flick from Bay to get a second one, and a third one instead. It's actually finally able to recover and get them back into advantage. It's a team ace thanks to the Hunter's Fury. HPU does not go away quietly into the half, but Manoa makes sure they're silenced as much as possible.
Might as well use all your ultimates. That's the last round and a half. Makes sense. And a familiar 10-2 for the Manoa squad. Just the other way this time. So they've got to feel pretty comfortable. They only need to win 3 more rounds. If this pistol round goes their way, it's pretty much, you know, done and dusted. Then HPU would have to play at many, many match points. But, like we said, Manoa drafted double duelists hoping that their offensive half would be better. We're going to have to see if Chizuru and Destros are able to perform defensively on these duelists, because the Waylay and the Jet was not too valuable on that Icebox map.
Yeah, and last half, by the way, 10 plans for Hawaii, 10 wins for the University of Hawaii. The only 2 that they don't get off of a thrifty and an elimination in that last round for them. So now we go into the pistol round, and it's Destros finding 2 with a Ghost. Okay. You said you like the Ghost, and the Ghost is working pretty dang well for Manoa right now. Trying to find anything through the dark cover. Shockbolt's out and straight for a Recon Boat, but the Recon Boat works out better for Fu to take down Derek. 2v2 now scenario. Both Cyphers available, but it's the Silver versus the Omen in mirror kind. And look at where this Omen is, by the way, all the way up in spawn, making sure that that trap wire doesn't get activated, though, because that's a great trap wire. CMD Awesome wants to go for anything. Doesn't have Shrouded Step either to work with, so you can't exactly go over it. In the meanwhile, Cypher here for pay, down in hell, looking for any kind of damage, getting rid of the spy cam. Both members of HPU looking to see if they can go long and trying to take out the Owl Drone, missing a few marks. CMD Awesome, though, picking up a gun. Trying to see Afu's trying to cover the flank, doesn't have your gun out, so Leodobot taking advantage of it. Pulls out the knife, and now they're going elsewhere. They're going to travel all the way. Could be across the map, but maybe instead it's a B. No, it's going to go towards C.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They just were worried where the Omen was. They didn't have any information. And now that they know Cypher's on A, it's an easy rotate. You're going to have so much more time on your hands. They rotate on to C. They start prepping the area around. Cypher Cam, though, does show where they both are just for a moment in time. Is it going to be one? Is it going to be two? The answer is no. Leo the Bot able to close it out with 9 HP to spare. And that's a third round for the Sharks.
Sharks put up a fight, are able to take the opening round, which means both attacking rounds give themselves the round win, maybe a round afterwards, and it was kind of chilly. They're not even going to try to attempt to buy up sheriffs and all that. Or maybe, I mean, Pay's confident enough to do so. 22 kills for Pay already, and again, a 5.6 average kills per game yesterday, and a 22 right now against HPU, over 7, or just about, or 17 over, just under 17, I guess you could say. Around there for kills over the average right now, so Pay's looking pretty good. Moving on over to the Cypher instead, and it's the Cypher that's doing the most damage here on the team on the attacking side, which seems kind of odd if you thought about it.
I mean, Duela's got an entry, right? Sometimes they just dive for getting information onto the site, but you can see HPU a little bit hesitant. They do not want to walk blindly into that smoke. They don't know how many people are waiting on the other side of that. And so they go back, they lurk around, try to get information. Both Cyphers just a door away from seeing each other.
Yeah, and some utility, no utility used as well. Spycam's going to go up, see if it spots anything. Doesn't know that the other Cypher right there in the corner. I don't even know if that Spycam does spot out that small corner where Pay is at the moment. And CMD Awesome also very, very low health too. Not working with a lot in the bank. Going down to 5 health. Still trying to jump peek to see if there's anything there in C, but even one, a breath, if you will, just a small hint of wind blows over CMD Awesome right now. As maybe looking towards C, gets rid of the spy cam. Dark Cover's going to go out to Garage, and it's going to be 4 smokes on C site on entryway and main. And this is now going to be just a cluster of bullets being rained down. That's a collateral kill from Pay. That's 1 shot, 2 kills. Make it 4 for Pay on the Sheriff, knocking them all down besides 1. Looking for maybe the ace. Denied access from Leo the Bot. 5 seconds left. No chance for a spike plan. Manoa's just going to wait this one out. Pay secures the round for Manoa. And maybe they even get the kill at the end. It's a thrifty for Manoa. Winning it out, but man, Pay hitting shots.
It's the Manoa thrifty. So
it's the Manoa
a little bit scary, and obviously the 4K for Pay, the top fragger on the team, miles ahead of anybody else in frags. He's got to feel good about that. Absolutely locks down the site, and he was the one playing from Garage, mind you. He was not even onto the main site just yet. What a stellar performance from him thus far.
Again, 26-5-2. The average KDA that Pay had yesterday was 5.6 on kills, 14.3 on deaths, and 10.3 assists. This is completely turned around, and the average combat score, highest one was against HPU, but it was only 137. Like, Pay is playing out of his mind right now. Igris gets down Deshros at the very least. But here comes HPU looking to storm the castle, looking to storm inside a player. Derek somehow gets a flick with the Phantom on, and now is able to find a second one before finally going down to the Stinger of Itachi. But HPU managing to lower the health bars enough to make this still a 3v1, but low health bars, any bullets would cause, or any bullets from the Omen here of CMD Awesome could just blow this away, and now they're going to know immediately. Does have a shrouded step to use if you see where that trap wire is. Could go for the flank, but are you going to hear it is a better question. Jumps over it, so doesn't even need to use an ability, but still has 2 shrouded steps of Paranoia and 1 dark cover remaining for 20 seconds, but you're not going to have enough time to deploy that anyway. CMD Awesome coming from main area. They're not even looking. They're not even suspecting it. Could be around the corner now, making some noise here. Now they know immediately where it is. Dark cover's out, and it's going to be Leo the Bot shooting right through that and getting a headshot into CMD Awesome. HPU finds a point back from that thrifty round.
The Sharks, they stormed that site so quickly, you could see it. Not necessarily with ultimates, but just with their utility. They have the information, jet dashes in, and it was a bloodbath. The smokes everywhere caused so much distraction for both sides, but in the end, HPU able to come out on top, and Hawaii Pacific University, 4 rounds now to their name. But just something you notice, 3 of those last rounds were very, very recent.
Yes. 3 of those rounds coming in rounds 12, 13, and 15. Otherwise, it has been, or rounds, or for 4 wins rather, 15, 13, 12, and the only other one that landed up in the single digits was 6. Otherwise, it's all been Manoa since then. 11-4 line, minute 20 remaining here in this one, playing for 3rd place matchup and bragging rights to say they're the best local team here in the island. we'll walk away at least for HEI side. Again, mainland match coming up later on. Mainland match to see who's taking home the surfboard in the check-in line at the Daniel K. Inouye International Airport.
Ooh.
Igris, though, was able to take down Shizuru to start off this round. So again, HPU with another opening pick, and that's onto Destros again, onto Shizuru again, who now has not the greatest opportunity to try and find their way into a site still, because you still have a Cypher to worry about. They're all pushing on AB half of the line. Food's able to take down Pei. That trades out, though, but man advantage still belongs to Hawaii Pacific University. Sharks have a neural theft available, able to find at least one ping out, and another ping coming here, but that just means now they're going to spot out everything that's going on, sniffing out what's happening on that neural theft for HPU, but still not at a man advantage. 3v2 now for Manoa, and seeing where HPU wants to go and knowing that they have everybody basically stacked up on ABC site wide open.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of miscommunication, but because you could see they cleared out B. B was absolutely open for them to plant, but the spike was with the Omen, and with no From the Shadows available, you can't just rotate that quickly. And so there was a little bit of hesitancy. They weren't able to make it onto A, even though Omen had the spike. You could see that they had to traverse all the way to C site in order to make something work. And now, Manoa are the people with the man advantage here. They do have a little bit of a lineup onto their spike. They have line of sight from C long. It's going to be a Hunter's Fury. It's going to tag both of them.
It's going to tag both. And Destros will clean up house as well. 4 kills for Derek on the Sova. 2 of them coming by the way of Hunter's Fury.
One shot.
On 1 shot. 2 kills. And Manoa's on match point to take the bragging rights away. 10 minutes away from Aloha Tower Marketplace is the University of Hawaii Manoa campus. They could drive right down there and start laughing away if they win this series, but the map first. And again, Manoa played this map 4 times this entire weekend here, so you think they know the map by now, so good chances for them to win this one out. And looking at it, ultimates on the board, Bladestorm available, even if HPU aren't able to buy up. They do have the Stinger in play for Igris, and also a Hunter's Fury to work with. Does have an Earl Theft for Manoa, but good shot from Ono Cringe to start this one off. And Igris with the Bladestorm taking down last round's MVP on Derek, which means A site, they don't even need a dark cover up in heaven. They're going to throw it anyways, but they just run into site and it's taken over.
Absolutely right. That was a really good pick. One of the worst things about being A short is that if you're coming in to the A site, it's a downwards perspective for you. Easy headshots. And now, two-man disadvantage for Manoa. They've got to enter site one more time. Hunter's Fury used in retaliation this time. Is going to tag a couple, but not able to get too much. And with just one person falling, the Sharks, they come back alive.
This has gone back and forth. You haven't seen a consecutive rounds yet of this half. Back and forth we go, but HPU can't let that happen this time. They got to play perfect for 7 straight map points, if you will, because this isn't match point just yet. They're going to go through another one at the very least. Odin is out. Oh, boy.
Odin and Bucky.
So remember, folks, here for Destros, Odin's out for Hawaii, so at the very least you're not worried about an Odin kill contract pull this time around on the other end, which kind of landed up in devastation, but Manoa looking to see if they can storm a castle, maybe push up a little bit, but no, the ISO and Yoda will run away, maybe to a different site. B is also not covered at all. That's where the Jet's looking currently, seeing if there's any just regular shots fired. Slow push from HPU. Lands up being Derek getting first pick. And Recon bolts just in the middle just to get away, see if there's anybody else that's going to shoot at that. HPU doesn't take the bait, enough to bite. Igris, though, inside of mid, taking care of one. Good shock bolt onto Igris as well. I don't know if that was a lineup, maybe 2, all the way from downtown from Derek, but still they take over B side. B side wide open. They're going to get a plant down here. First time that HPU has gone B, and HPU's already got a man advantage taking down Shizuru. Have neural theft available for Manoa as well, but no dead bodies at least in sight or nearby. Pei, though, was able to take down Igris, which means now that neural theft can activate, and in behind, Leo the bot gets one. Pei's going to find another ping, but Ono Cringe covers Pei on the backside. Seemed the awesome, though, with a Guardian and all. Gets spotted out by the spy cam. Immediately known. Has some dark covers out. Paranoia is out at the same time, trying to get some cover out, but lands up in a terrible position where Ono Cringe can pierce the wall for a couple of more moments, and no more back and forth. HPU is able to stack up a second round.
And the thing is, you know, I thought the game plan for CMD was just going to be, you know what, let's just save it. We're pretty close. What's it called? To draining our credit bank, but tries to make a big play, ends up going disaster for them. And the first round streak here, and it's in favor of the Sharks on this offensive half. And we're starting to see it again. The Duelists, they either got to make that big play within the first 10 seconds or so, or they just fall back and they can't get that much done. They can't stop the onslaught, the engage of Hawaii Pacific University. Kill contract going to come out. Destros trying to see if they can take on the opposite Duelist. It's a clean tap. Traded 1-for-1 altogether, but that's the top fragger down.
That is top fragger down. Or, well, top fragger from yesterday out, because right now for HPU, they've got at least person playing around with that top spot. Derek able to take down on the fringe though, and another one trying to jump out of play, is able to get out of dodge, but only for so much longer. They're going to peek that window again. Pei gets one back, and now is up to the Cypher, also stuck here inside of window area, trying to get shock bolted out. One more doesn't land, does get hit for one. Leodabot shooting in, paranoia out. Destros gets it, and that will be the round. 13-6 for Manoa. They take a 1-0 lead in the series.
Yep, they go map up on their comfort map. Comfort as in they've literally played it half the entire tournament, but it does work out for them a second unofficial time because they were able to win it in that Mountain West semifinal that we did. That didn't count for HEI, but props to them for maintaining their cool even after heading into this third place bracket, and now they are up 1-0 in this third place match.
Yeah, if you're counting, by the way, if you're counting the Mountain West matchup, actually, I believe this team would have played this map 5 times now, considering they also played it last matchup against Michigan State, too. So this is a lot of haven for the University of Hawaii and Manoa, but they were able to take that easily down. 13-6, your final score. For HBU, not a bad fight to be putting up in the last sequence. However, that first half, that's the one you got to work on here.
Yeah, I feel like that's been a consistent thing with our local teams. It's the first half that always really just, it's not their best half. And it just takes that adaptation to see, okay, what can we improve on? How can we stifle their what's it called, their strong suits? And, you know, double duelist on attacker makes it really, really hard to contest them. So props to Manoa for recognizing that they can death ball into a site and then make it work. But then for HPU on the receiving side, didn't work out too well for them. Well,
we'll take a short break. When we come back, map number 2 between these two teams, we go on over to Ascend, back from 3 sites to 2 sites. When we come back, the Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented by Zippy's. Looking for the wall. Pei's got to make some magic happen. One through the dark cover. How about another one around the corner? Gets another one. 1 versus 1 against the Jet here. Fu versus Pei. Who's got it? Dark covers out. That doesn't mean around. Art's going to come out. Paranoia doesn't line up in anything. Destros was able to find Igris in the meanwhile. Leodabot is the only one left to go on this point. So the Omen here inside of the dark cover. CMD Awesome not discovered and is going to find yesterday's fight here. Arm of Destros picks up the Phantom, but you trying to run into B and see if he finds 2 in the process, making it 3v3. But on the flank, here comes Chizuru. Pei helps out, and it's all up to a Cypher just around the corner of Flick. Not going to happen. Leodabot lines up 2. Way to the rest of the team. They know they've got all the utility up on C. So short at the very least. Neural Theft gets one good flash. Igris, 3v2 more manageable for Manoa to take care of, but now it's a 1v3 shot. Spot area, and also dark cover into the back line, gets flashed out. Chizuru gets 1 kill contract there to take care of business, opening up the site immediately. Destros there to clean up house.
And now Shorty out for CMD.
It's out for it as well, even concussed. Immediately into Igris, and you're talking about top fragger there for Igris. Talk about his stats in a little while from day number 1. CMD Awesome is able to take down Itachi on the trade. Out entering B side is Asoma, who Leodabot is the only one left to go. Has 30 health for Pei. Right in the corner, Leodabot checking the other corner, right around to at least get a semblance of some damage, just distracting him long enough for this defuse to never exist.
Wow, they're rushing on A one more time.
When you're playing Haven 4 times, 2 into the back line, great flash, but flashes themselves, so you can't see the 2 into the connector area. Might be a flawless run. Itachi denies per game. It was already on 17, or per game yesterday. It's on 17 right now. 18.3 kills per game. Now being surrounded. Triple threes. You're gonna look behind, but here comes a knife. And here comes a shark with the Jaws music.
Neural Theft now being used. Oh, sorry, that was the recon bolt. They weren't really sure where it was. Straight up 1-for-1. Oh! Chizuro's got it, though.
Well, essentially 11-1 what they did, what Boise did to them very, very early on. But now it's going to be the Hunter's Fury out running away. Igris, though, catching out Chizuru out of the Dimensional Drift with the Blade Storm. Leodabot with a good flick from Pei to get a stead. It's actually finally able to recover can get them back in. Boy, the only two that they don't get off of a thrifty and an elimination in that last round for them. So now we go into the pistol round. And the Ghost is working pretty dang well for Manoa right now. Trying to find anything through the dark cover. Shock bolts out and trade for a recon bolt. Trying to see if who's trying to cover the flank. Doesn't have your gun.
Oh, just for a moment in time. Is it going to be one?
On entryway in main. And this is now going to be just a cluster of bullets being rained down. That's a collateral kill from Hey. That's one shot, two king for maybe the ace. Denied access from Leo the Bot. 5 seconds left. No chance for a spike plan. Manoa's just going to wait this one out. Hey secures the round for Manoa. And maybe they even get the kill at the end. Skips down Deshros at the very least. But here comes HPU looking to storm the castle, looking to storm inside a player. Derek somehow gets a flick with the Phantom on, and now is able to find a second one before finally going. They're not even suspecting it. Could be around the corner now, making some noise here. Now they know immediately where it is. Dark covers out, and Daniel K. International still because he's still on the site to worry about. Hawaii Pacific University Sharks have a neural theft available, able to find these down. They're going to spot out everything.
Long. It's going to be a Hunter's Fury. It's going to tag.
Neural theft for Manoa. Push from HPU. Lands up being Derek. Take the bait enough to bite. Takes down Igris, which means now that neural theft can activate. And in behind, Leo the Bot gets one. Pay's gonna find another ping, but oh no, Cringe covers Pay on. Gets the cover out, but lands.
Pacific University kill contract gonna come out. Destros trying to see if they can take on.
Person play. The jump out of play is able to get out of dodge, but only for so much longer. They're gonna beat that. Getting hit for one. Leo the Bot shooting in. Paranoia out. Destros will, but now some shots being landed up here. HPU again on the defensive side to start basically every single map. Manoa on the attacking side. Chizuru though doesn't go into the 2 scenario now. And we'll find out here. Pay's going to find another 2 of Derek. So if who's going to come all the way around looking for it.
I'm a phantomer myself.
Oh my god. By the way, a sub. Lil Scooby-Doo was the one gets subbed out. Gonna be awesome with the Aries though. For just another win to battle.
He doesn't see anything. Leo the Bot, however, gets one down, but still a small numbers disadvantage as Igris.
Right, who's going to get the better peek? It's going to be on the Cypher. Looking for the wall. Bay's got to make some magic happen. One through the dark cover. How about another one around the corner? Gets another one. 1 versus 1 against the Jet here. Fu versus Pay. Who's got it? Dark covers out. That doesn't mean around. Are going to come out. Paranoia doesn't line up in anything. Destros was able to find Igris in the meanwhile. Leo the Bot is the only one left to go on this point. So the Omen here inside of the dark cover. CM the Awesome not discovered and is going to find yesterday's fight here in arm of Destros. Picks up the Phantom, but you trying to run into B and see if he finds 2 in the process, making it a 3v3. But on the flank, here comes Chizuru. Pay helps out, and it's all up to a Cypher just around the corner of Flick. Not going to happen. Leo the Bot lines up 2. Way to the rest of the team. They know they've got all the utility up on C, so short at the very least. Neural Theft gets one good flash. Igris, 3v2 more manageable for Manoa to take care of, but now it's a 1v3 shot. Spot area, and also dark cover into the back line gets flashed out. Chizuru gets 1 kill contract there to take care of business. Welcome back here to the Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented to you by Zippy's, live at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu. Clutch alongside Henry with you. Game number 1 going the way of the University of Hawaii at Manoa with a final score 13-6. Now we go on to our map for only the second time here this series, which is Ascent here in this entire weekend. Only second time we're going to see it between these two between the entirety of this weekend. Last time we saw it was back on map game number 2 for Michigan State against Hawaii Pacific University. So this was University of Hawaii Esports, Manoa's pick, but HPU saw it as well in their game number 1. They lost this map 13-6 against the Spartans. So we will see if HPU can make some noise on a second attempt at this, or if UHE is going to close this out for a 3rd place.
Yeah, and this is it. You know, this is it's a best of 3. So 2 maps is all you need in order to secure that 3rd place spot, which means Manoa is technically already, well, not technically, they are halfway there to securing the 3rd place position, which would then solidify these 2 teams in the same results as last year's HEI, I believe. Yes. So Hawaii Pacific University looking for an upset here in map number 2, and then will it happen? The map number 3?
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. But anyways, some numbers from the last round as well. Highest average combat score coming from the way of Pay, 368 on 29, 10, and 3 on the final kill line. Only 1 away from the first 30 of the weekend in terms of kills. 29, 10, and 3 for Pay. Otherwise, for the Hawaii Pacific University side, 315 for Leo the Bot. And that is high. That is close to Igris' high of 333 against Manoa Esports as well. So that going, I believe, 22-13-3 in that matchup on Haven as well. That's the only and one of only 3 team members to go above double digits. Everybody except for CMD Awesome on the University of Hawaii Esports Manoa side lining up inside of double digits for the kill line. So we go now into Haven. We go into Agent Select here as we get set. And the last time Hawaii Pacific University played this. Now, again, with Lil Scooby-Boo being subbed out for this new player of Itachi here. Last time around on Ascent, they would play against Michigan State, Jet, Omen, Cypher, KO, and Sova. So double Initiator, will we see that this time around as well? It looks like no. They're going to looking like more like double Sentinel playing.
I was going to say, the last time, which was the only time we got to see Ascent, was a lack of Killjoys, which is something we're very not used to seeing. Yeah, KG is really good at locking down B site or A site, especially because of the main that you really have to go through. Other than that, it's going to have to be some entry through mid. We might be seeing a little bit of that deviation again today. The substitute for KG that we saw the first time we saw Ascent was that Vise.
Yes.
You know, a little bit of utility with the wall, a little bit of utility with the blinds and the garden and stuff like that. But we're seeing a little bit of a hover. And this is completely off topic, but I think HPU were trying to ask out the people in UH Manoa to go get pho after this. I was looking at their party chat before this lobby started, and if they do, they got to let us know, because pho is pretty good.
Yeah, but they could go after this match as well, but we still have one more match after this, which, speaking of, again, join us here for the finale of the Hawaii Esports Invitational on the Valorant side, where it is Spartans and Broncos Michigan State taking on Boise State for your finale in a best-of-3 series to take home the surfboard and etch the name into Hawaii Esports history. Coming up in only a couple of minutes after this match here in third place. So we get things started here on Ascent as, again, you say the lack of Killjoys as well, and you're absolutely right, because the only Killjoy that came here from against, or in Ascent rather, was didn't happen at all. The only Killjoy to show up, at least for HBU's side, happened against Boise State. That was on Pearl, which they lost 13-3, but otherwise they've only shown Cypher or Killjoy here for Hawaii Pacific. Now, for the University of Hawaii, the only Killjoy spotting was against Boise State also, but that was on Icebox. Otherwise, you're right, lack of Killjoys on Ascent.
Yeah.
But this time around on the second try, we do have a Killjoy coming from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, who on the attacking side to start, and they will be attacking the rest of the way here to start off if we are to go to game number 3 as well.
And I think this is a really big shakeup in identity, because the Killjoy, none other than Pei, who has been top fragging, doing absolutely God's work in terms of ACS, as you keep mentioning. And HPU on that defense, are they able to lock down the site? Igris is able to get one, spots the spike as a matter of fact, but these trips here from Cypher doing wonderful work, preventing a full-on engage onto the site. They do lock down the door. Manoa with a man disadvantage, even more so now that they're planting. And now that the plant is over, not as bad as of a deficit as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Pei with a one-tap, closes it out. It's 1v2. It's gotta be a clutch. Planted by Generator. Leo the bot. Is he able to help him out? No, it's gonna be a stick. It's not gonna be fast enough.
Pei's gonna take down 2 clutches up, and who else, I guess, in the series but Pei so far. Total 32 kills, 29, and already has 3. And again, Killjoy has 9 ultimate points to work with for the lockdown, but is nearly halfway there already at 4.
In round 1.
In round 1.
In round 1, and I believe Pei was the one that picked up the ultimate orb also. Or the plant, I don't remember. But 4 out of 9 within round 1, you've got to feel pretty good about that. Reciprocated, though, on the other side is Ono Cringe is also 4 out of 7 for that Neuro Theft. So a lot of people working towards their ultimates very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what Manoa wants to do here. They tried rushing A already, but you can see the crossfire trip on A main. Shizuda, though, is able to find one, looking around the corner. Gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igris moving around a little bit too much for Shizuda's liking. Derek able to at least get a say in it. Itachi right here in hell with only a classic At this point, Plant will go down onto Pei. He's going to go around the corner here. He's just going to look straight into the bullets, but misses. Ooh. And Pei's going to have a Vandal in hand to take care of Itachi immediately. Ooh. Good flick from Leo Bot, but it's still not going to be enough. Manoa taking it over. Only 2 kills to fall for HPU in a 2-0 lead for Manoa.
This is quite literally the exact same opening, I believe, as the first map that these two teams just shared, where Manoa win round 1, they buy up, 2 of them get eliminated, and then they win round 2. Both of them being plants, of course. So I believe that's exactly like, it's a script.
Deja vu.
It's literally.
So if we're going to go on this, by the way, that would mean Pei clutches up in a 1v3 in the next round.
Ooh.
If we'd like to believe it.
We actually had that in the first round.
Yes.
So are we counting that, or?
If not, it's just a regular plant on, well, there's no C site on here, so let's assume B, I guess.
No, they plant off the map.
Planting off the map.
Derek is alone here, but he has the spike. So I don't know how risky he wants to get. He is now made aware that there is at least 1 or 2 people waiting out there in B main. Now the investment factor, how much do you want to do? Itachi with a clean hit, also dodges the shock dart, is holding him mid quite well with his partner Ono Cringe. And now they're sneaking up onto mid. They have idea of where the spike is. It's 1v5, this Astra, the second one coming out of the tournament, but so far not proving too useful.
And they go off script?
Yeah,
they go off script because last time around, right, 3 straight wins for the University of Hawaii Esports team in Manoa. They are able to find a UHA 3 straight round wins. In fact, 5 straight round wins. This time around, they're able to keep the damage down to 2 straight round wins before finally getting one on the board. So at least it's not a current snowball. And for HPU, buying up at least 2 full strength, so does UH. So crucial round here in terms of economy because HPU does have a lot more money to work with, yes, because that was a save round for them regardless. But still, at the very least for Manoa, looking to see if they can play, push in game, and maybe go in towards A. There are no trap wires here at all. Those trap wires are set up in mid and B, spy cam and B as well. So less to work with, but also a shear gets triggered as well as the Razor Vine. So at least 2 utility parts down from the Vise. What does Pei want to do here? Pei not going to see anybody up mid because everybody walks away from that main area for B. Now CM the Awesome looking for any peek. Owl Drone up mid. Does no Cringe move into a spot where Chizuru likes. Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or at least the concuss from Chizuru, or from the Astra as well. That's going to come from CM the Awesome. Gets one down. It's going to get traded out for 2 right away. Low health bar for HPU onto the Jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside 2 players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick. Flashes out. Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destro gets 1 for the pick, and I will get 1 more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide open. Doesn't even need to get a plant down. It will be Chizuru getting 3K on the mark. Do you get the plant down? Might not matter anyways. And no, not in the nick of time, but it doesn't matter. UHM's up 3-1.
They're up, and they played it slow. They were split throughout the entire time. You saw 2 people mid, 2 people A, just making noise, testing the waters to see how HPU were going to react to a split team. And what an excellent read of knowing where Ono Cringe was in that mid area, that pocket right there. They had the Astra utility ready. They had a Nano Swarm in there too. They were ready to just sniff out the Cypher.
Area.
And UH Manoa getting away with a 3rd round, a crucial round, I should say, as their economy was not looking very good. Had they have lost that going into the rest of this half, Igris losing out the 1v1 against Pei, and that's a good pick mid. How will HPU react?
By the way, first time for University of Hawaii Esports Manoa to be playing Astra, at least on the HEI matches that we've had so far. So Astra comes out and about and puts up some good numbers here for Manoa so far. Running up towards mid area, there is a trap wire right there that they just noticed, able to shoot it out, but that gives them intel. Something might be amiss up mid, and that's where Ono Cringe is going to be looking to see if he can get any picks as they walk in. That will be a lockdown from the Killjoy of Pei. Seeing if they can push into market. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around the corner. You find 2. You were looking for only 1, but you find 2 instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon both there from Fu on the Odin, taking care of Derek, so less chance of an entry undercut happens as well to give them sight and for free to plant on B.
They get the plant on, and I was a little worried because that lockdown, it was great for locking down the site, But the field, what's it called? The straightaways, right, from CT looking on into B main was still open. They smoke it off, but Recon Dart does catch 1 kill out for HPU Sova, and now it's 4v2. The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say Astra does have the possibility of canceling the defuse with that gravity well. Unfortunately for HPU, it's not even needed. And 3 members of Manoa walk out of that map, or walk out of that round alive. They don't have to buy up. Maybe just shields, but that's about it. And now a 4-1 lead in favor of UH Manoa, looking pretty good so far. Only dropping that 1 round in round number 3. Now HPU, you know the drill. Sheriffs and Lights.
Sheriffs and Lights, but never count this team out. Never count either
Never count the thrifties out.
Never count the I guess the local thrift stores are very, very well.
Oh,
yep,
there we go.
Are doing very well because yet again a sheriff kill immediately to start. Leo the bot gets that headshot on. Now Dark covers Art grows to flash anything, but that is only going to flash out a clone. Because the rest of UHE will back off. Spike still down back on A side, rotating the gun out so that nobody can pick it up. Does get the Vandal up, but still has a gun left if anybody needs it in the back. So Derek with 25 health as well. Oh, so low. Dark cover on an A main just to stifle off any pressure too, because all of the setup for the Cypher still up in either mid or B, at least on the main side. And now looking for A, seeing if they've got both Pei and Shizuru right there looking down the lines, or excuse me, Destro's looking down the lines. And now will be Chizuru on the other side of the floor that gets Ono Cringe down, and Chizuru's caught out by the Hunter's Fury. Pei right there to take down Itachi right around the corner. Double tap used to get this team onto site. Bladestorm also available now, but that's up in heaven from Igris, where they want to get the plant down. Igris gets one Bladestorm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. Gets the shield down. And Igris wins with the classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one with the Bladestorm. And Igris wins it. And guess what? What else could it be but a thrifty in this round?
I don't think anybody on UHM was expecting a classic to win out on the kill contract because the Bladestorm cannot be used in there. So I can hear it from our prod desk. They are also in complete disbelief, but that's going to be the second round in favor of HPU. And so far, if you look at the round breakdown for Manoa, it's been win-win, loss, win-win, loss.
Which isn't good in the long run for HPU.
Yeah, that's true, yes.
But they stave off another round thanks to a thrifty. And by the way, the 2 wins for HPU in this half so far, round 3 flawless, and round 6 a thrifty. There is no defenders won on this board so far for HPU. Neural Theft will come out for Ono Cringe, who takes down Destros after the trade onto last round's MVP of Igris. Walk through Cyber
Ono Cringe.
Ono Cringe on it, but doesn't shoot in time as everybody jumps down already. And this is just a very quick one, as a very quick round, as a very straight round for HPU was. Manoa gets one back on a team ace.
That was great because it literally looked like Ono Cringe was about to make a really big play. But by the time he could make that really big play, in the words of that one song, all his friends were dead. So
what song is that?
Push Me to the Edge.
Okay. All right.
So it didn't work out for him. Why are you looking at me?
I'm trying to find this. Oh, the plushie.
Oh, the bear.
The bear.
Isn't that like 40 on the battle pass?
Something of that nature.
That's concerning.
Well, these guys play a lot of Valorant.
I guess so. I
mean, to be as good as they are, they're playing a lot of Valorant, a lot of comp. So
I hope they're playing a lot of Valorant to be this good, and they're not just innately gifted, because that will make me very sad.
Is that not just Faker?
He plays a lot of League though.
Oh, okay.
So you know. Anyway, we're talking about Valorant. We're not talking about League of Legends. Sends out the Yoru clone, baits the shear one more time. This is something that's been reoccurring, and it kind of feels like this Vise is investing in a waste of credits almost. I guess that's a credit trade. Clone 4 wall. But I'm pretty sure the Duelist wins that one out.
But Cypher also gone too means that there's no utility anywhere except for the Astra Stars. But already a Nebula just to cover up. Igris moving in. Undercut doesn't hit. Regen Shield contingency being played out as well, but that's just the distraction for whatever's going on in mid. They decide not to go there instead, maybe making it way towards mid line as well. The Razor Vine will save them off, and some damage being taken. Food's going to go ahead and take that kill, saying thank you very much for some help there. They'll rotate all the way towards B, but where's the spike? Spike's in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush, but Food yet again just raining down bullets. Has to reload. Pei is there, and Destro's there to clean up on the pinch. Good timing for Manoa to go up 6-2.
They recognized the rotation, but the only way for them to rotate was to walk through CT. They just wait for the Odin to run out of ammo, catch them on an off time. And UH Manoa now holding the pattern still of win-win-loss, which then means unlucky for them this round. They should just jump off. But this is an Abyss, so they can't do that. Instead, they're going to try to break the pattern here. And HPU, this is their buy-up round. They're going to have to try something more.
If you're going on the basis of win-win-loss, well, here would be it.
It's not good for you.
It's not good for this round for Manoa, but they're up 1 already. Does have the Steel Garnet available from the Shadows. Is going to be used, and that is just to regroup with the rest of the team in Heaven. That just also means that if they know that they can just go ahead and locate otherwise, continue to use uppercut use, nothing's going to find it. But meanwhile, for B side, lots of utility there as well. You have the Arc Rose down on Speedway side. You also have the Razor Vine to activate too on 2 places near boat, near the door close, as well as B main. So you've got a lot of utility to work with if you're the Vise. Question is now, do you see anything amiss? Owl Drone is out. Ultimate Orb going to get picked up by the Killjoy. Lockdown available for Pei, who's going to look like they're going to immediately use it. Chizuda, though, takes down Ono Cringe. Now would be the time to use the lockdown to get in. Kill contract doesn't land up on anybody because I was looking towards market. Nobody there. Instead, Vise is all the way in the back. Gets caught out by the Nebula, holding on steady. Not looking to peek this. Not looking to take any damage either. It's the Nanoswarm thrown in a perfect place for that Nebula. Sheer gets caught out, though, so now separated out from the rest of the team. And this is the only one on site right now is the Sova, who's going to plant this down onto B. First plant for Manoa since round number 5 in a round here. And now it's split up with the Vise all by themselves thanks to some good teamwork inside of sight from Manoa. 7-2, a guaranteed lead at the half.
Yeah, it looked a little dicey, but they prevented anybody from HPU from looking onto site. They had so much utility. Like you said, the Nebula was used. I believe a Nanoswarm was also thrown in there. So they weren't even able to peek into the site that they had so much control of at the time. And UH Manoa timed that with that lockdown, gained that control. Yes, the Sova got separated, but it didn't really matter because he was just safe to plant onto the site. That's that plant money in the pocket. And now 7-2, just a few rounds more in this half. But it's looking very, very similar to map number 1.
Pei and Chizuda, your top 2, by the way. Pei yet again up on the top of this leaderboard so far for the University of Hawaii Esports team at Wanoa. Clone's going to go in, not getting anything. Nanoswarm is also thrown out. Does a little bit of damage through that hell side area, which means it does tag a little bit. It will be the gate crash that gets the teleport in. Leodobot not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower boxes. 5-2 for Chizuda. Making this a lot easier for Manoa to work with the plant on to spike and get in. Destros cleans up house. Manoa's up 8-2.
The element of surprise of rushing onto a site. Everybody on B on the side of the Sharks was just not ready for it. The full-on aggression that is possible with this Manoa roster, the double duelist capability that we highlighted in the previous map. Shown once again here with the potential of rushing. And now 2 rounds left. Best possibility for Manoa is that 10-2. But best possibility for HPU is still to be down 4 heading into that half.
It's not a good situation to be in, never is, especially with series on the line for HPU. And a must-win game 2 to force a game 3 and take us to Lotus. Not a good start, though, when you're losing out already. But Igris and Leodobot right there. Chizuda right in front of Leodobot says hello with the shorty, and it's going to get one in return onto Igris, making it a 2v2 onto site. Pei just walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up, though, around the corner, too. They know the drone is there, but Blue somehow lives with 11 health, getting taken down by the Odin. Somehow, some way, HPU survives to live another round at an 8-3 lead for Manoa.
The higher firing rate strikes again, clinging on by the skin of their teeth here, and making it very, very possible that that 4-8 is still alive. Everybody going all out now with their creds. Last round in the half. Trying to make a statement here. Is UH Manoa a clean sweep in the third place match? Would cement themselves once again in third place, just like last year. HPU though, they're not out of the fight yet.
No, not at all. Got to get a few more rounds back, and especially this being the final round. Only ultimate on the board is Bladestorm. You will have the Astra Cosmic Divide available for Manoa, who could split this entire site in half if they really wanted to. Problem is, you got some big utility to work through. The Razorvine, both on, at least on site. Sheer comes up as well, so that Sheer's going to fall in a little while. If they still want to push A, they still can. No knowledge of it besides the clone for HPU. Razorvine's still available, at least on the A main pressure. Bladestorm is also in A as well. B site wide open, mind you, minus a Sova and a Spy Cam right there. But Manoa still thinking they can hold down A site at the very least, but they don't realize 3 nearby, 1 in garden, the other 2 on A site in either Hell or just right next to a plant site. Now trying to go in, maybe that's going to be another, at least some more utility. Gate crashes in, facing the wrong way. Pei, though, is able to clean that up. Cosmic Divide is out. That's going to separate out Heaven from the rest of the site. Pei is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Destros just to the side of Pei, though. Team the Awesome is able to take down Igris back onto site. They close the door right in the corner. Derek is able to live, doesn't pierce quite the right side of the wall. 3 versus 2 scenario in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plans down onto A site from the looks of things. We'll get it down, and it's a 1 versus 3, but Fu has the Odin. Gets hit by a Nanoswarm just a little bit, 65 health to work. Looking in, but across the nebula, it's not going to last much longer. It will disappear right now, seeing if there's anything left in the tank. Shock Dart lands up, maybe doing a little bit of damage as well. That Astra falling oh so low. It is the gravity well that doesn't get pulled in, but it's enough notice for Pei to get a 4th kill on the board. Manoa goes into the half with a 9-3 lead.
A comfortable 6 rounds that separates them from their opponent here on the side of UH Manoa. Hawaii Pacific University did everything they could to stop this double duelist engage. And it comes up to 3 rounds as their total in this first half, giving Manoa the attacker start for all 3 maps if we need it. Hoping to see, maybe this is their weaker half. Maybe we can take more rounds off of it. But Manoa's kind of been adapting throughout this tournament. Like you said, it used to be double Sentinel, it used to be double this, but now it's double Duelist.
Yep. Double Duelists making their way. While we have just a quick moment, we want to thank some of our partners here for the event, for the Hawaii Esports Invitational, to Crit Apparel for making our event Aloha shirts, which look really nice here on our side, and makers also of affordable esports jerseys as well as Sand Island Surfboards for making the surfboard trophies, and artist Jeannie Chester for doing all of the artwork as well. You can see the surfboards later on as we get to our championship game. Meanwhile, 123, Manoa leads 9-3. Now switching sides, Manoa on the defending side. Not too bad of a start for the attacking team, though. Leo Devon and Igris up there getting a 2-for-1 trade in their favor. 2 up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on A, and it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Itachi does get Derek, but not before Pei does as well. Pei on a tear right now, getting a second, but jumping up on the boxes is the Jet of Igris, so Igris taking down Pei. Now inside of tree area comes Destros, who gets tagged for a little bit, and full health, oh no, cringe. Half health of Igris, and needing to get through the door, needing 1 more shot to land. Neither shot's landing, but Spike's starting to run out of time, and now it's going to be a rush out. Oh no, cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven, and now one last thing to go. Igris gets the better angle onto Destros, waiting around the box. HPU scores a point to start the pistol round.
So they secure a pistol round for themselves. They get that subsequent buy up. We're going to see if Igris is feeling himself and going for the Vandal Light or opting for more HP just in case. The threat of the thrifty, if you will, for both of these teams here. It's UH Manoa now on that defensive half with the double duelists. This is the half that has now become their weak point, with 2 duelists that really depend on their kit, really depend on a pick, really just are looking for a 1-for-1 trade, but if not, it gets really rough for them. And already taking early damage from the Shock Dart, but Pei, Sentinel locking down the site.
Yeah, mind you, both on both maps, your attacking teams have won the pistol round, so that is 4 straight rounds for attacking teams that get the first win. And now here on Ascent, looking to see if Manoa can maybe come up with a thrifty. They're already off to a good start, getting 1 up on the board. Itachi with the Bulldog around the corner, seeing the cape of the shots of Derek, Fu, and Itachi simultaneously getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the Bucky, gets Itachi down to 10 health, but it's not enough. Gets the headshot on, and as quickly as Manoa had man advantage, that just wipes away to a 4v versus 2, albeit with 10 health left. Pei through the wall on the Sheriff, able to clean up Itachi and give Chizuru the assist. Destro's around the corner. Bucky doesn't land, lands on a headshot, but doesn't do enough damage. Fu had 5 health left. Tragedy. Pei with 12 to work with. Can't step on a razor vine, or that sharpness will take you out. A 12 health remaining, takes out a spy cam, but immediately now known where Pei is, delaying what could be an inevitable sight, and even more recon to say that Pei is up in heaven. Comes the recon boat, and just trying and have 3 people looking it down. Oh no, cringe. The one to peek out on the Bulldog versus the Sheriff wins that one out. HPU wins out the second round of the half.
So they close the lead from 6 rounds to 4. There's still a little bit more for them to go before they even things out here. And like we said, the pistol round, sure. The round after, sure. This is going to be the true test for UHM. If they cannot secure this one, there's been a real hole in this drafting that we've seen in their previous best of 3 and also this one, which is just that their defensive half would have been completely fallen apart, figured out, and now they're going to need to start coming up with new things if they do not win this round, because whatever they've been trying has just been not working. We do see that Astra. That is a first-time thing. Can help out quite a bit, but the Duelists are just not proving worthy here.
Yeah, Duelists not working out so well here for Manoa on the defensive end. Remember, they started 9-3. A turnaround point here for HPU would be those first 2 rounds. That's the start. Flashes out, is able to find one good flash from Chizuru to at least take down Itachi. Iger, so running into sight, finding 3 already. Now the Razorline, Chizuru's now damaged and slowed. Fu's going to take advantage of that. 1 versus 4 now for Derek to win this one out, but a double peek with Leo the Bot right there to take care of business. HPU very quickly running a very important round for Manoa over.
Very quick rushes onto A, and it feels like UHM let them through just so they could play a little bit of that cheese in wine, see what they could do. But not only does HPU win that round, 4 people left alive. You can see it in their creds. It's stacking up. You can see it in the purchases on the side of Manoa. It's Sheriffs, it's Lights. It's not a good sign. Well, actually, it's a, you know what?
It's a sign.
It's a, no. It's a potential thrifty sign.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this thrifty goes, whether it works out for the guys in green or whether the Sharks are going to take over. But it's a quick rush into sight already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros, Hunter's Furious, and Igris is right there, seeing the awesome right out of the smoke is there for 1. It's still inside of the Nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either, and starting to reload, but it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pei finds 1. A second shot, 2, but with 1 health and a dream, and 3 bullets to work with without reloading. You have another shot, and you know Leo the Bot shutting down that dream right away. 9-7, HPU comes back 4 straight rounds.
That is a flawless half so far for them. They have not dropped a single round. They've planted every round. So you can imagine right now, the Sharks are feeling super good in this half. They're playing the attacker side very, very well on Ascent. Good, what's it called? A good comeback story, I believe, because they were the only other team to play on this map, correct?
Believe so, for the, at least for Ascent-wise. Yeah, the only other game that got played out here on Ascent was Michigan State taking on HPU.
Yeah.
That game going Michigan State's in favor 13-6, but on the Sharks side, they on the defensive end, first and foremost, they only had 1 defuse and 2 plants. They've already doubled that amount of plants here in this second half. 4 plants down, and Hawai'i at Manoa, UHE at Manoa still looking for an answer. 4 straight rounds, and in fact, just trying to find an answer because they've won 5 of the last 6 rounds in total. So some momentum for the Sharks, closing in on a 9-7 lead for Manoa. They're just using the double tap. That's going to run out with nobody in sight because their Omen and the Vice are going to hang out down in A main and up mid. Here comes Sova, Jet, and Cypher looking to make some noise. Pei is right there to try to crossfire with Chizuru. And Here they come. Up mid, no trap wires there, no nothing. Here they come. Star is out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pay and Dash. Pay gets one.
Oh.
Pay's got a second one up there. Pay's got a third up there in mid and going to get 4 on the pierce of the wall. Pay cleans them up for 4 of 5. Manoa gets an answer back, and it's thanks to the Killjoy.
It's a textbook solution. Just crossfire the funnel. They can't address both of you at the same time, especially when they don't even know what angles you're going to be coming from. And UH Manoa finally a breath of life in this second half. Definitely needed, because if they lost that one too, that would have been bad economy. That could have been a 9-10 immediately right there on the side of HPU. So now, still challenging the Sharks, saying we are not out of this quite yet. We are still in the driver's seat. We still have the round lead. We've got a lot of tools still at our disposal, and you got to keep inventing. And if you keep coming up successful, we'll just keep adapting.
Yeah, Manoa finally finds an answer at the very least here, but HP still has the bank to work with. Losing on, doesn't lose a lot of members in that last round either, so Manoa's actually kind of stable in this round as they try to look up mid one more time. Mid side didn't work out all too often. A is not being looked at whatsoever. The only thing close to A right now is in mid on catwalk area, and the ISO of Destro's currently the closest to any pick here. Sova, Derek gonna walk out maybe a little bit, but does get spotted out by the spy cam dart. Trying to get rid of the trap wire, does so that's Util gone from the Cypher, who still has the opportunity to walk around to the rest of the team here on A. Star is available as well. See if there's any Nebula, but, well, CMD is awesome gone, so the Stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds 1-2 before the door shuts. Spike still not down, still in the hands of the Cypher at the very least. Dono Cringe is able to take down Shizuru. Now trying to take over the A side. Everybody either in tree or coming down from the catwalk side. Door will open up. Plan for Ono Cringe. Isn't going to get down. Derek's right there for the shorty kill. Dropping from heavens above. Manoa getting back-to-back wins and 2 points away from third place.
Not sure if it was a desperation play to just get the spike down to salvage some creds, but it was not looking good. They didn't even clear the tree area. They just assumed that by closing the door that nobody was going to be there. Destros lying in wait, taking down 2. Didn't even necessarily need to lock down the site per se. It felt like HPU just weren't covering their entrances.
Yeah, for Hawaii Pacific University right now, just got to take what you had in the first 4 rounds and run with it right now, because Manoa's adapting to you. Got to find a way to switch up something, and maybe it's even worth it of a rush. And you can see it already with the threat of that happening. 3 stars in a single line from the Astra of CMD Awesome, and now it's going to be the Steel Garden out about all over A side, which jams up, I believe, 2 or 3 people from their primary. CMD Awesome barely getting away. Pay also ran away from the Steel Garden in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them, but CMD Awesome stuck on the middle of the site. Kill contract I think misses off the mark. Or rather doesn't, actually does take Leo the Bot, but Leo the Bot is able to take care of business there. Lockdown now available for the Killjoy here for Pay as they get out of dodge, but Derek though taking up that cleanup kill, and Leo the Bot finds 3 in the process. 1 versus 1 from the shadows available for Itachi. Pay there also to try and see if there's a cleanup case. But 1 in main, 1 on site. Pay flicks to the head, and Manoa finds themselves in match points, series point, 3rd place point.
I understand Manoa's sentiment. They knew the lockdown was about to activate, and so they were trying to catch any stragglers who were leaving a little late, so that they had no choice but to run. And even if they fought, they would end up getting detained. But what ended up happening was a good trade back and forth between HPU and UHM, and it comes down to Pay again, the star player on that roster, who has been performing so well. Could potentially break our first 30 of the tournament here.
Very well could. Very close to it, but only 1 more round potentially to do it. Still had some time left. Trying to find the first 30. No other player, again, in this HEI tournament so far has dropped a 30-kill. Closest one that we've had so far previously to Pay dropping 29 was 23 and 2, or 25, excuse me, 25 and 6, courtesy of Shizuru, who was on this team. That was against HPU as well. That's the closest we've been to 30 so far previously to the series. Shizuru, though, was able to find 1, cleans up Itachi on the backside, so playing a little bit safe, but Pay, now in market, ran up mid, is able to find a pick there. And Ono Cringe running into the Razorvine of their own teammate just to get a different angle. Recon Bolt seeing if there's anything there. Shizuru just trying to walk on in. Ono Cringe gets one down. Leo the bot is able to cover whoever's there from HPU to plant the spike. Fu got covered. Now it's up to CMD Awesome. Tries to jump over and no dice. Knows where this Astra is and does have a Cosmic Divide to use, but up 5. Maybe not a wise choice to use it, so we'll still hold on. Still has at least the Nova Pulse plus 2 more Nebulas to work with. He's going to put that all up on Speedway just to get through. Now it's going to be the Pulse out at least cussing, but it's not going to be enough still. Ono Cringe is there. HPU still stays alive, but the lead is 4.
It's a numbers game there. It's 1v3, so easy does it. Just do the crossfire. You kind of already knew where the Astra was coming from because shot down the tripwire, activated it too. So a little bit unlucky for them. But again, a situation where you have to play these rounds out beautifully if you want to make it. And a forced overtime is what it's going to take for HPU to not claim that 4th place spot again.
HPU trying to avoid a similar destiny to that of last year when Michigan State, Stony Brook, and the University of Hawaii Manoa Esports team went down to HPU's own arena and took them down to 4th place. Sharks trying to avoid the same fates, and that's not a good start. Pei, headshot already on catwalk, dark cover, doesn't get anything down. Pei finds a second one, lining it up. Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out in mid. Destros is there. A flawless round kills the momentum, kills the game. And Manoa will get bragging rights in the battle of the local teams and the battle of Oahu between these two. University of Hawaii, Noko'oi.
Congratulations to UH Manoa. They close it out on a W. They're able to proudly represent their school here at the Hawaii Esports Invitational. So congratulations to them. Unfortunately for Hawaii Pacific University, a last place finish here, but I mean, it was a hard fought one still.
Yep.
The 2-0 is not the full story because these were not the shortest games we've seen. They were actually closer to the longer games we've seen.
Yep. Very close in the longer games that we've seen here, but for Hawaii Pacific University, a fate that befalls them for the 2nd straight year. It will be a 4th place finish for them. The University of Hawaii goes out of this with a final record of 2-3 if you're talking about series included, plus the best of ones overall 2-3 record, and Hawaii Pacific University going 0-5 in this case. So the only 2 wins for UH Esports and Manoa landing up being from HPU. But the bragging rights go to Manoa, so the 10-minute drive away to Aloha Tower Marketplace looking a lot better for UHE when they go down there.
Definitely not during the peak hours of 4 to 7 p.m. But other than that, we'll consider it.
Other than that, well, I mean, at least they get to smile when they walk into the HPU Esports Arena if
That's
they
true.
need to play. But they
And
have their own.
And they might get that pho now.
Oh, the pho, yeah.
We got to ask them about that after, yeah.
Yeah, me would ask about that after, see if there's any food for us involved later on. But meanwhile, one more match left to play. Here at the Hawaii Esports Invitational, for it all, for the surfboard. Who's walking away and who's flying away to the mainland with the surfboard trophy? Michigan State as well as Boise State. The matchup, best of 3 HGI finals, comes up next right here from the University of Hawaii at West Oahu. We'll be right back.
No, it's going to be a...
Already, but you can see the crossfire. Trying one, looking around the corner. Going to find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igor go down onto Pei. It's going to go around the corner here. It's just going to look straight into the Vandal in the hat to take care of Itachi immediately.
Oh,
good flick.
There in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the Awesome gets one down. Home bar for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick, flashes out. Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destro gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around him instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered, though, because I will say...
Very, very well.
Oh.
Yeah, plans out. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one. So Defenders one. Mike spikes in market. Right outside of me, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullets. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the bot right there. Chizuru right in front of Leo the bot. Says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner. The drone is there. At least some more utility. Gatecrash Heaven from the rest of the site. Hayes there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Desh in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plans down onto Astra, falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pay does as well. Pay on a tear right now, getting us. It's going to be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner, bucking.
Can't help out.
That's the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into site already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury is focus there for one. It's still inside of the nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And starts okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pay finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Star is out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pay and Pay gets one. Pay's got a second one up there. Pay's got a third up there. Star is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pay also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of the site. Kill contract missed. Kill contract, I think, up dodge. But Derek, though, taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pay, headshot, already on catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pay finds a second one, lining it. A Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot. Is he able to help him out? No, it's going to be a...
Already, but you can see the crossline. Trying one, looking around the corner. Gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igris goes down onto Pay. It's gonna go around the corner here. It's just gonna look straight into the Vandal in hand to take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
Out there in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. Far for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick, flashes out. Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destros gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around it instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say
very well. Yeah, plans down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one. There's no defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again, just raining down bullets. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the bot. Says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the box is looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner too. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash heaven from the rest of the site. Pay is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Desh in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plans down onto Astra, falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pay does as well. Pay on a tear right now, getting us. It's going to be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner, bucking.
Can't help out.
That's the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into site already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury is focus there for one. It's still inside of the nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And starts okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pay finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Star is out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pay and Desh. Pay gets one. Pay's got a second one up there. Pay's got a third up there. Star is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pay also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of the site. Kill contract missed. Kill contract, I think, up dodge. But Derek, though, taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pay, headshot, already on catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pay finds a second one, lining it. A Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot, is he able to help him out? No, it's gonna be a...
Already, you can see the crossfire, trying one, looking around the corner, gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe, maybe another one here, but Igris go down onto Ape, is gonna go around the corner here, it's just gonna look straight into the Vandal in the hat and take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
Out there in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. Far for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well, alongside two players inside of the corner, looking for the pick, flashes out, Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destro gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Cringe is going to be right there around it instead, and now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon both there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say...
Very, very well.
Oh!
Yeah, plant down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destro as well. Might even be able to get another one with the no defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush, but Fu yet again just raining down bullets. Welcome back here to the Hawai'i Esports Invitational. Henry looks a little bit different. No, I'm just joking. Pei is here with us. Here is your Zippy's match MVP. Doing an excellent job against HV. Trying to prove a point as they're kind of standing right in front of you taking pictures too. But 29 kills in the very first matchup, 31 kills in the second matchup, and also the very first 30-plus kills in this HEI tournament between all matches. That includes with Boise State and Michigan State here as well. Pei joins us first and foremost here, as you can see your stats. What changed between yesterday? Because I know yesterday not the greatest run for you yesterday, but then here in this HBU map somehow just popping off.
Yesterday was my first ever LAN tournament, or just tournament in general. So I was kind of nervous, especially the first game. I was super jittery, but I think our team's vibes were way up. So I got to just chill, and we were just all yelling and having fun with it. So I was way more relaxed and able to just play my game. Yeah,
I do want to mention that again. This, like you said, this is your first tournament here, but also with the UH Esports team that's kind of having some fun here with that last matchup. I know you guys were just I could hear it from here where there was some shout call-outs and all that as well. And a big difference as well, because yesterday you guys didn't have you guys had Luca in yesterday, but then this time around you had CMD Awesome. Is that kind of some kind of adaptation there that's kind of rough, or you comfortable with it?
We were comfortable with it. He was the guy we were playing with before, and then Luca just kind of subbed in. And then when he came in, he was just kind of bringing up the vibe. So
good. And then also too, what do you think about the LAN experience here for the Hawai'i Esports Invitational thus far? What is your experience being here this entire weekend? You played 3 matches, or actually 5 matches total, and two actually very long, or 3 matches kind of very long if you're including the Boise State one that happened yesterday as well. That was for the Mountain West Conference, and at a LAN no less for a semifinal and a championship appearance. What has your experience been like so far here?
It's been very fun. I like the competitiveness, and it's been a lot of fun, yeah.
And I heard between the two teams of HPU as well as the University of Hawaii team, you guys are getting food after. There was mentions of food. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Hopefully.
Is it Zippy's?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Well, hopefully it is. So you got match MVP and maybe thinking about Zippy's afterwards as well. One last thing here. Are you guys going to stick around for the final match between Boise State and Michigan State?
I'm not sure, but I'm definitely going to watch it either here or online.
Online. And let's put your predictions out now, since we have a player that is finished here, right? Finished for the entire weekend of competition. Who do you have? Who's your prediction here? No flame from anybody here. This is your prediction, your own mindset here. Who you got between the two?
I think Boise State.
Boise State, all right. So Boise State's got the vote here from Pei and to prediction as well. Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations on the 3rd place. Good job. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it will be actually not the finals, but it will be at least another talk with 2 of the directors here from Michigan State and Boise State, Doc Haskell, as well as Christopher Bilski on the other side with some interviews, and the 2 directors who will also be meeting in the finals of this matchup for the Hawai'i Esports Invitational as well. Stick around for more here from University of Hawaii at West Oahu. This is the Hawai'i Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's.
And HPU on that defense, are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot, is he able to help him out? No, it's going to be a...
Already, you can see the crossfire. And one looking around the corner, gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe, maybe another one here, but Igris go down onto Ape. It's gonna go around the corner here. It's just gonna look straight into the Vandal in hand to take care of Itachi immediately.
Oh,
good flick.
There in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. One bar for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick, flashes out. Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destro gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around him instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say.
Very, very well.
Oh,
Yeah, plans down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destro as well. Might even be able to get another one with the toes. Defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullet. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the bot. Says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Hay is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plans down onto Ace. Falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pei does as well. Pei on a tear right now, getting us. It's gonna be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the assist. Destros around the corner, bucking
Thing. Can't help out.
That's the start. Flashes out, is able to
Take over, but it's a quick rush into sight already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury is out of focus there for one. It's still inside of the Nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And but it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pei finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Stars out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pei and Pei gets one. Pei's got a second one up there. Pei's got a third up there. It is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pei also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of the site. Kill contract missed. Kill contract, I think, up dodge. But Derek, though, taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pei, headshot already on catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pei finds a second one, lining it. A Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot. Is he able to help him out? No, it's gonna be a.
Already, but you can see the cross side. One looking around the corner, gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe, maybe another one here, but Igris go down onto Ape. It's gonna go around the corner here. It's just gonna look straight into the Vandal in hand to take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
There in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. One bar for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick, flashes out. Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destro gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around him instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say.
Very, very well. Yeah, plans down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destro as well. Might even be able to get another one with the toes. Defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullets. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the bot. Says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Pei is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plans down onto Ace. Falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pei does as well. Pei on a tear right now, getting us. It's gonna be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. Now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destro's around the corner. Bucky
Can't help out.
two rounds at the start. Flashes out, is able to
Take over, but it's a quick rush into site already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destro's. Hunter's furiously on his focus there for one. It's still inside of the nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And but it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pei finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Star is out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pei and Pei gets one. Pei's got a second one up there. Pei's got a third up there. It is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pei also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of the site. Kill contract missed. Kill contract, I think, of dodge. But Derek, though, taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pei, headshot already on catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pei finds a second one, lining it up. Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out in.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot. Is he able to help him out? No, it's going to be a...
Already, but you can see the crossfire. Trying one, looking around the corner. Gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igris go down onto Pei. It's gonna go around the corner here. It's just gonna look straight into the Vandal in the hat to take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
There in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. Far for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick, flashes out. Dimensional Drift out and about as well. Destro gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around him instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon both there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say...
Very, very well.
Oh!
Yeah, plant down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one. There's no defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of me, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullets. Has to reload. Immediately used out from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the Bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the Bot. Says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner too. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Pei is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plan down onto Ace after falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pei does as well. Pei on a tear right now, getting us. It's gonna be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner. Bucky
can't help out.
Two rounds at the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into site already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's furiously on his focus there for one. It's still inside of the nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And but it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pei finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Star is out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pei and Pei gets one. Pei's got a second one up there. Pei's got a third up there. It is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pei also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of the site. Kill contract missed. Kill contract, I think, of dodge. But Derek, though, taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pei, headshot already on catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pei finds a second one, lining it up. Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out in.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot. Is he able to help him out? No, it's gonna be a...
Already, but you can see the crossfire. Trying one, looking around the corner. Gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igris go down onto Pei. It's gonna go around the corner here. It's just gonna look straight into the Vandal in the hat to take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
There in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. One bar for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick, flashes out. Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destros gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Cringe is going to be right there around it instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say.
Very, very well.
Oh.
Yeah, plans out. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one with the no defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullets. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the bot. Says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner. Do they know the drone is there? At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Hay is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plan down onto Ace. After falling oh so low. It is the gravity well favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pay does as well. Pay on a tear right now, getting us. It's going to be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, easily getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner. Bucky
can't help out.
That's the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into sight already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury is out of focus there for one. It's still inside of the Nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And starts okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pay finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Stars out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pay and Pay gets one. Pay's got a second one up there. Pay's got a third up there. It is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pay also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of the site. Kill contract I think up dodge, but Derek though taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pay, headshot already on Catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get A, finds a second one, lining it. A Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot, is he able to help him out? No, it's gonna be a
crossfire, trying one, looking around the corner, gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe, maybe another one here, but Igris goes down onto Ape. It's gonna go around the corner here. It's just gonna look straight into the Vandal in hand to take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
Out there in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. One bar for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick, flashes out. Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destros gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around it instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say.
Very, very well. Yeah, plans out. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one with the no defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullets. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the bot. Says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner. Do they know the drone is there? At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Hay is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plan down onto Ace. After falling oh so low. It is the gravity well favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pay does as well. Pay on a tear right now, getting us. It's going to be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into
State University.
Amazing.
I am Chris Bilski, and I'm a slave to fashion. I'm Doc Haskell.
Two gentlemen who, if you are involved in the collegiate space, need no introduction. Chris, for you, this is the second year out here now. You won the trophy the first time around. You're looking pretty good. How are you feeling so far? What goes into cultivating a program that can win championships and come back and put up a show 2 years in a row?
Yeah, I think one, it's an improvement mindset is really important to whatever you're doing. Yeah. And, for us, we come out here. First, the experience is phenomenal. We're just honored to be here in Hawaii representing the mainland. And so win or lose on the Rift or win or lose on the field, right, we're winning just by being here. So we're excited about that. But, yeah, we want to come here. We want to play to our potential. We get the opportunity to play Boise State again here likely again here in just a few weeks, right? So this will be a common opponent for us over the next month. And so, yeah, do our best here today, hopefully learn a few things, and just continue to move forward.
I love it. And a common opponent, definitely if you've been involved in the collegiate space for a while, Doc, you're one of the first coming in to really do a lot here. Not
old?
That's what I meant. Absolutely. No. You've been doing this for a while, Doc. Talk to me about what goes into putting on, again, one of these programs that can last for years and years and continue to find success in places like this.
Well, I don't know about years and years. We focus, Chris said it right. We're focusing year to year. We try to get our people ready for these events. We try to put talented players and coaches in a position where they can be successful. Most of what we do is making sure that they're getting the time in and that people are healthy and that everybody shows up with both shoes and things like that so that they can do what they do well when on stage. But we certainly don't need a rah-rah speech to get them excited for this match. These two teams want to play each other.
100%. And last year, Chris, we sat down, did a similar kind of conversation about what students should look to do if they want to get involved in the collegiate space. Specifically for the high school students who are here who say, hey, I maybe want to play at a place like MSU or Boise State. What are the kind of things that you look for in a student when you're saying, hey, this might be someone we want to look to recruit?
Well, I think my first advice to students would be be your best ally, be your best advocate, right? If you're interested in a program, reach out. All of our information, a lot of schools are gaining collegiate esports programs. If you look across the country, it's exploding. And so first, if there's a school that you're interested in academically that has the major that you want, that has the program that you're looking for, look and see if they have esports. And if they do, highly, highly encourage you, send an email, make a phone call. A lot of us have our Discord information on there as well. There's nothing that impresses me more than a student who has a well thought out introduction or email that they send to me talking to me about who they are, what they believe in, what they're about, and why they think Michigan State would be a good fit for them. And so be your own best advocate, reach out to programs you're interested in. I guarantee you it'll impress the director, and it's a great first step at joining that program.
Anything you want to add to that?
I'll give it. He gave some great do's. I'll give some don'ts. Don't send a director or a coach an email that says, what's my scholarship going to be? Or sends an email that says, tell me about your program. That is a classic. I didn't do my homework at all. I just want someone to offer me money to go to school. Find the program that makes sense to you and talk to as many as possible. Chris and I do this regularly. If they're interested in Michigan State, I'll introduce them to Michigan State. We have a vested interest, all of us, in finding the best students for us. And we talk with way more students than we could possibly bring in. So we want them to talk to everybody that they can. And the last, this is a do, is be willing to take a role that you didn't envision originally. If you're like a hardcore duelist and that's all you ever do, MSU might not have that as an option, right? They may be pretty deep at that position, but they'd love to talk to you about your controller play. We're stocked up for another year, but maybe you would come here and be interested in production or broadcast or social media. Look for other roles that can get you involved in the program that you want. Seats are filling at universities fast for the really talented positions. The most flexible students are the ones who end up where they want to be.
100%. And for the folks who've been here this weekend, seeing the students from the University of Hawaii especially doing exactly the kind of stuff you're mentioning, social media, all the additional support. Esports isn't just about playing. There is so much infrastructure that goes into it. And Doc, especially, I know this is something that Boise's been doing for a while. Maybe talk a little bit, maybe elaborate on that a little bit more, because you have a lot of different infrastructure stuff there as well.
Infrastructure, you mean like broadcast stuff? And okay, yeah, we were talking code for a minute. Chris, do you agree with this, that we are a TV studio with an esports team, kind of in that order?
Boise State is the gold standard of esports production at the collegiate level. Like, they very much are. If you've seen their facilities, if you've seen their program, they are producing some of the best talent that you're seeing in collegiate esports across the board.
And not Syracuse?
Syracuse is in their first year. I think that it's something that...
Xbox, clip that.
So there you are. So yes, obviously going in from the commentary, the hosting, the actual physical broadcast as well is critical, among other things, in this industry right now. But one of the things that we talked about this a little bit, and we still have to talk about, not the elephant in the room per se, obviously, is academics. Having the right grades, because you can be the best player at the end of the day, Chris, but if you don't have the grades, it's kind of all for naught.
Yeah, absolutely. When we talk to recruits, one of the first questions I'm going to ask you is, one, do you have a major that you're interested in or a program that you're interested in? Two, what's your GPA? We are very much focused on you're going to come to Michigan State, and success for us is that we can get you to graduation. That's really what we want to do. We want to get you to the next thing after Michigan State and use our program as something that can help prepare you for that. But yeah, academics are something that we highly value at Michigan State. We've had multiple recruiting classes in a row with an over 4.0 GPA. So that's something that we look for in a student, because we want to know that they have the habits and the discipline and the drive in the classroom to be successful there first, so that they can be successful in our esports program.
100%. And obviously for the students here, we've got a lot who I've seen running around today, especially the high school students, but all the people who are here for Smash as well. Having this community as well is super critical and super important. Obviously, Doc, have you been to Hawaii? Is this really kind of your first experience with this at all?
Okay. Low-key, Podog Howley right here. I should have been born here. I got sent to this Howley family. It wasn't my fault. I've been here, this is, I think, 6 or 7 for me, and need to make it multiple times a year from this point on.
Amazing. So would you guys have any sort of final words of encouragement here, maybe for the folks who are watching at home or for the students that are here in the building, last words of encouragement if they really want to pursue collegiate or maybe even pro play as a potential option here?
Yeah, I think once again, you are kind of the master of your own destiny when it comes to this, right? A lot of your success is going to be based on the work that you're putting in and the work that you're doing. We are here to help you with our programs, but a lot of it is personal responsibility and what you're doing there. I do want to say, as our second year here, we're thrilled with some of the additions that have been made this year for the Zippy's Hawaii Esports Invitational.
Except for Boise being here.
That's another great addition. But like things like adding the Smash Cruise tournament, the show match yesterday, the mainland versus the islands, that was a phenomenal addition. That was one of the most hyped things I've seen at a collegiate esports event. And I'm excited to see this event grow and what's being added, and I'm really looking forward to the future.
Love it.
What was the question?
Just words of encouragement for the local community.
Yeah, honestly, and I think Chris would echo this, it's a big world, but a small community with a long memory. So make friends, learn from people you don't think maybe you need to learn anything from. Come in with the intent of being a part of it for a long, long time. That includes collegiate. Everybody's relationship with the game changes over time. Eventually you become completely washed, and like we are, and you take on a different role. So if you love the space and love the people, be kind to all of them. I mean, that's just really the secret.
Absolutely. And I think for all of us, myself representing Vanna in this case, if you are a parent or someone else looking to get involved at the middle school level, the high school level, Vanta.gg, look into. We have a lot of scholastic initiatives. We're on the Hawaii Esports League here. We'll be doing our finals for that in about a month, actually. So there's plenty of opportunities to get involved at the come back. There's plenty of opportunities at that level as well to help grow and potentially be playing on one of these teams someday. But that's it for this interview right now. If you haven't checked out that incredible show match, Esports. That's
right now.
Make the prediction. I mean, great.
Michigan State repeat, take another surfboard home, or Boise State upset?
Why would he literally sweat? I mean, I think if I was just a pure betting math person, it's hard to bet against the school that has a rank 1 on North America ladder. So I'm sorry, Doc. I might have to go Michigan State on this one. All right, it's probably Michigan State. All right, I'm sorry. All right. There we are. All right. Well, we're going to hop back to a short break. The players are just finishing up, eating some delicious Zippies, which has rolled on in, and then we're going to go into our finals for Valorant. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered, though, because I will say...
Very, very well.
Oh!
Yeah, plans down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one. There's no defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of me, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullet. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the Bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the Bot says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Hay is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plans down onto Ace. After falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planting on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pay does as well. Pay on a tear right now, getting it's going to be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner. Bucky
can't help out.
That's the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into site already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury is on focus there for one. It's still inside of the nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And but it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pay finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Stars out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pay gets one. Pay's got a second one up there. Pay's got a third up there. It is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pay also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck in the middle of the site. Kill contract missed. Kill contract, I think, missed up dodge. But Derek, though, taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pay, headshot already on catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pay finds a second one, lining it up. Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out in.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the Bot, is he able to help him out? No, it's going to be a...
Already, but you can see the crossfire. Trying one, looking around the corner. Gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igris go down onto Pay. It's going to go around the corner here. It's just going to look straight into the Vandal and it had to take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
Out there in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. Far for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner. Looking for the pick, flashes out. Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destros gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around him instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered, though, because I will say...
Very, very well. Yeah, plans down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one. There's no defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of me, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullets. Has to reload. Immediately use out from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the Bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the Bot says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Pay is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plans down onto Ace. After falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pay does as well. Pay on a tear right now, getting it's going to be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner. Bucky
can't help out.
That's the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into site already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury out of focus there for one. It's still inside of the Nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either, and it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pei finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Stars out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pei and Pei gets one.
Oh.
Pei's got a second one up there. Pei's got a third up there. Is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pei also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of site. Kill contract kill contract I think of dodge, but Derek though taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pei, headshot already on Catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pei finds a second one, lining it. A Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out in.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot. Is he able to help him out? No, it's gonna be a.
Already, but you can see the cross line. Trying one, looking around the corner. Gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igris goes down onto Pei. Is gonna go around the corner here. It's just gonna look straight into the Vandal and had to take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
Out there in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. Far for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well, alongside two players inside of the corner, looking for the pick, flashes out, Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destros gets one for the pick, and I will get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around him instead, and now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say.
Very, very well.
Oh,
yeah, plans down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one. There's no defenders one. Spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullet. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the bot. Says hello with the shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash heaven from the rest of the site. Pei is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plan down onto Ace. After falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planting on get Derek, but not before Pei does as well. Pei on a tear right now, getting it's gonna be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner. Bucky
can't help out.
That's the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into site already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury out of focus there for one. It's still inside of the Nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either, and it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pei finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Stars out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pei and Pei gets one. Pei's got a second one up there. Pei's got a third up there. Is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pei also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of site. Kill contract I think of dodge, but Derek though taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pei, headshot already on Catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pei finds a second one, lining it. A Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the bot. Is he able to help him out? No, it's gonna be a.
Already, but you can see the cross line. Trying one, looking around the corner. Gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igris goes down onto Pei. Is gonna go around the corner here. It's just gonna look straight into the Vandal and had to take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
Out there in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome, gets one down. Far for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner, looking for the pick. Flashes out, Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destros gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Cringe is going to be right there around him instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered, though, because I will say...
Very, very well.
Oh!
Yeah, plant down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one. There's no defenders one. Mike spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullet. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower box. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the Bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the Bot. Says hello with a shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the boxes, looking for a lineup. They're lined up though around the corner too. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Hay is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plan down onto Ace. After falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall favor. Two up in heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planting on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pei does as well. Pei on a tear right now, getting it's going to be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, easily getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner. Bucky
can't help out.
Wraps at the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into sight already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury is out of focus there for one. It's still inside of the nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pei finds one. Do you have another? Oh, nothing. Here they come. Star is out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pei gets one. Pei's got a second one up there. Pei's got a third up there. It is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pei also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of sight. Kill contract missed. Kill contract, I think, missed up dodge. But Derek, though, taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pei, headshot already on catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pei finds a second one, lining it up. Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out in.
HPU on that defense. Are they able to lock down the site? Igris spots the spike as a matter of fact, but as before. Oh no, Cringe catches one. Leo the Bot, is he able to help him out? No, it's going to be a...
Already, but you can see the crossfire. Trying one, looking around the corner. Gonna find a head tap onto Ono Cringe. Maybe another one here, but Igris go down onto Pei. It's going to go around the corner here. It's just going to look straight into the Vandal in the hat and take care of Itachi immediately. Good flick.
Out there in B main. Now the investment factor.
Does spot out one into market. Here comes the gravity, or the awesome gets one down. Far for HPU onto the jet. Dimensional Drift is out as well. Alongside two players inside of the corner, looking for the pick. Flashes out, Dimensional Drift down and about as well. Destros gets one for the pick, and we'll get one more for the money. Last one stands on A, which means B is wide. Ono Cringe is going to be right there around him instead. And now it is going to be the lockdown. Everybody's outside of it. Good recon bolt there from Fu.
The team is pretty scattered though, because I will say...
Very, very well. Yeah, plans down. Igris gets one Blade Storm kill onto Derek. And Igris also gets captured by the kill contract as well. The classic against Destros as well. Might even be able to get another one. There's no defenders one. Mike spikes in market. Right outside of B, which they're going to rush. But Fu yet again just raining down bullet. Has to reload. Immediately use it from the rest of the team. And this is not knowing that it was going to go that quickly at all. Phantom on the lower box. Losing out already. But Igris and Leo the Bot right there. Chizudu right in front of Leo the Bot. Says hello with a shorty. Walks right in, but unfortunately Ono Cringe is right there. Now hopping onto the box.
Bales or Clouds and Smash would just keep throwing out back airs.
It just works. It still works. Just not quite as well.
Oh, someone's controller's on.
Following players, you will be getting
Graffiti.
Hey, that's me. Back to PS2. Here we go.
Now Suspect
Running
rocking
right in with
the
the Nares.
gold
This is the Apollo
Casio.
Classic. Doesn't matter if it was electric though. So interesting to note here, Palutena's Nair at low percent actually does not beat Bowser's Tough Guy, but I'm noticing here it does beat Kazuya's variant of it. It is slightly weaker than Bowser's Tough Guy. So, fun fact for you Palu mains there, if you're fighting a Bowser and he's at 0% and you Nair him, he can side B you. Beware.
Oh, but nice from Druish. Clean up that scar very convincingly.
That's what he needs. He needs to be a lot cleaner on these kind of off-stage games when he hits them off and say, you're Kazuya, you're slow, you're really strong when you hit, but when you're off stage, you don't have those invulnerable moves, and your jump is the slowest in the game, so like he's very vulnerable, especially if he doesn't have his jump. Of course, the flip side of that is his up B, the Demon Wings.
Oh, that was... Thank you, Collegiate, for pushing me off the platform there.
So strange to see like how hard it is to come off platform sometimes, and then sometimes you just fall off.
Oh, he wanted something there.
Looking for a tech chase there on the platform.
Up B?
Yep. Standard bread and butter kill confirm, electric up B. Taking center stage here. Looking for an opportunity, but he's going to get caught out of it. Did he lose his jump in that? Doesn't matter, touch the stage.
I wonder if I think Paul up smash can catch Kazuya's up B.
It probably can. It catches most up Bs. Especially because Kazuya, I think, does go a little bit above ledge. Good DI. See, notice how he did not DI in to get hit by an up air. He's holding out.
Oh, nice chase. Nice. Read that. I knew he was going to go for the cancel.
And that cancel is like so
Oh,
hard.
again?
And he catches it
No.
again.
Showing him the cards a little too much there.
That is such a hard move to catch because when it cancels the platform, it is lagless. He can act immediately. And he was just saying like, no, I know you're going to be right here, and I'm already going to have a move out before you're even there. And he takes the stock. 156 damage. Black Air will kill here even when snared.
Oh, no. Like that, the whole momentum just shifted. It was once in Jewish favor.
I lied, it didn't kill. Dangerous air dodge, but he missed the dash attack, so it's okay.
Nice reaction.
And he just reacted to that. There was nothing like super fancy about it. He's just like, I'm just going to play it cool, be patient. I'm not going to risk anything. I'm going to see what you do, and I'm going to punish accordingly. Just clean play. Hoping with a safe forward air. Every time Kazuya gets a hit, I got to hold my breath. That might be it.
Well, it's not over until Kazuya kills you. So Jewish has a 10.
All fair? No, he's went for Nair. He still wants more damage with the Nair. Back here, or forward, are hitting a little bit in front, behind him. I'm getting crossed up with my words.
Oh, you're gone. Especially with the platform closer to the blast zone. Good
Mounted a
game from both
valiant
players.
comeback effort there, but not quite enough to defeat Mr. Mishima.
Very strong round from Jewish from the beginning, though. He thought he almost had everything locked down until Suspect started, calling out his own things like, the platform cancels. He called it out twice, killed him for it for the second time.
I'm surprised he went for it the second time after I got punished the first time. And he was like, oh, you just punished it? You won't expect me to do it again. The no mix-up, which I'm a big believer in, by the way. Just don't ask me how I do in bracket. This room's much emptier than it's been for the rest of the night. And that's, if you notice, this is because there's food now. Ain't no one gonna be turning down free food.
Now we all want free food.
Justin Seiji coming on deck. Station 1, get on over here. I've heard these names get called at quite a few brackets, but I haven't actually seen them play, so this will be fun. If you at your foot right there is a cord you can borrow. He's young. He's got that youthful energy.
I have a cord in my bag.
I have a cord right next to my helmet right there on the floor. As usual, someone's borrowing my cord. One day I'm going to not bring my cable to the bracket and see how many people just can't plug in their controllers anymore.
They can't be forgetting all the time. Like.
Alright. I just lent him my controller though, or my cable, so let me go ahead and do this, commentate this match, and then I'll swap out. Unless you like crunch for time and really need me out. Alright. I'm gonna sub out for Charles.
Welcome back again, Charles. What up? Still alive?
I'm still hanging in there.
Station 4, can I get layup dog and flip Kirby?
All right, what do we got next? Are we still in winners round 3? Losers round 3. Oh, we're taking a little dip into the losers bracket. Okay. So when we're in the losers bracket, there's a little bit more on the line. You do face elimination if you lose in losers bracket. If you win in losers bracket, you get one more chance. If you lose 2 sets in the tournament, you are out of the tournament. So when we do go to the losers bracket, keep that in mind. Everyone playing for their tournament life, trying to survive as long as possible, get the highest placing as possible. And every time you win, you get to play a little bit more Smash Bros, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Of course, we're here. West Oahu, Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented by Zippy's. Calling out some more matches here. Oh, more Falco, the bird. The bird is popular here on the islands.
I've dabbled into some Falco as well.
You dabble in a little Falco?
No, he's not.
Yeah. Everyone's got a pocket Falco or Kazuya, huh? That's how it rolls out here. All right, Seiji versus Just. We got Korin versus Falco.
Both these characters, similar foot speed. I think this Korin's a little bit faster than Falco, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Falco, the big money maker is the up tilt, right? Korin going to have that disjointed nair to fall down with, so we'll see how Just gets some of these up tilt openers. Might have to go ahead and bring the fight to Korin. Do some air-to-air drag downs with forward air and nair to combo into up tilt, but it might be harder to anti-air Korin. We'll see.
You'll probably have to rely on just spacing out nair just like that.
Yeah. So right now, Seiji not doing too well right now. Falco, the bird, is getting everything he wants. Just gets the drag down, the up tilt, the back air. It's not enough though, not enough rage. Maybe another chance here. Double up. A little bit of a stall here. Up tilt, not gonna. Oh wow. I was like, there's no way this is still combos, right?
I don't know. Was that true?
I mean, even if it wasn't, I guess just had the read there. The bird can get really high up. That up air able to seal out that first stock.
Yeah, just right now slowing it down. I don't have a reason to approach it right now.
Falling up air, trying to catch the bird. Oh, down tilt for down tilt, just out of range. Korin not having the best
right
range. I definitely, like, when you think of sword characters with down tilt, you think more of a poke, but for Korin, it's more of a combo starter, not as much range. Almost like a launcher, if you will. The shield.
Oh, yeah. Get a little 1-2 at the down to the up air. Catches the startup on side B, not enough to kill.
Very surprising that didn't get the KO. Backing up, getting the grab here, even more damage. Back air will surely do the trick here at the edge, but it is Just that is able to get back on stage, catch the normal get up with the up tilt, even more damage. Trying to set up for this edge guard. No, goes back. Wait a minute, the fake out. There's the down tilt, the nair. There's no double jump here, so can go very aggressive. The laser to push.
Oh,
but
but
it's not a,
sends it the other way. He probably wasn't expecting to go that way at all.
That sucks. That's one of those scenarios where you're like, okay, yo, hold up. Hold my beer. I'm going to go, like, get the stock, right? And then you just lose your stock instead. Okay, just this time. Going to get another confirm into the up air there.
Sage has a whole other stock to get through. Has to play this relatively clean and not take too much damage.
Yeah, we'll see if the bird can get edge guarded. It's usually the out. The classic spacey out. But what if I get the edge guard, though?
Oh no, let's go shield a little too early. Now he's going to take a lot of damage.
Oh, trying to get the reset, but no. Seiji fighting back, almost getting that angle down forward smash. Maybe if it was more of on a grounded level, but was on the top of the platform there, not able to reach that time.
Gets the tipper.
Does connect.
Not enough to kill, but...
Oh. Okay, try to get the charge. Run up pivot, charge. You can go ahead and get ledge jump. Covers a bunch of different options, but it's going to work out this time. Forward tilt off stage situation for Falco. There's the double jump straight to ledge. Very safe. I guess the jump with the back here, but
behind. Oh, wow, went for another.
There's the down tilt. Uh-oh.
Seiji still has his jump. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's going to be a wrap. And the sour, I mean, in that situation, you want something active. You want to drop down to that area and have that active hitbox. You can either get the spike, that will end the stock, or get that sour hit, fan them across the stage. And as long as you hit that double jump, like you're saying, right, that double jump once it's expended, very little options. If you do survive, maybe a directional air dodge into up B, but usually a layup for the opponent at that point, right?
Yeah, it was unfortunate too. Seiji had kept his jump for a while when it was off stage, and the moment he used it, it was hit by the lingering hitbox of terror. Couldn't do anything afterwards.
All right, we'll see how game number 2 goes here.
Take it to battlefield.
We're gonna have these platforms here. Falco can get a bunch of extensions on these platforms, so could be a double-edged sword counter pick here. He's going to take a bit of damage.
Yeah, because both these characters can utilize platforms pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Corrin can set up platform tech chases that just falling up air covers everything on reaction, right? As long as you know at which point to do the up air.
That is if Seiji has a chance to use that.
Pulling the trigger early on the up tilt too. You have to know exactly when and where your opponent's going to be forced to go into a platform tech chase, because that is going to drastically change your timing. Even if it's just even if the timing's only changed by a lot, even if it's by a little bit, it can mean the world in terms of actually getting it right here. There's the reflector.
That's gonna kill him.
Take a nice look at the screen there. A little bit of freeze, and then the stock gets sent. So just like that, 3 stocks to 2. Falco getting another up tilt here.
Oh, he has no
jump.
jump.
Get the drag down though. Okay,
oh, obstacle the other side.
Yeah, he's going underneath the stage here.
And with Corrin's slow foot speed, it does take a while for him to get there, but managed to close out the stock with the back air.
Ooh, reverse up air to hit combo. Usually something Corrin wants to see, just these 2-piece hit combos, falling fair, falling neutral into some kind of rising aerial for the most part. Or even just setting up that platform tech chase, setting up your up air. You are a little on the floatier side, so you stay in the air for a little bit longer, gives you that bigger window to react. There's the whiff punish with the insta-pin there and the kick to follow. Seiji now really turning this game around, now has the lead. The back air, that is going to do it. That move is powerful. Bring out the dragon wings.
Well, let's see how much extra coverage Seiji can get.
Phantasm straight to center stage. Let's get the combo started.
Oh, try to wait for him, but no, it's just pushing buttons. See if Just will change up how he resets the situation this time.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow, he actually went
Yo,
behind
these
him.
tournament rolls. Hold up. You know the nerves are on deck when you see roll into roll into roll.
Oh.
All right, so Seiji had quite a bit of a lead. Still has the lead here. 68%.
But we know how much Falco, he can rack up a lot of
What
damage with these platform extensions like that, 55%.
I don't know, Falco can't hear me talk about the lead. He's too busy laying down the damage. That's what this character does. Give me that one tilt, that one up tilt, and the damage always follows here. And just showing, hey, I know my Falco combos. There's the edge guard. Seiji has such a good lead. Played the second stock so well. It controlling the center stage. I will say the counter pick working out for Seiji. Definitely feeling a bit more comfortable utilizing the platforms. There's the charge. Where are you going?
Oh. You're unable to roll out of it, right?
In that situation, you actually want to try and SDI and get down to the ground so you can shield. Generally, you want, at the end of the day, you're trying to shield that and use shield SDI to push yourself out of range. Maybe try to find a window to jump. The forward smash itself isn't like a shield breaker move, so for the most part, you can go ahead and just shield that move. If it's not, especially if it's not Tipper, right? It's not going to do.
That shield did look small though.
Yeah, I mean for the most part, Corrin's charge forward smash very unique, where a smash attack actually has a hitbox while charging. Usually a skill check, knowledge check, skill check, whatever you want to say. So usually the Corrin's going to do it in these weird scramble situations where you just kind of didn't expect it, or sometimes you're trying to parry a single hit and the multiple hits come through and you get, you know, just nipped by one hit, and that's all it takes. It'll just combo right into the full swing there. But it's a bit tricky because you want it to combo into a good hard hit where it can get the stock. Falco there was around like 80-90%. So making sure that the forward smash was just enough to take the stock there. A little bit of mix-up, but just going straight into Game 3. Looks like Town and City is the pick here. It is indeed 1-1 here in this set. Winner moves on in the bracket. Loser is going to have to pack it up and get out of the bracket here. We started it today with 70 players. There will only be one champion by the end of the day. Double forward air into the down tilt. Okay.
Nice combo string there.
It's that was kind of clean. There's a
Oh, wow.
reflector.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
told you, man. Frame one, bro. Spot dodge cancel, frame one reflector. Yo. I like projectile was on Falco. Okay, slowing things down. Both players, you can tell. It's tournament. It's Game 3. First.
Looking for a lineup. They're lined up, though, around the corner, too. They know the drone is there. At least some more utility. Gate crash Heaven from the rest of the site. Hay is there, takes down Itachi. Hunter's Fury is able to get Dash in favor of Manoa. We'll get the plan down onto Ace. After falling oh so low. It is the gravity wall in favor. Two up in Heaven here, bouncing around, making some noise. Spike is down, planted on. Let's get Derek, but not before Pei does as well. Pei on a tear right now, getting it's going to be a rush out. Oh no, Cringe doesn't realize that. Destros ran up from tree into Heaven. And now one last thing to go.
Already taking early damage from the shock dart.
Around the corner, seeing the cave, basically getting their picks. Itachi around the corner with the buck. The assist. Destros around the corner. Bucky
Can't help out.
That's the start. Flashes out, is able to
take over, but it's a quick rush into site already.
Yep, Igris already rushing in, taking care of Destros. Hunter's Fury is out of focus there for one. It's still inside of the Nebula, trying to find another shot. Itachi can't find it either. And but it's okay. Fu and Ono Cringe gets recovered. Pei finds one. You have another. Nothing. Here they come. Stars out as well. They got to be very wary of it. Down in the peak, Pay gets one.
Oh.
Pay's got a second one up there. Pay's got a third up there. It is available as well. CMD is awesome gone, so the stars will fall over. And right in the middle of the door, Destros finds one. Take over the ace side. Everybody either in tree or couple from their primary. CMD awesome, barely getting away. Pay also ran away from the Steel Guardian in the nick of time to get the Phantom still available to them. But CMD awesome stuck on the middle of sight. Kill contract missed. Kill contract, I think, missed up dodge. But Derek, though, taking up that cleanup. One in main, one on site. Trying to avoid the same fates. And that's not a good start. Pay, headshot, already on catwalk. Dark cover doesn't get. Pay finds a second one, lining it. A Hunter's Fury lands up hitting Killjoy as well, but able to find one more. Last one in the vicinity of the cyber cage. Runs right through it and runs out into.
On that defense,
It is Spartans and Broncos closing us out here in year 2 of the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's. The surfboard for sure going to the mainland, but will it head to the state of Idaho or will it head back to East Lansing, Michigan one more time? We welcome you back inside of the booth and one final time. Aloha, friends. Collegiate alongside Henry with you as we get set here for Michigan State taking on Boise State, the finale of the HGI on the Valorant side. And Henry, this is the one I've been kind of waiting for, and I know we've been waiting for as well. High-level Valorant between two very historic programs and looking for a surfboard at the end of it.
And you know the history of them way more than I do. You've been in Collegiate for a while, but just being able to talk with the people that are that came here, you know, coaches, staff, players also, there's just, you can tell that there's history just between the two programs just from the way they interact. It's very friendly banter. At the end of the day, though, competition only allows for one winner, and it's either going to be a repeat or the newcomer.
Well, the newcomer comes in as the #1 seed after going in undefeated 3-0, taking on Hawaii Pacific University, winning 13-1 on Ascent, 13-3 on Lotus. That's how they got here. And in the meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, Michigan State giving themselves a 2-0 win over the University of Hawaii Esports at Manoa. So Boise State and Michigan State, Sparty and Broncos going at it for the finale as we take a look at our map selection here. Haven, Ascent, Icebox. Haven, no surprise throughout this entire weekend. Ascent, sort of a surprise, only played it twice throughout this entire weekend. Icebox as well, well known for Boise State based on that last best of 3 that they did against the University of Hawaii. Otherwise, the only other time we've seen Icebox, well, just at Mountain West, and that's it.
And it's kind of funny because our observer went, if I see Haven again, I'm going to redact it. And now he's going to have to redact it. So not only will he see it again, it's the first map for what seems like, I think, the second or third time. And I don't know. It's something about this 3-site classic here that we have that a lot of teams have been trying different strategies on, but the mainland teams are the ones that were leading the forefront in the meta, which was simply distract on one side, push on the other side. And these are the two teams that were like the inventors of it. Mm-hmm. So now we got to see either are both teams just going to invest in their attacker half, or do they now have an answer now that they've seen both renditions of that meta?
Yeah, and talking to both of the coaches beforehand as well, these two teams are going to meet up again in Las Vegas coming up 2 weeks from now at the HyperX Arena. So they are going to be facing off each other in the Power Esports Conference finale. But this is a preview to that, but it's still for a championship, still for a surfboard. Yep. Talking to both of them, they're showing off what they can without showing too much, and that's what we're probably going to see here going into this matchup, going into the agent selection very, very quickly. Both of them very, very quick on the trigger because they played this map so many times all throughout the weekend, as we have SK1, Rariana, Prestige, Skelesis in for Boise State as well as Master. That's your set 5. Meanwhile, Michigan State has a set of 6, but instead of Frog, Moonrow goes in on Haven. Moonrow's been on all the maps of Haven so far that Michigan State has played and will continue to be doing so this time around with Moby, Illogical, Breadloaf, and It's Slam. So all throughout the weekend here, talking about some of their strategies here. Boise State's Coach K talking about this as their Michigan State pretty coordinated and similar play style as well. So that was kind of the reoccurring theme yesterday when we saw a 13-11 map number 1, or the first map played between these two teams. And that was back on Haven as well. So we're in for quite a banger in the very first one. Because at the start already, this is not one map. This is a best of 3. We could be going distance.
We could be going distance, and it's another case of comfort once again, because Boise State, a similar 5-stack that we've seen before, because they were the team that did the salty run back with Manoa, which was this exact roster of 5 agents. They are now on the defense, however, so we're going to see how well they run the double duelist on the defense for the time being. Michigan State, on the other hand, making a lot of noise towards that garage B-mid area. Moby's going to claim first blood of the entire series here, and a pick for the attacker side, 4v5 now. SK is going to even it out as we see a bit of a push onto C-Long. They've taken that entire territory there. And now it's almost for certain. Michigan State are huddled around grass, unsure what their next move is going to be. A little bit of noise being made on C, but still keeping Boise State guessing for the time being, which is a little bit of a pain for them, because that means they still have to spread across all 3 sites, unaware of what's about to happen. Prestige now peeking, sees a minimum of 3 players, does get hit by the breach ability, concussed for the time being, but is now back to normal. Moby gets another one. Illogical claiming the 3rd of the round. And now 4v2 numbers advantage. Michigan State, they plant the spike.
Planted on C to start us off in our series. And C has been a very popular site here on Haven thus far. Can rush up it. And we'll go a little bit slower this time around. Clone coming from Garage. No worries from Michigan State. They're going to look down on spawn side. Boise State's down to 1 player, and that is Niskelis, who's got 2.
Ooh.
But Moonrow's going to clean that up with a triple peek at the end, and the Broncos go down to Sparty. Sparty starts off with a point on the board.
Starting off saying they totally could have won that 13-11 if not for the deuce situation. And an unofficial 13-12 for their best of 1, so to speak. But that game is in the past. Michigan State leading it here. And we're not seeing any type of ego per se, but Illogical going for comfort one more time with that Vandal Lights. Exactly 0 credits here. So no room for chicken nuggets again.
No room for nuggets, no room for error in a game like this one. All for the surfboard, trying to etch your name into history as well. And just trying to see if they can get that opening that they so desire. Because in a high-level game like this, first pick is going to give you everything you can throw at. Logico getting a pick onto Scalisis means no more info. And speaking of info, Trapwire's gone. Mariana as well. So A side kind of open, but instead, Logico Master running it down into the bullets. And already a Vandal up as well. So this is Michigan State probably taking over A side now. For this Yoru here, Ski sitting there potentially. Getting 1 more down. Headshot there for a second.
Oh!
3rd. Maybe a 4th. No, whiffs away. Gets 3 on that highlight clip, though. Recon bolts out, trying to find out where Ski is around the corner. Trying to double peek this at the right time. Ski still got a chance. Maybe could even pick up a weapon before it doesn't line up. Had the right opportunity. Had the right mindset to get 3. Michigan State still finds a 2nd.
A very costly 2nd round, though. A little bit of a raid boss simulation here for the Yoru on the side of Boise State. Making sure that, yeah, you won the 1st round. We might give you the 2nd, but you're not going down without losing a lot. And that's going to be credits going down on the side of Michigan State. Not a lot of credits to write home about. And Moonrow and Breadloaf, they're going to have to go down just to the Sheriff, opting in for some shields. But this is the time when ultimates start coming up. Ski is able to get 1 already, the pick on A long, and that just tampers with the engage on the side of Michigan State a little bit more.
Yep. Boise State again telling me that they're not going to change anything up. Michigan State saying they're going to try to take care of some tendencies that Boise State likes to do and try to switch things up on the attacking end at the very least. Boise State, they know some of their defenses. These teams have played each other quite a few times. 2-0 earlier in the season for Boise State. Michigan State then lost, they beat them 2-1 earlier. And then a loss on the map here. So Skelis is taking out Illogico very early on in the round. Or 55 seconds remaining on the clock. 2 agents left. Or 2 agents down, I should say. 3 agents left alive for Michigan State. Still waiting for any signal of a green light here. Boise State's got them covered. Looking up A site. Very slowly going in. That spike lead. It's slammed. In there into sight. Leading in. Finding any sort of reprieve to start planting this spike. No smokes, no cover, no nothing, pure instinct.
And I think Recon Dart's about to come out in just a little bit. It's kind of interesting because Boise State gave up A site, not thinking that they were going to plant there, thinking that the rotate would come out and they would focus more on B or C, but they left the site wide open. It is still a 3v5 in favor of Boise, though, so they can choose to do something. They're even going to invest the D-Drift to know where everybody's going to be. Recon Dart also up immediately. Skelis is going to be able to claim one. Rariana and Skelis clean up the crew. And it's a fight back. It's retaliation. It's flawless from Boise State round 3.
And nobody dying means it's a better bank for them in the future as well. They get to keep guns, even pick up if needed, but they were running out of money regardless. And being flawless means you get to put some and stuff it in the bank just for that round. Boise State getting one back. Talking about a hard-fought match here. Michigan State looking for that green light for those very, very early picks. Something they do not want to see, and especially trying not to lean too hard on what Boise State is trying to do, says the coach for Michigan State as well. So they're trying to at least discern what Boise State is doing. But these early picks are something I don't think Michigan State was looking forward to at the very beginning of that round.
Yeah, especially if you're on the attacker half. Like, it's easy to rush a site, but that only works when you have a huge numbers advantage versus who's defending. 3 people left alive. You stumble onto the wrong site. They could just have the same amount of people as is. And so now, a lot of noise being made, a lot of utility being used all across of C, but still no committal here from Michigan State quite yet. The Spartans planning their siege. Where will it be? It looks like grass for the time being, moving up onto garage. Spike moving with them.
Spike moves just behind them, right towards grass, looking at window. At the very least, B garage covered by one trap wire. If that's shot out, or even if they make any noise in there, that's going to be covered immediately by the Cypher, who's waiting just outside the entryway. Flashpoint comes out, nothing there. And still trying to at least find some kind of entryway in. The go button here is the dark cover all over the place. Hunter's Fury is going to come out for Michigan State to try and clear this one out. Finds nothing at the moment, but Logical is able to get Prestige, and that lets them enter onto base as well. Hunter's Fury on the other side for Boise State. Skelis is looking for any text whatsoever, might have one, and gets one onto Moonrow, forcing Michigan State to think twice about playing on here. That lets the Omen escape, though. Breadloaf moves away. And is looking to maybe plant on B side. Shroud steps onto it. Is only going to have 24 seconds to make a decision. Rariana takes down Moby. And now Breadloaf also just trying to plant the spike down. We'll get some coverage. Will be enough time. But shooting at the elbows, closing down a little bit. Now they know where it is. Breadloaf calling solo. Now it's up to Slam to take care of this bar. There are 4 looking down that barrel, and none are going to fall. Broncos tie this matchup at 2 apiece.
A beautiful defense of the C site from Boise State. They were able to stifle out the engage. They predicted the rotation coming in from garage, and they were able to stop any semblance of hope here from the Spartans, putting them in a precarious situation afterwards. The spike on B was probably just a silver lining for them, so they at least get the credits in line. But now, scores evened up. It's 2-2 apiece, and it's Sheriffs and Lights for the Spartans.
Spartans down 2 straight rounds here. Boise State full arsenal, full bank minus Prestige, down to only 1,000 credits. Otherwise, everybody else at 4,000 or above. Aftershock there to at least stun out whatever was coming, but that's only for the recon bolt to Skelis, who backs away with a dark cover in mind as well, which allows Michigan State to kind of push in. Only problem with that smoke as well, can't go out of it, so they stave away, leaving them in the process of thinking. Now there is Moby inside of garage, getting rid of that immediately. You put a cyber cage up, yes, and there's also a dark cover to get you out too. So Moby's going to destroy a trap wire, and maybe even hearing that there is a Cypher inside a garage, so as the call A here. This could be a go button. They haven't even put dark covers up, but dark covers are not going to go towards A and A main, or Heaven and A main. Maybe Paranoia through the walls, nothing there. Skelis is going to find 2 in the meanwhile. Does spot out a Logical from at least some recon, but isn't able to find a shot through the cubes on it, and instead pays dearly with his life. And though, now there, it's Neuro Theft that comes up from Michigan State, who's going to find a second ping and finding all 3 members inside of this A connector area, looking to see if they can kind of snuggle their way inside. Slam, though, is able to find 2 through the dark cover. 5 health. The last one spotted out coming through. Illogical cleans it up as Prestige gets 1 back. Michigan State not letting Boise have a streak.
They played it slow. They were able to funnel everybody on the side of Boise into that chokehold of A-Link, and they were not able to pass through. Once they got a couple of guns going, they said thank you and then they took it and used it against them, and now a pause, a little bit of a tactical timeout.
Yep. Boise State on the defensive end calling a timeout here, and of course Doc Haskell, director of Boise State Esports, talking about this earlier, where they are very good at resetting. Coach K, one of the best coaches out there in the nation in Collegiate right now, having done work with Evil Geniuses as well. Now coming to Boise, one of the best collegiate coaches, says very good. Doc saying about her very good at resetting this team, and obviously losing a round like that, not too bad for you, though you lose out on some. But this is just to reset the team before it starts to snowball away. You want to make sure against this Michigan State team, they're pretty, and again, Coach K saying about this, their Michigan State team pretty coordinated and have a very similar play style. So the fact that they're still going toe-to-toe with you means you want to reset before anything else can happen to you, and maybe switch up the playbook a little bit just to see what Michigan State does against it.
I was going to say, it's actually kind of interesting. I mean, we meme about it. It's round 5, haha. But all of the timeouts that we've seen around round 5s have been like 0-5s or 1-4s. It's only 3-2. It's very, very close. You just happen to lose your 2-round win streak. But other than that, I mean, it's not too insane. I think they're just calling this timeout as an early precaution, like you said, before things get further out of control. Because like you're saying, these two teams play very, very similarly. And at some point, it's not about who can play better, but who can outgun or outplay a different person. As a lot of trades coming in, both entrances at A, Michigan State charging forward. However, they are split as a team. We have one member trying to watch the flanks here. With a little bit of Cypher v. Cypher action. Nothing for the time being so far, but that does pull MSU back.
Pulls them back momentarily, but not enough to force any situations out for Michigan State. They're still waiting for at least a go button here because they are man up. They have from the shadows, but the breach of Moonrow does have Spike in play as well. No other ultimates on the board. Neural Theft, though, can give you some good recon if Boise State finds a dead body, but not within line of sight for right now because that Cypher is all the way on C-side with 2 trap wires on Garage and Main. So here we go. Ski with the operator. Is able to find one down the line, just barely missing the paranoia. Shrouded step away. Ski gets another one. Prestige able to clean up on the rest of A site. So who's left? The one with the spike not in play. And Moonrow looking to find any desperation situation. In fact, there is 3 members all on A. So what does Moonrow do? Looking like a full swap on over to C, just hoping that you don't run into a trap wire here to give them that information, and that's exactly it. Here comes the pushback on C as they get the plan down.
Yeah, and there's a Cypher cam too, so they're immediately going to know where they are. Has to plant the spike, and then also has to take some time to remove the dart. This is a 1v3 situation. They mitigated that owl drone survey so well. Wasn't able to find a lot of information, and with the clone, they're able to see where it is. Taking down the operator here would be so clean, but they'd also have to take down everyone else to ensure the op does not get picked up. Rolling Thunder doesn't get it done. A waste of an ultimate here. A blunder on the side of Michigan State.
Michigan and the Rolling Thunder felt like it could have clutched it out, but just the timing does not work, and that's the beauty or the disaster of this game. Either you're running out of time and you have to make some desperate decisions, and unfortunately it just doesn't work out, or you clutch out in the end. Unfortunately, Moonrow caught on the wrong side of it. And the Rolling Thunder now, that is 9.00 points wasted away. And that's nothing now on the board besides 1 for the death. That's just it. But now a big ultimate gone. No more entry with the Rolling Thunder in. Instead, you're relying on either the From the Shadows to go in. And we saw a cheeky play before from the Shadows with the, I believe it was with this Michigan State team that pulled that off from the spawn area on a sense, but otherwise still, they told me too with that From the Shadows, it was set play. It was an actual set play, which is crazy to think about. That just shows you the high-level thinking of this team, but Michigan State looking to get one back and looking to see if they can break the tie in their favor as they look towards A yet again. 3 on A, another Cyber Cage kill of the trap wire. No more util for, no more one piece of util for either side. Lycam sticking on C, although 2 now checking Garage to see if there's anything amiss as the Cypher from Moby runs out. Nothing on B side at the moment, but looking towards A. Nobody's on A in general, either stuck outside of it. Dark cover's going to start, and here we go. Another green light is on, but only using 1 dark cover so far. Usually would be a second one into the spawn area, but not using, deciding not to use it just yet. Moonrow plants. Now the game is on. Trying to find at least one pick here. Skelis is falling oh so low. Minus a bunch of health, and Moby taking care of Master. It's a big pick for you because now that means everybody else is in the back of sight. And Moby, at least for the moment, still playing spikes, or still playing flank, still playing spoiler. So what they are, recon down below. Rariana's able to get that prestige, gets one back as well. 4v3 situation. Neural Theft is up to try to find the rest of the team. Now you wish you had the Rolling Thunder here to get things at least a little bit more situation. Inside of the smoke, Ski is there. Only 2 versus 4. Starting to defuse, Rariana's there. Moby's going to come out of the smoke, and it will not do anything else. What a retake from the Broncos. They go up 4-3.
And I think Michigan State were saying, hey, we held them pretty well at A-Link. We don't have to worry about that part too much. And they were on Sheriff, so it made sense that they lost this round, but it would have been nice if they were able to take down more bodies on the side of Boise State. You could see it right there. Moby was trying to be annoying from that B connector, but it just wasn't enough. Everybody won their respective 1v1s. And 4 people alive on the side of Boise State means they get to keep the credits rolling. They get to keep that operator action. And Michigan State, they're going to have to invent something new, revamp their game plan or something, because what they're doing has been formulated, and Boise have pretty much figured it out.
Yes, they have, and they keep rolling along with a very similar strategy to this, but all they have to do is rely on an operator to get you a pick as well. They're very early on. They get a logical down. And now looking to see what they have to work with. Hunter's Fury still available for Michigan State, and as well as a From the Shadows in case of need emergency. But again, that Omen does not have the spike. It's the Breach of Moonroad that does have it. No ultimate this time to work with in a clutch situation. Spying out what they can and showing up 3 mid-area. Meanwhile, this Omen still checking Garage Door. There's no utility there whatsoever because your Cypher is down. You could run into there if you wanted to, but instead, maybe looking like this is just a straight-up B push. They've already smoked out Garage side with Omen inside. It's going to be a Dimensional Drift infested from Boise State as they do the plan down. Ski's going to check out what's going on here and what the positioning of everybody is. Might get some good intel. Paranoia is out, but not good enough. Redloaf is there to take care of it. And Ski right out of the Dimensional Drift falls to It's Slammed, who finds 2 in the process. Now 2 versus 1, or 3 versus 1, excuse me, with 2 ultimates on board. Probably don't need them in this case unless somehow, someway, Skelesis can make a clutch moment out of it. Moving around, seeking if there's anything out. Spy cam is now out. They may have found where they are. If you're Skelesis, do you try and save the weapon or try to save the rounds? And it will be neither. Breadloaf is there. Takes the head off of Skelesis. Back to a tie.
Back to a tie, and since round... Actually, yeah, I think since round 2 was the only time we really saw a 2-round differential or higher between these two teams. Really shows how similar their play style is, how much they figured each other out. But again, they're not trying to reveal too much because they've got another tournament in a couple of weeks. So you've got to imagine, what are the mind games going on right now? How much are we willing to give up to win this title here? Michigan State, defending champions of the surfboard. Boise, the newcomers, making a big statement here, going toe-to-toe against the defending champions. 4-4 so far as we head into round 9. A similar game plan as before. Lots of utility being used on A, and you can see Boise State, they're investing a lot of manpower there.
Yeah, they are. They're making sure that A's site is all capped out and even going to push ahead of it. Not quite towards A long yet, which they finally do peak, but instead they're there to realize that no one's home, and instead the home that they're heading towards is Garage, trying to rush this out, maybe because only the Cypher's there and the Trapwire's in main. Unfortunately, no one's going to walk into main because they're all going to walk out from Garage. Paranoia finds a line of 3 people, which makes them back off, but Ski's still able to find Moby in the process, giving Boise State at least a little bit of hope that they can still defend out this round. 2 lead changes, 3 ties so far here in this game, minus first round. And now you have the kill contract out. Kill contract for Master finds It Slammed, who wins it out, shields drop, and Master's going to get the Guardian Flicked onto It Slammed, making Boise State have the man advantage full-time, 5 versus 3. No Hunter's Fury available. From the Shadows is there too. Mudro plan down, not quite having an opportunity to do so, not having that comfortability, but Illogical on top of the box is able to find Ski down, and Rariana's on the flank. There's 1 kill, and that's going to be the spike down as well. No more planting unless you can find it. Some good intel. Breadloaf is able to take down Rariana, turns around, finds another one. Onto the flick and onto the piercing wall onto Master. Breadloaf's closest to Prestige, maybe not turning around at the right moment, timing around the corner, looking in the wrong direction, and here comes the right click classic from Prestige into the head. Boise State, man power, man advantage, point advantage.
And you just keep them guessing. You sometimes don't have to make noise. The overthinking will do it for you, as that was a 2v4 situation, shrunken down to a 1v2, but still, that's the downside of planting at B, is it's really hard to predict where people are going to come from. There's B link, there's link into C, there's link into A, and then there's the main straight. It's 3 entrances that you have to worry about. And when it comes down to the final bits of the round where you don't have any utility to your name, it's hard to close that one out. Boise again taking a 1-round lead over Michigan State.
And 1-round lead here again. In terms of ties and lead changes, minus the very first round of action. 3 lead changes, 3 ties. This has gone back and forth every which way you look. And now again, 2 ultimates still on the board. Michigan State around the corner where Rihanna peaks, but sees 2. Sees double. Not quite a Gliardo clone plus, but enough to scare away the incoming message of bullets. Spycam used. Spycam spots out one at the very least, but Michigan State now thinking otherwise to try to peek that. Rihanna still playing very aggressive for a Cypher. Can't find one. Goes off just a little bit to the left of the bullet. Prestige is able to find Moby down, which means that the rest of the team might follow suit here. They made noise at C, but look, still 3. They're very wary of A.
Yeah, because this is a game plan that Michigan State have continuously done. They use one of the Omen smokes, they use the Cypher to linger, and then they push on to A. So this time Boise State are ready for this plant. That's going to be a Hunter's Fury being used to try to slow down the retake here on the side of Boise. It tags, I believe, 1, but it doesn't take an official kill. Master finally takes one back, and now it's 3v5 again. Make it 2. They're just dropping like flies. Skelesis has 2 to his name. Last one's in the smoke. How much can he do? The answer is nothing. Another flawless for Boise State.
And Boise State will keep the lead. No ties this time around. They'll take a guaranteed tie for the half. 6-4. A flawless round. The second one since round number 3. When they had full rifles, and they still have full rifles, but now putting Michigan State in a dire situation. They're going to buy up here to the second to the last round of the half. Michigan State loses this. They're not going to have a lot to work with going into the final round of the half, which would mean Boise's got good prio to get 8-4 if they win this round, though. But you know Michigan State's not going to go away from this quietly.
Yeah, and I think the mentality behind that is, yeah, we could give this round and we could end up going 7-4. And then into a potentially 8-4 because they lost the round. Or we could challenge it here, nip it in the bud, and then potentially contest a 6-6 half, which they would be very, very happy with given the circumstances. That's going to be the ISO wall denying any damage. Kill contract just to get him out of the situation. But even if he wins this, he's going to be in a very precarious location. Doesn't even win it. So Michigan State, they've got full rain over there, a full whiff of a mag. And Steve, he has to peek out. It doesn't work, and that's a 5v2. Michigan going strong here with the plans.
And nobody's died yet. No, they've all bought up, but nobody's died yet, which means they've got good priority here to win out this round if they can keep the other 5 alive. And doesn't have to buy up for the last round of the half. Prestige doesn't see Moby. Moby was in the other corner. Moby's going to spot Prestige first. Maybe a few extra bullets just for safekeeping. Rihanna's the only one left, but it's going to have to look from a lot of different angles and going to need some magic to work with. But unfortunately, Paranoia, full bullets and all. You'd say a flawless? Michigan State takes a flawless back.
Flawless for one team into flawless for the other. It's just about as crazy as it gets. And MSU showing they've still got the firepower. It's map number 1 after all, but it is an absolute sluggerfest right here. Imagine that, a tied half for our finals, our first map in our best of 3, where winner takes it all. Loser gets a runner-up position, a 2nd place.
Oh, if you're looking at this from another angle, runner-up doesn't have another piece of luggage to check in, but winner gets 1 extra, but that's a trophy. It's not just a surfboard, that's a significant accomplishment here at the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Surfboard that has only been inducted for 2 years, but still a site that no local team in Hawaii has seen. It's only been to the mainland thus far. Not been kept home yet, as Michigan State keeps it onto the B side, looking, staying around, seeing if they have that opportunity to plan face that for a couple of moments. Rolling Thunder is going to clear this out. They're going to opt to go all the way from B to A. Different playbook here to go on a curve. Master, though, sprays and prays and finds a logical through the dark cover. So what do? They retreat back to B, and now they're going to plan your final round of the half.
Final round and a half in arguably one of the most dangerous sites on this map. making sure they've got to have all their entrances covered because Boise State can come in from 3 different directions. From the shadows going to be used to see if they could outflank the flank, but it's spotted out. He doesn't cancel it.
Doesn't cancel it in the nick of time. Moonrow Slam getting thrown back, and they're just going to line them all up. Moonrow, Moby, and Slam get them all from the same angle, and that's a wipe. Michigan State had man advantage by 5, and they just don't wipe it away.
Absolutely decimated there. The kill feed literally launched all 5 names just like that, and it's a tied half. Boise State not winning more than 2 rounds in a row ever, but the same could be said for Michigan State here. Just trading the round streak back and forth.
Trading back and forth and looking back at the half as well. 5 defuses for Boise State on 11 plants for the Michigan State team as well, as we're tied up at 6 apiece. The only other round that went their way, -1 of the defuses, was the very one to go on that round 9 area. So they are looking for the very, very close game here. Looking for, at the very least, an answer to break this tie. And already looking up C angle. Recon Bolt is there just to see who's trying to play up on the back of Cyclones out. They're going to take over B immediately, and Boise State's going to change this up. They're going B right away. They're not going to go for A. They're not going to go for C on the speed. Instead, it's a sight you never think of at the start.
Yeah, especially with pistols, that's going to really come down to just gunfights on gunfights. We're going to have to see what the answer is. Illogical debating whether to cross this trip. The answer is yes. I don't know if Prestige is expecting 2 people, though. Uses the paranoia. Delays them a little bit more. 4 men strong on either side. It's going to be a dash in. They're just going to absolutely overwhelm that mid area. Slam's going to claim a second one. It's 2v2. Dart doesn't find too much information. Do they know where the rest of the members are? It's already a defuse tick, but it's not going to matter. 2 fights won on 2 different fronts, and Boise take the lead again.
And the fight won by the attacking team yet again. Another significant play here, as once again for this Boise State team, playing to their strengths, playing to hitting their shots, staying calm into their advantage. And right now, Skelesis and Ski, mind you, leading the charge here for Boise State, and both of them having one of the higher KDs, although the highest KD from day number 1 was Master, sitting at 17.3 kills per game right now at 5. But Skelesis and Ski not too far behind. Skelesis at 16 average and 15 average. They're already there, if anything, and we still have a couple of more rounds left to go. You look towards A site. I mean, you're looking maybe at a push towards A, but they're holding off. They're waiting. It's a full group.
It's actually something different now, because the Cypher, who's normally loitering around Garage, is actually joined up with the team. Util used defensively to prevent any flanking shenanigans here, but it's a 5-man strong type of thing. Slam does have control of the front of A, though, so they're not too worried that anybody's on site quite yet. Omen Smoke comes out, going to be used as a haven here for safety. As Slam in the wrong place at the wrong time, closes it out, but is evened out by his teammate Moonrow. As trades come back and forth, it's now 3v3. Control of the site goes to Boise here. Plant is gonna start. Ski and Master hiding out in hell. Gets paranoid out, but they almost take out Breadloaf. 1 HP and a dream. Is it going to be enough? No, Ski covers it. The crossfire is good. And Rariana closes it out with a 3K.
No more charges left.
That's going to be another round. The furthest Boise have been ahead, a +2. But it's not 2-0 anymore. It's 8-6.
8-6 the lead. And again, you're talking about the closeness of the situation. Michigan State's not going to take this sitting down. That has been 4 lead changes, 5 ties from the very first round, minus the very first round of action still. So that just shows you how close this game is. Neither team having more than a 2-point lead in either direction, which is causing this game to be a lot closer than you first realize. 2 high-level opponents, both in the Power Esports Conference, looking on here on the island of Oahu for a surfboard / trophy, as being pressured out already. Look how far up the Sova is. That was it. Slam moving up all the way up A long just to make space, and now even the Jet Illogical is going to see if you can get any stragglers out and about. Smoke on main as well, though the spike is in a safe position for them to get. They still have no idea which direction to go in. This Omen from Breadloaf checking a corner to see if there's anything to work with. Contingency comes up. Shield in the wrong direction, though. A couple of shots fired. That may get them some hints. Illogical catching out Rariana, trying to go towards A maybe. But instead, they've got A covered. Omen firing a few LMG shots with the Odin in B. So what do? Looking like Garage to try to rotate out.
Looking like Garage. Spike's moving with them. They're trying to pincer into C site, but again, Michigan State have been really good at defending this. They decide to use the Omen smokes to cover the right side of the site. They use the recon dart. It's not going to spot out Moby, who finds solace in the smoke, but it's not quite enough. Ski claims that one. Paranoia almost hits, but it's not quite long enough. What a flick! Gets two, gets three with the Odin. Is it going to be the whole team? Answer's going to be no, but they do finish it out. Michigan State fighting back.
They don't even plant spike down there either. They get absolutely decimated by the Odin throwing down the hammer there for him. And it's just an unbelievable lineup and an even better play from Slam to get slammed up to an 11-9 round on an average for Slam that went 17.6 and 11.3 on KDs yesterday on the 3-game average, but still, the Odin making an appearance, but this time it's not in Slam's hands, it's into Breadloaf's hands to work with. Now Boise State trying to see if they can keep a 2-point lead or if Michigan State's going to tie this back up. As they look on, as they look towards, maybe splitting up just a little bit, looking towards B, maybe looking towards any semblance of an opening. Michigan State has tried to cover up all the possibilities. 3 heading towards Garage. Spike is not with them either. That is Rariana probably picking up Spike to go with the rest of the team. Breadloaf's just going to spam damage away, penetrating a wall with an Odin. Making sure that this team is staved off for right now, but B site looks to be the call out here. But again, still no Spike in hand. They could try to clear this out, but Rariana's got to start going on their horse. And they want B line to be put. That's in the smoke. Breadloaf finds Ski, unaware of the rain of bullets that were coming down that line. Down to 45. Looking, searching for hope anywhere. Broncos looking like they're going to line up right into the face of the Odin one more time around the corner unless they have a flash or something. They try to line up. There's going to be the Cyber Cage. Hunter's Fury down the line is going to see if it hits anybody. It tags out Rariana, maybe tags another one, doesn't do so. But it does get the spike down momentarily before Master gets the plant.
Yeah, and the double tap gets rid of the shock dart damage, so it's a clean plant here, about as clean as you can get, salvaging the situation. Like you said, it looked like B, it looked like they had a lot of paths here, but it didn't work out. They finally found an entry point onto C. Michigan State, they now have control of the site once again, but just playing on that long straight is all they really have to do. Munro taps it. What's the read here? Slammed on that flank. I don't think they know. Unaware. They haven't spotted him, but Master was actually looking for it. And now, 2v2 situation. Someone's got to stick this soon.
They don't get the trade-off, 1 versus 1. Sova versus Breach, but the time's running out. Scalasis is just going to jump peek this. Munro has to hold it. Munro gets the shot off, but does not have enough time. This spike is going to go off, and Boise State's going to find themselves in a 9-7 lead, denying another tie. Broncos keep it.
They keep it going, but it costed everybody. Everyone had to die for the spike just to detonate. And the first detonation round of the entire series now, mind you. That's how close it's getting. And honestly, the Broncos played it well. They used C-Long to their advantage. Master was watching the flank, so Slammed was just immediately stifled out. And I think, you know, it's literally now the split-second decisions that made the difference. If Slam had killed that one more player, would it have been enough for them to defuse?
It might have been.
It's little things like that that matter in this series now.
Yeah, every high-level match like this is going to come down to those very little things. If you can stall on time, if you have the util to do it, if you know where your opponent is going to play, and especially in a game like this where both teams have very similar styles. Kill contract is going to come out. That's going to be against Moby. Has the double tap up as well, and right against it. Will get enough damage to move around. Nothing there either, and no coverage from Michigan State. Plant down for Boise State. That will go on to C site yet again. Doesn't have a lot to work with either. Like you said, costing them a lot in that last round. Around the corner, Illogical's there, going to pick up that weapon on the weapon upgrade for Michigan State. And and Slam finds another one, pierces the wall. Michigan State gives themselves a fighting chance. But instead, that fighting chance started to melt away. Prestige lines up the last two, and the Broncos up 3, the largest lead of any team here in this map so far.
And it looked hopeful, because if you think about it, Illogical was able to take down the Cypher. That meant all of the trips and traps laying around ready for a flanker was just immediately nullified. But Boise State, they kept control of the site. They actually were the ones to push forward in to contest the retake. And like you said, this is the largest round lead we have seen on this map thus far. Let's remind the audience, when they met in that round robin, that last match of yesterday, it was 13-11.
Yep.
They were consistently trading round for round. I think this might be the largest, the largest round differential, even including that map.
If we were to include the last matchup between these two teams that happened yesterday in the finale, you might be right in the courtesy of 7-5 being that final round score. But in essence, yeah, you're right. That would be the closest that we've seen it, or the largest deficit between these two teams being 3. At the end, we only got to win by 2 anyways. Still kept it very, very close. Still Michigan State looking to see if they can score a point off, stave off what is right now a current 4 out of 5 rounds in for Boise State. As they get a first pick already onto the Jets of Illogical, and Illogical's been a key piece of this Michigan State team so far.
Absolutely so. And unfortunately for Illogical, checking multiple people there, even using the neural theft, is Boise State to find out where everyone else is. They notice a condensement of people around that AB area, and in fact, even from the shadows, has to be used defensively to scout out just in case the Cypher needed a little bit of help onto C. But it's that same game plan. It looks very similar, but instead of long, they're coming in from short. Slam is smoked off. Rolling Thunder used just as retaliation.
Oh.
Slam gets the first pick, I believe. Not the spike quite yet.
Nope.
But now they've made their way onto the site. They beat up the double tap. It's Classics out now. It's the right click. It's good. Ski's got to clean it up, though. It's not enough. Moby finishes the job, and it's 8-10.
Oh, you are giving your flowers to Slam every single day of the week if you're watching that clip. Gets 3 there. Smile on your face probably, knowing that you cleaned that up for your team. Not a doubt in the world your teammate follows up with that at the end. But man, Slam 16, 12, and 4 so far. And look at Breadloaf as well, playing that assist game. 13 assists for Breadloaf on this Omen right now, who had an average assist game yesterday of 14.6. for the 3 maps that they played, and a top kill percentage of 19 and 21. That was against the University of Hawaii Esports team and Manoa as well. 21 assists, I believe one of the highest assist count as well. So Breadloaf doing excellent work on the Omen here so far with Dark Cover and all to help out the team. And Illogical this time not stuffed at all at the opening pick. This time gets Rariana off guard.
Catches the Cypher, and now that's a lot of intel that's not going to be available for the side of Boise. They're rotating into C from Garage. It's a 4-man effort. Is it going to be enough? Trade of dark covers here from the Omens. Ski's able to take down Moby, and now both Cyphers down. Just playing with Sheriffs. I don't know if Boise can handle the situation. Spike never went down. Slam takes down the double tap, but nothing more than that. They walk towards the smoke. It's going to run out. It's not going to be 2, but it is going to be the round for Michigan State. They close that 3-round gap back down to 1.
They close it down into 1 in an unbelievable sight right now. 2 straight rounds for Sparty, trying to claw their way back into another tie. Again, 5 ties, 4 lead changes since round 1. And still, yet again, they haven't planted the spike in 2 rounds in a row now. Not on A, not on C. Michigan State playing a little bit more aggressive. You saw Illogical trying to play up, trying to get that first pick, and like you said, no more insult on a flank anyways because you got Rariana down, which means that pressure came back onto Boise State. Michigan State handling it well. Now contingency very early on. They want to rush this side on C. They've got a few utility to work with here. Now you're going to have the Hunter's Fury down the lane. Illogical's trapped in here, doesn't have a dash, will finally use it just to get out of dodge, but not before being tagged once. That's through the cage. Skip found Illogical through the cage, is able to return one back. Slam isn't able to find any targets down. They are able to kite off of the Hunter's Fury from C. But now the panic here for Michigan State, trying to find out which side they're either rotating to or playing off of. They look like they're still trying to commit towards C. A couple of shots being put out. Moonrow at 1 health, staying barely alive. A gust of wind could knock over Munro. Instead, staying alive to see at least another couple of seconds. Garage peeked out right now. They're putting out at least one dark cover into the garage lane, thinking somebody's going to peek out of that, but maybe the call here, garage, or at least going towards B. Trap wires are set up on either end. Rariana aware of this. Can't make any noise. Can't make any sound, knowing that they're still covering sides A and C. They could rush in at any moment. Prestige now going to plant the spike. Here we go. 4 versus 4. Onto B side for the first time. This is for the first time since the first round of Pistols. Boise State plants here on B. Steve's going to take advantage, takes care of its slam, and now the Dimensional Drift away. Now this Breach has to worry for your life here because that Dimensional Drift, you have no clue, but runs away. About to run out of time here, gets out of it. Moby away from it. Gate crashes away, and now Moby's stuck in the back of sight. Alongside of the Omen. Fault line there, just to see if there's any pressure. Two people inside of sight, but now they're just starting to run away here. Breadloaf spamming all sorts of damage on the Odin. Michigan State looking like they just want to run away and make sure that they are saving for the very next round. Boise State's just running all over the place and gives them an 11th round.
Yeah, they don't want to take any chances. They could try to look for a couple more bodies, but they're just going to call it there. We'll let 4 people on Boise live if it means we get to bring 2 more weapons into the next round, and it's 11-9. It's a timeout on the side of Michigan State. It's time to have a good discussion because the other team are 2 away from an entire map point. If every map is going to be this close, you do not want to be losing one.
Not at all. Michigan State uses their first time out of the map so far, which gives us a quick chance to tell you about some of our sponsors as well, and of course we also thank some of the other booths as well. We know PC Gamers was here earlier on too, and we also saw a lot of people doing the sticker thing, and you were doing a sticker thing over there. On
yes,
the
yes.
earlier.
So they're what's it called? They're a startup nonprofit opportunity. They're kind of here to introduce people to tech positions. Anybody that's looking to kind of like not get outpriced out of paradise here in Hawaii. So I got to chat with them a lot. They have a lot of opportunities for people that are kind of into college already, maybe some of them looking for a career change. So good opportunity for them. I asked them if they had any opportunities for like high school seniors and stuff. They said they're working on starting to build that bridge program.
Yep, and also thank you to them, and also thank you to some of our other people as well. Click and Trophy Shop for making the wooden bowl trophies you see out in the middle there for the Smash Open, as well as the Smash Tournament, I believe, as well, or Valorant High School, I should say. Southwest Airlines providing discounted airfare to all of the Hawaii players, all of the HEI players. IHG Holiday in Waikiki for being the hotel partner, and Go 808 Express as the charter bus partner for the teams as well. 11-9, your scoreboard. Boise State in the lead, 2 away from a map first win against the Michigan State team. We'll remind you on Haven here, Boise State won this map yesterday 13-11 in the best of 1 in a best of 3. A map here means Michigan State would need the next 2 on both Ascent and Icebox to clean up shop. Now away they will go. Flashes out, flashes on the teammates, so unfortunate there, but they're able to progress in at the very least. They're just going to rush right in. Boise State trying to at least throw Michigan State off their game after the timeout. Bladestorm goes for nothing. Illogical runs into the bullets of Rariana. Now it's Slam versus Rariana, who wins it, trying to pierce through the wall, but it's a Slam, gets the better of it. And we'll take out, and we'll get a flank position on. Recon Bolt destroyed. Slammed, playing very, very aggressively for Asova, even putting on a flank position for the lack thereof of the duelist side. Now the Jet's gone.
Yeah, that was a really good trade for Slam. Just pepper shots over and over again. Didn't take a single hit from that entire exchange, and they also stopped the push onto C from Boise State. They're now considering a B plant there. Some of the Cypher utility is still up on that site, but that didn't stop them from the previous round.
And the main thing here, too, for Boise State, they plant back on a B, but what they're not aware of, it skis on A. Taking down 2 on the Moonrow, and it's Slam, meaning that angle is now canceled out and done. So the only 2 left to go here are on B towards back sights. Do they have any awareness of this? Boise State looking on, and they have some angles to work off of dark covers. B main as well. They're going to run away. Michigan State knows they have to try to save as much as they can going into what potentially is the final round. Running away for dear life. Not a lot of economy to work with either. So Michigan State says, we're keeping away. We're letting them have it in hopes that we can get 3 back. Coming up next.
Back again to the largest round differential thus far. These detonations are getting more and more frequent which might be a bad sign for MSU here. But they chose to save up. They chose to hold their credits, and this is now the precipice. This is that final destination for this map. This could be it. It could be a Boise State 13-9, or it could be something more. The Spartans looking for a final charge onto Haven.
3 must-win rounds for Michigan State. Boise State looking at it as 3 match point opportunities. Needs to find 1 round
Standing
for them
ahead.
to win Haven and to head on over to Ascent afterwards for a chance at the surfboard and leading the series. What does Michigan State have to defend this out? Illogical pushing up very far up again. Not quite with its slams yet. I'm going to back away from right now. Here there's a lot of firepower making a lot of noise inside of garage area. Still leaving Spike in the back for options. Set up for the Cypher on C as well with a trap wire. Also got a trap wire on B side at the very least if they decide to push that way towards BC connector. Now with our cover in B side, thinking they may go up there, and why not? B side's been very successful for this Broncos team. 3 plants there, 3 wins there, if you include the first pistol round of the half and the last 2 rounds as well, in rounds 20 and 21. Checking to see, and they're just playing slow. They're not making any noise whatsoever. They're letting them guess.
Yeah, they're keeping them guessing. It's pulling them apart because they don't know what site is going to happen, but they have a hankering it's going to be A, just because that's what the default has usually been every time that they've tried to do this quiet play here. Even if they do start allocating people over, it is still only 3 people defending. Smokes and Paranoia invested. Illogical has 2, slammed.
Finds 2 in the process. Illogical's right there as well. Trying to make sure they're defending this point out. 2 versus 4. Never count Broncos out, though. They're going to push it to the site. Ski's looking around, kind of looking from 2 different angles. They may line up, but Slammed is there. Bredloff gets one back. Sparty's not out of it just yet. They breathe life. 12-10. 2 more rounds to cover for OT.
And it's the crossfire at Link and right at the cubby by Short. Just firing from both directions. You can't peek both at the same time. And that's good teamwork coming out from Slammed and Illogical. You like to see it. That's the team synergy you need if you want to win the next 3 rounds. Now 2 on the side of Michigan State. They keep it close. They need to force overtime if they want a shot of winning this first map. If not, it's going to be the Broncos going up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. Halfway already to that championship surfboard.
There they are.
Trading out in the middle on a long master for Illogical. 2 ultimates up for Spartans. Hunter's Fury as well as the Neural Theft. They can use either of them to their will if they find a dead body or if they find the opening. So far, Boise State giving Michigan State all it can handle and more. Pushing them to the brink. Pushing them to an opportunity to go up 1-0 in the series and be 1 map away from taking home a surfboard. And a special surfboard at that in only its 2nd year. As trying to find something inside of Seaside. Maybe dark cover is there for Boise State. But also at the same time, too, there's maybe a little bit of a push-up on A. That's going to be at least an aftershock to take care of Rariana, thanks to Slams peeking that as well. Seaside looking like the call. They've got 4 pushed up. It's only Moby. Here, doesn't get hit by the Paranoia, but does get hit by the bullets right in between the eyes. They're going to plant down on C. Last chance here for a retake from Michigan State. Hunter's Fury at least denies the plant momentarily. Slammed is there to take down Skelis. Also tags Ski, who's at 45 health. Trying to find that last second. They do get the plants off. Fault line doesn't hit. Ski's able to get away. Prestige. Ski looking at 2 different directions. All 3 members of Michigan State inside of spawn area. Flashes outside. Gets pierced a little bit. Slammed. 1 away from the ace. Looking for it. Trying to keep them up. Loses. But 7 health left. What can Prestige do? Maybe some utility as well. Some aftershock. And some life into the Spartans. 1 away from the tie. 2 straight rounds for them. 2 straight diffuses. Still in it.
They're still in it. That dark cover was essential to making sure that Boise could not guess what they were doing. Uses the dark cover to hide the spike, but also to hide the fact that Moonro was going to send the concuss out instead of challenging the gunfire 1v1. Taking no chances here. And now 1 round away from overtime, or 1 round away from a repeat of that 13-11 scoreline. How poetic would either timelines be here?
Poetry be thy name between these 2 historic programs. Two directors looking on to see a grudge match between these two that will repeat 2 weeks from now with another trophy at hand. But one's in Las Vegas, the 9th island. We're here on the main islands, trying to find out a champion between these two big schools. And Breadloaf, illogical, finding 3 on a trade. Breadloaf finds a 3rd. Sparty wants to play more. Looking one more time down the line. Rariana's got 1 pick around the corner, looking for another. Moonrope gets it, 3 straight rounds, and the Spartans down 12-9. We play free Valorant.
And this forces the teams to now play and win 2 consecutive rounds, 1 on offense, 1 on defense. And we've seen the different play styles last as long as it needs to. Now they have to be able to adapt and do 2 different play styles and win 2 times in a row for them to work it out. Michigan State on the offense here, trying to see what they can do. This was Boise State's weakness in the sense that they have the double duelist. They've got to make something worth it, because any round here is halfway to victory for the map.
And right now, again, win by 2. We go to a deuce scenario. Got to win both attack and defense consecutively. For Michigan State, they will start off on the defending side, or on the attacking side, because they started off attacking. Boise State will get defense first. Trying to see if they push out of the smoke. Breadloaf finds 2 in the lineup. Breadloaf has been coming up clutch here in the final rounds of this half, of the second half. Will continue to do so into overtime around the corner, looking for another. Breadloaf finds it, pierces the wall, takes out Skelesis. Will plant down onto A site. And now Boise State looking for an answer. Looking to see if they don't drop 4 in a row. Trying anything desperately to win around. Rariana around the corner. They get 3 in return. Michigan State down to a 1v2. It's up to Moby to clutch this out. Inside the cage, finds 1. Not the defuse yet. Prestige gets it. Boise State hanging on thanks to some last-second clutches. Advantage, Broncos.
It's heavy punches back and forth. It looked so good in the beginning because Breadloaf was able to get that 2 picks there by A Long. It looks like an investment here, but it's another timeout. This time by the leading team. You can tell there is tension in that room that they're playing in.
They're trying to get them to reset. They're trying to get them to relax a little bit, knowing that they're hyped up, but that anxiety, that pressure can very well tower over you going onto the defensive end. It's Boise State, or the attacking end, I should say. Boise State, you get the timeout. You get your players settled in, and you make sure that you only have to win 1 more. That's it. That's all you have to do. And again, Doc Haskell from Boise State talking about Coach K for Michigan State, or for the team, saying that they know that Michigan State very well aware of the team, and they're trying to get them to reset, and very good at doing so. So can Boise State reset, or is Michigan State going to be able to take 1 away here and force a double OT? This is the first time, by the way, that we are seeing overtime in this scenario, and why not happen in a championship game?
That's true. The stakes are high. After this is map number 2, and that could just be the series, right? It's a clean 2-0 is all it takes for you to win the Hawaii Esports Invitational here. And Boise State are 1 round win, this round win away from being up 1-0 in that map score. Michigan State have to play spoiler for a little bit here as the round now gets started.
Round is on, and we are underway. Michigan State must win. Boise State wins. Map over. 1-0 for the Broncos. Looking for any entryway, and this was towards the end of that half. Michigan State went on a 3-round win streak to close that out on defensive side. You figure that might break, considering that they just lost attacking side, but Michigan State not going to go away without at least trying to put up some answer and playing very quietly. Boise State not letting them have at least some time to breathe because they're just holding their breath.
Yeah, and we're seeing Cypher utility being used elsewhere. It was a lot of garage control, but we're starting to see it onto C site with the possibility of them going onto it. Slam sees at least 2 people there. It is Yoru and the Clone, so technically it's the same person twice, but Now blinded out. Recon Dart doesn't get any information. Not as much as he would have liked, but Moonro taking the first kill down. A pick onto B. Double dark covers used. Blocking a lot of information. Moby's about to see a lot. Double tap, it doesn't matter. Breadloaf gets 2.
Breadloaf gets 2. Looking for the last one. Ski's the only one left, and that Spike in such a bad position. Looking towards it. Ski runs. Ski paranoid out. Blinded. Breadloaf can just fire away. The Spartans making sure Boise State's reset isn't as easy as you'd like it to come. Double OT, my friend. We get to play more.
And the crazy thing about this is the defensive side is winning each of these rounds in overtime. You would think on a 3-site map that would be one of the hardest feats to accomplish, but here we are, back-to-back defense half winners. And it almost feels like the offense is the lacking side for both of these teams heading into this double overtime, 13-13. It's about as close as it can get.
Scenario here for either team, from what you're mentioning now, would be win the attack. You might have the better advantage to win the game at the end. Who's going to break that first, though, is a better question, because somebody's got to break that streak. Boise State defensive end, Michigan State attacking end. And through the recon bolts, Rariana caught out, slammed, is able to find one, advantage to the Spartans. MSU finds themselves in a planted situation, but we've seen this before. They may be man up. Boise State's not going to let them breathe, though. They're going to try to rush in. They're going to try to find any situation. As long as they have the utility, as long as they have the gun skill to do so. Double tap is up, Master's gone. Skelesish trades, it's trade after trade, but you can't do that anymore with one person left on the board. Prestige has to make some magic happen. Around the corner, finds one. The other one seeking out in garage, and another one at long as well. Dark cover's also there. The Omen's the only one left, gotta run out of time. Another headshot, not looking the other way though. Good double peek in the end. Moby catches him at just the nick of time. And Spartans are up 14-13. Attacking side 1, is this it?
Attacking side 1 seems to be the kryptonite for both sides. And the Spartans are able to accomplish just that. Now they just have to do what they've been doing best, what both teams have been doing best, which is hold down the fort, defend the sites. And if I'm Boise, do I continue using a game plan that I've been trying? Do I go with comfort? It's a bit more predictable, but it's less risky.
By the way, for Breadloaf, 20 assists. Has the double-double. Kills 20, assists 20, double-double.
Double-double.
Still, a plant down. It is a rush into B site for the Broncos. 5 versus 5 on the retake. Breadloaf spamming damage with the Odin, doesn't tag anything, surprisingly. Paranoia out, but everybody is spread across the map towards B site at the very least. Moby taking down Skelesish, straight out on a return. Rariana is there. One back. Spike's starting to run out of time, though. Michigan State trying to clear out the sites. Master, Ski, Prestige all get their picks. They all fall over. And Boise State get around back. It ain't double. We go triple.
And Michigan tried to push up to hold down the castle, but everything fell apart like dominoes. They topple over. And we head back into another overtime. First, both defense rounds win. Now both offense rounds win.
So much for the theory.
So much for the theory.
So much for that Odin in hand too. Doesn't really get a lot done, but it does enough for Boise State to at least win out the fight. Switch back again. Michigan State on the attack, Boise State on the defense. We go one more time in OT. Triple OT between these two teams. And if this is any indicator of how this is going to go in the rest of the series. No, both Doc and Coach K talking to them earlier, we're ready for a 3-map. This could very well be that if we continue on like this. But in map number 1, yes, I said it, map number 1, triple overtime. Boise State looking to see where they're approaching from. There's going to be a target hit from the out zone at the very least, spotting them out. Now already on site here, or rather in garage, taking up some space. Rariana's there. Or excuse me, that is Moby that's up there, just pushing up some space. But instead, 3 people, A long, 2 trap wires on site for the Cypher of Rariana. And here we go. After shock out, spy cam out. A lot of utility out for the Cypher. Looking to plant down, doesn't get a tag there. But also now plants onto A. And the theory, and again, a 5v5 retake. Here we go, Slam, Illogical, both finding their picks. Double tap, though, was able to help out. Ski Master get one back. They actually get an additional one back in return. Around the corner, into the spawn. 3 members from spawn all coming out. It is up to Moby to defend the site, but 2 people with low health. Prestige is also there, too. On the fake, inside of dark cover. Dark cover drops. Who's got it at the end? Around the corner, gets one on the double tap. Maybe getting Ski, but it's not going to happen anyways. Boise State defends home turf. Defend A site. Actually has the dimensional drift as well. But that's gone anyways in the next half. Advantage to the Broncos again.
Advantage to the defense one more time. Retake very, very good. They literally just walked up into A from Link, and they made it work. They took back the territory. They overwhelmed the team, and another timeout this side on the team that is down on the deuce. Michigan State thinking about how they're going to do this, how they're going to stay in this game and then still win 2 more.
Each of them using a timeout here in overtime. Boise State did this in the second, or after they won the first round. This time around, Michigan State using it after they lost the first round of triple overtime here. And now thinking about it, right? A loss here could very well be devastating, right? And you got a loss for either team means you have to find a way to reset your team for the next map after what could be a tragedy here in either triple overtime or even beyond if Michigan State wins this round. So trying to settle in. You can see on your screens the players just looking on into their screens, looking on in to see what they can do to give this team the win and the advantage or the tie if you're Michigan State. And now they are forcing out the best in each other. They're forcing out the best gameplay we have seen all weekend long, and maybe in a little while as well between these 2 schools. But between these 2 right now, neither trying to give up an inch.
The unstoppable force versus the immovable object, so to speak. 2 Titans clashing on our finals stage here. Winner of 2 maps in a best of 3 takes home the surfboard. Other goes home a little bit sad, hoping for a second round 2 weeks from now in that Las Vegas tournament that you're talking about. But here on the Hawaiian Islands, this is it. Boise State need 1 more round to clutch up the map. Michigan State needs this one just to stay in it, just to stay in the map.
They advance up, shock bolt there for Slams to take care of Skelesis. And Illogical gonna flick and get 2! Master and Rariana on the other side of a highlight. 3 health left for Prestige, the only one remaining. Michigan State's forces quadruple overtime.
Yo, I need to know what the coach said because I need the coach to say that to me the next time I play my promos. That was an insane flick. Completely unexpected, catches all of us unawares. And we are 30 rounds in now, ladies and gentlemen, into our first map in this best of 3.
Neither side giving an inch, and especially when the highlight asks for it. Illogical's right there. 18, 22, and 6 maybe the line, but both teams now have a player at 30 kills each. Slammed and Ski. Everybody trying their best to make sure this map number 1 does not go to waste. Giving us some entertainment in the end. We are in round 31. The game should have ended normally in round 24, but this time around we're playing extras. Why not? In a championship round where everything on the line, throw out what you can. Both of the coaches said, we're going to try our best. We're going to see
I must wait a moment.
here. Try to throw it out. Throw what you can, and of course looking out at the surfboards right now. Trying to etch a second name Michigan State onto the surfboard on the right. Trying to take one home again. Sparty held it earlier. Right before they came, Jono comes in and tells us he put the Sparty inside of the hands, put the surfboard in the hands of Sparty, and puts that significance knowing they are the first champions. But can they be the second? In back-to-back rounds, and Slam starts us off, taking out Master. It is returned in favor by Skin Prestige. Moonroll will plant, but it's at a man disadvantage. Oh. And actually, Red Loaf in return. Moonroll's there too, making it 3v2. Back to you in response now. Boise State, what do you have to throw in return? It may not be a lot. Moonroll's got them down. Red Loaf's there as well. And Michigan State puts themselves at advantage points. Spartans just one defense away.
It's easy to say it like that, but we have gone OT back to back to back to back. I guess Michigan know a little bit about back to back to backs after a show match with Smash yesterday. But they're going to have to pull another one out here if they want to take map number 1. What a scoreline it would be if it was true. 17-15. What a storyline, considering Boise was the one that won this map in that best of 1 yesterday. For them to overtake it, show the adaptations, show the growth that they've learned throughout this tournament, the strategies they've developed.
They're going to show the grit, the willpower to get through 4 overtime rounds. Michigan State on advantage points. Now seeing themselves in a good spot, in a good position here. Garage being taken over by Boise State, but that does not matter. They have Breadloaf around the corner. Breadloaf's been good in these last couple of rounds. Peeks away, Paranoia is out, blinds for a little while here. Gets at least 1 down, but it's not enough to line up. They trade that out for Master. For Skelesis, I should say. Inside of Garage. Clone is down, Moby's in the back corner here. They've got 3 people looking at it. Undercut will help as well. 4v3, now a 3v3. Moonrow is able to get one on the fault line. And gives Michigan State a fighting chance behind on the flank. It's not there. Illogical taken down. Boise State with man advantage. Looking to see if they can plant the spike, but the Omen all the way back. Looking in Garage, looking to see if he can get a plant down slam there. Boise State gets it back. We play on. Quintuple overtime.
What if we accidentally pick the 2 universities that are locked in a permanent battle to the heat death of the universe? And we're just stuck on map 1 for the rest of our lives.
We're on a loop. We're on a time loop. I can tell you right now, my sheet only has 36 rounds to play.
Every 2 rounds is Groundhog Day.
It might just be. Every 2 rounds, we are seeing the same story over and over.
Okay.
And yet, welcome back to a tie. Welcome back to Deuce.
I will point out, this is the first time an operator has been purchased in the overtime round, and Ski does not actually end up using it to the best of their abilities. That's a 2-kill lead now in favor of Michigan State as they look for more picks, but Breadloaf has got it. Gluten strikes one more time, and the Spartans looking to take round advantage another time in overtime.
Spartans made their advantages be known on the attacking side back on round 25 and round 28 in first overtime and second overtime. They haven't won an attacking side since, or rather I should say round 27 as well as round 30 and 31. 2 advantage points, 1 to tie this time around. They get 4. Illogical taking down Master, meaning it's a 1v5. Prestige needing magic, needing any hope. Looking for it, looking to line up 1 and 2, but needs 3 more. Has only 2 dark covers and a shrouded step to play with, and you cannot save. There is no point in doing so. Because obviously, they're playing for it all here. They may not see one maybe up above the boxes, but that's on the other side. Prestige gets a 3rd and a 4th, but it's not going to be enough. Breadloaf, the 3rd above on the boxes, was not spotted. And Michigan State holding on for dear life after Prestige had some magic, but not enough to send it on an ace.
If not for the sniper's nest, that would have been a full ace. And what a way to have won that round. It looked almost flawless. But the Spartans keep their cool. Breadloaf showing up once again. Sometimes it really does come down to this Omen player clutching up, winning these rounds for Michigan State, a key catalyst for success here. But can he do it again? Round number 34 as we rush onto C site.
Rushing onto C site, Boise State wants to go, presses the green button, it's on, but they might be up against an Odin for it. Skelesis and Master both find theirs, making it a 5v3 scenario. Paranoia is out, Breadloaf spamming damage all over, but it's blinded by the other side. Paranoia will die for it. Master's there, cleans it up. We'll keep this going. But now Michigan State on the back foot, down 3 players. Slammed, as well as Illogical. Back to spawn area.
Oh.
Trying to find a pick, pierces the wall for it. Gets 1, still looking for any semblance of hope down the lines of the tunnel. All 4 members of Boise State hanging out off-site into either main or into the cubby. That recon bolt gets destroyed from the side. Rarion is there to take care of 1 and 2. And Boise State ties it up yet again. Sextuple overtime. Overtime number 6 we go.
I kind of want to see what happens when you run out of rounds on your spreadsheet.
You're going to have to write somewhere else.
I've got post-it notes if that'll help, but I don't know. You're going to have a lot of data to work with for map number 2 and potentially map number 3. By the way, yeah, this is map 1.
Yes.
This is map 1.
This is just map 1, and it is not a best of 1. It is a best of 3.
Maybe grab a cup of coffee from Cafe 831 by the stairwell. You might need it.
Or go get the $1 hot dogs and chips for $5 and 3 for $10 out in the patio outside with cold drinks too. Because yeah, that sounds pretty good on a combo if they still have some. But
okay,
grab whatever snacks you can. We're in it for the long haul here. And I don't know if the Owl drone spotted out at least illogical, but they didn't fire the bolt for it. Michigan State looking up A long still. Yet again, they're on the attacking side to start off here. Looking, hoping that this could be the end of the tunnel. Longest personal overtime I've seen is 36 total points. But
total
Boise
points.
State, yes, total points, 19-17.
That would mean we end here.
That could mean we end here, but I know these two teams don't want to make it end here unless they have that lead. And up east side they will go, making some space, running all the way around, trying to at least start cover out. B side going towards C on Link. They might get the plant down. Moonrow opts to go to the front side and plant for window. Not get the plant down yet, but now does so. B site we go for Michigan State's attack. Skelesis trades, master trades, 1-for-1s on either side. As they've got at least 3 to work with. Moby another shot there, taking down Rariana. And now on the cusp of it winning. Moby's got another one, 3v1. Ski's got to make magic. It will not happen. And it will be Michigan State's on the cusp of victory yet again. But we know Boise State's going to have a response. How do, Broncos? How do?
And I honestly cannot imagine what is happening in that room right now. Their backs are faced against each other. You can see it on the camera. But they are entirely focused on the game ahead of them. It's been this situation for long enough where it's almost been that way for an entire game's worth of rounds, where it's just been back and forth, 2-2-2-2 over and over again. Here we go, round number 36. Slam pushing way further up than expected. Has his team behind him though. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But now they know there's 3 people invested onto C site at least. Boise are gonna rush onto A a little bit slow. They don't wanna overcommit, make too much noise. Moby's got a good camera in that corner. I don't think anybody's gonna know. They found it out. They noticed the cipher. That's about it.
That's all the information they get. Besides that, health bars in favor of the Broncos. As they look to plant on here, onto A site, and here we go. Broncos don't have man advantage. It's a tie advantage on either side now as we look to see what Michigan State has cooking up. No ultimates anyways because this is still overtime. Now looking to push right on in. They have fault line and everything working out. Paranoia is there, and Prestige Rariana gets 2 on their own. As Ski now gets 1 more. They're following it up. Boise State ties it again. We go to sweet 18 points. 18-18. It will take 20 rounds to win map 1.
Yo, this was a good scrim before your guys' match 2 weeks. I appreciate it. You know, the venue was here and everything.
Doc Haskell from Boise State runs up to me during one of the breaks and says, cancel your dinner reservations. Because right now we are playing on and on and on. And this will not stop. This will not end anytime soon. 2 players on either end with 30 kills plus. Ski 33, Prestige 32, and 15 assists. But look at Breadloaf's line, 31, 26, and 31 assists for the Omen.
That's a team player right there.
That is a team player and a half. Michigan State, Boise State both know how to make some entertainment here. On the main islands, they'll go to the 9th island later on, 2 weeks from now. And HyperX Arena better be ready for what these two are cooking. Because if this is just map 1, we're going to get some fireworks here for map 2 and on. Michigan State looking to push up on here and looks to push up. And gets down Skelesis, but that's traded out right away inside of the dark cover. Steve looking for another headshot. Flicks onto Breadloaf, but that's traded out. 3 versus 2, still 2 initiators, and at least a Cypher for Michigan State. Meanwhile, Duelist, Controller, Sentinel on Boise State side on the defensive end. They do have some utility to use, at least on CNC Garage. But right now, just holding off that pressure, holding off a scenario where Michigan State has it easy. It's not going to be very.
Yeah, and I wonder if Boise are predicting that they're going to try to still go on to A, because what we've seen so far, as soon as the first engage doesn't work for these teams, they like to fall back and reevaluate and maybe try to go for somewhere across the map here. You can already see Slam trying to clear out the space. That's going to force a little bit of a rotate, but maybe that's a full team distractor as the rest of the team now goes back onto A site, clears it out, scouts out the vicinity, notices there's nothing there. Boise recognized that something's afoot. And if they come back onto the site, they hear the spike planting now, but Slammed, he's late to the party.
Slammed is late to the party. They do have a spy cam to see it out. Everybody in the cyber cage comes out of it, looking around. Moby's got one. There's 2 more inside of the cage. Do they know, though? Sova and Cypher there rushing into the points. Who's got it around the corner? Jump piece. Prestige gets both of them, and Boise State gets a point back. And now lead with advantage going into their attacking round. Into round 38 we go.
This is a high number of rounds, man. I'm just saying, like, at least when we play Valorant, we have the option to draw. But at this point, the sunk cost fallacy is just way too high. And just imagine, regardless of whether you win or lose this map, the mental reset that these players are going to have to go through to start fresh. They probably haven't seen pistols in like 20 rounds.
These guys have not seen another map in a few. They've only seen the paths of Haven, sights of Haven, sounds of it, and what could very well be a very big lineup as well. Breadloaf had the Odin, but gets flashed out by the clone. And they're able to take advantage. Moonrow fault line kill yet again to change that out. Moby finds another. Min-Master's going to clean that up. 3v2. Boise State man advantage. Rariana's in garage. Slam's got to be careful. And all the way around, it will come late. Rariana gets the kill onto Slam, and this Jet is nowhere to be found. Illogical has to run all the way around from A to make some magic happen. Broncos man advantage. Point advantage. Health advantage. Around the corner, Illogical finds 1. 2 health bars left. 1 in spawn area, or 1 in B, looking on, and 1 towards in, dashes in. Cypher's gonna rush here, try to get behind. Illogical around the corner as well. Pierces through the barrier, and Scalasis ends it. Boise State's fighting all the way through 38 rounds, and the Broncos are on series and surfboard championship point.
What a tense series so far. The fact that the rounds never surpassed a differential of 3. The fact that we went to however many overtimes you can ever imagine just for the first map. But in the end, Boise State showing why they won it the first time. It took them a little bit longer, but 20-18. That's a year number, by the way.
Yes.
That is nothing to shy away from. That is an impressive showcase of not just endurance, but also adaptation, of skill, of resilience for all of these players. And now, Michigan State, they're going to have to do the biggest reset they might have ever had to do in their tournament lives.
One of the biggest resets I think I've ever got to see here in a best-of-3 series. Goes down 20-18. Had it in your hand, slipped away a couple of times, and you did fight back against a Boise team, a Boise squad that was going to throw punches at you. Michigan State at the end, though, falters to the Broncos, and an unbelievable map overall. And just, I mean, you look at just the entire game there as well, just in the numbers-wise that fall out for you as well. The numbers of every single player that played out there for that played out in the stats. I mean, you're looking at it overall, 2 players with 30-plus kills, 35 and 34 for Ski and Prestige.
Per team.
Slammed and Breadloaf 35 and 31. But if you're this Michigan State team, hey, 31 and 28 and 33 for Breadloaf. You're relying on Breadloaf to get you a lot of assists. And you're getting Breadloaf to get you some picks. But unfortunately for them, it is the team of Boise State that get the advantage at the end.
Yeah, and so now Boise go up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series, and Zippy's map MVP is going to be Ski, who put on quite a performance here. a great duelist, buying a lot of space. Every D-drift felt like it gathered so much information for the team. Granted, we didn't get to see that much of those heading into the overtime because as soon as the frags were out, by the time you got your ultimates, the round was pretty much over. But even before that, so helpful, so useful for the team, led it to the victory that they got here in this first match.
And considering how many times we went back and forth here, nobody went over 300 ACS, nobody popped off because nobody could pop off. They were right at each other's throats, and they were throwing punch for punch. They got to do this again, at least one more time. So we will take a short break, and when we come back, map number 2, grab your snacks, grab your food and drinks and all. We're ready for map number 2, Ascent, when we come back live from the Hawaii Esports Invitational.
Taking down the operator here would be so clean, but they'd also have to take down everyone else to ensure the op does not get picked up. Rolling Thunder!
Down below, Rariana's able to get at least a little bit more situation.
Pretty much figured it out.
Rolling along with a very similar strategy to this. What's going on here and what the positioning of everybody is. Mike to take care of it, and Ski right out of Master finds it slammed. Who wins it out? Shields drop. The box is able to find Ski down, and Rariana's on the flesh. You can find it. Some good intel. Redloaf is able to take down timing around the corner, looking in the wrong direction, and here comes the right click. Very aggressive for a second.
But it doesn't take an official kill. Ooh, they're just dropping like flies. Skelesis has 2 to his name. Last one's in the smoke. How much can he do? Track just to get him out of the situation, but even if he wins this, he's going to be in a very precarious location. Doesn't even win it, so Michigan.
Still, Moby was in the other corner. Moby's going to spot Prestige first. Maybe a few extra bullets. Go all the way from B to A. Different playbook here to go on.
Doesn't cancel it.
Doesn't cancel it in the nick of time.
A little bit more. 4 men strong on either side. It's going to be a dash in. They're just going to absolutely overwhelm. Too much information. Do they know where the rest of the members are? It's all a slam time. Closes it out, but is evened out by his teammate Moonro.
In the wrong direction, though. A couple of shots fired.
Gonna spot out Moby. Almost hits, but it's not quite long enough. What a flick! Gets 2, gets 3 with the Odin. Is it gonna be the whole team? No, they haven't spotted him. But
Sova versus Breach, but the time's running out. Skelesis is just gonna jump peek this. Moonro had to be the Cyber Cage. Hunter's Fury down the line is gonna see if it hits anybody. It tags out Rariana, maybe tags another one. Does against Moby. Has the double tap up as well, and right against it. We'll get there. Gonna pick up that weapon on the weapon upgrade for Michigan State. Gives themselves some fighting chance. But instead, that fighting chance started to melt right now.
And it's that same game plan. It looks very similar, but instead of long, they're coming in from short. Slam is smoked off. Rolling Thunder used just as retaliation. Slam gets the first pick, I believe. Not the spike quite yet.
Nope.
But now they've made their way onto the site. They beat up the double tap. It's Classics out now. It's the right click. It's good. Ski's got to clean it up, though. It's not enough.
So far with dark cover and all to help out the
It's
team.
going to be enough. Trade of dark covers here down Moby, and now both Cyphers down. Spike never went down. Slam takes down the double tap, but nothing more than that. They walk towards the smoke. It's going to run out. It's not going to...
This is us for the first time since the first round of pistols. Boise State plants 2 people inside of sight, but now they're just starting to run away here. Breadloaf spamming off their game after the timeout. Bladestorm goes for nothing. Illogical runs into the bullets of Rariana. Now it's Slam versus Rariana, who wins it, trying to pierce through the wall. Boise State, they plant back on a B, but whether or not...
And Paranoia invested. Illogical has 2. Slam.
Ski's looking around, kind of looking from 2 different angles. They may line up, but Slam...
To that championship.
Moby here for a retake from Michigan State. Hunter's Fury at least looking at 2 different directions. All 3 members of Michigan State inside a spawn area. Flashes outside, gets pierced a little bit. Slam 1 away from the ace. Looking for it. Looking one more time down the line. Rariana's got 1 pick. Around the corner looking. At defense first. Trying to see if they push out of the smoke. Redlow continue to do so into overtime. Around the corner. Look in a row. Trying anything desperately to win around. Rariana around the corner. This out. Inside the cage. Finds 1. Not the defuse yet.
Blocking a lot of information. Moby's about to see a lot. Double tap. It doesn't matter. Breadloaf.
Ski paranoid out. Blinded. Breadloaf. As long as they have the gun skill to do so. Around the corner, finds 1. The other one seeking out in garage, and another one at long as well. Dark cover's also there. The Omen's the only one left. Gotta run out of time. Another headshot. Not looking the other. Mike's starting to run out of time, though. Michigan State trying to clear out the sites. Master Ski and again, a 5v5 retake. Here we go. Slam, Illogical, both finding their picks. Double tap, though, was able to help out. Ski Master get 1 back. They actually get an additional 1 back in return. Around the corner, into the spawn. He's got it at the end. Around the corner, gets 1 on the double tap. Maybe getting Ski. They advance up. Shock bolt there for Slams. to take care of Skelesis. And Alonso goes to flick, and Master and Rariana on the other side of a highlight. 3 health left for Prestige. Maybe the second. In back-to-back rounds, and Slam starts us off, taking out Master. Now, Boise State, what do you have to throw in return? It may not be a lot. They have Breadloaf around the corner. Breadloaf's been good in these last couple of rounds. Peeks away, Paranoia is out, blinds for a little while here. Gets a lead for Skelesis, I should say. Inside our garage. Clone is down, Moby's in the back corner here. They've got 3. And gives Michigan State a fighting chance behind on the flank. Boise State with man advantage. Looking to see if they can plant the spike, but the Omen all the way back. Looking in garage, looking to see if he can get a plant down.
I will point out, this is the first time an operator has...
Needing any hope. Looking for it, looking to line up 1 and 2. They're playing for it all here. They may not see one, maybe up above the boxes, but that's on the other side. Prestige gets a 3rd and a 4th, but it's not going to be enough. Wants to go, presses the green button, it's on, but they might be up against an Odin for it. Skeleton 5v3 scenario. Paranoia is out, Breadloaf spamming damage all over, but it's back spawn area.
Oh.
Trying to find plant for window. Didn't the plant down yet, but now does so. B site we go for Michigan State's attack. Does so. B site we go for Michigan State's attack. Skelesis trade. And now on the cusp of it winning. Moby's got another one.
Round number 36. Slam pushing way further up than expected.
Everything working out. Paranoia is there. One more. They're following it up. Boise gets down. Skelesis, but that's traded out right away inside of the dark cover. Steve looking for another headshot.
To the party.
Slam is late to the party. They do have a spy cam to see it out. Everybody in the cyber cage comes out of it. Looking around. Moby's got 1. There's 2 more inside of the cage. Do they know, though? Sova and Cypher there rushing into the points. Who's got it around the corner? Be a very big lineup, and which could very well be a very big lineup as well. Breadloaf had the Odin, but gets flashed out by the clone. And they're able to take advantage. Moonrow fault line kill yet again. Good change. And all the way around. It will health advantage. Try to get behind. Illogical around the corner as well. Pierces.
Garage beam. A minimum of 3 players. Does get hit by the breach ability. Concussed for the time being, but is now back to normal.
State, they're going to look down on spawn side. Boise State's down to 1 player, and that is the Skelesis, who's got 2. Oh. Getting 1 more down. Headshot there for a second. Oh. Maybe could even pick up a weapon.
Though, so they can choose to do something. They're even going to invest the D-drift to know where everybody's going to be. Recon dart immediately. Skelesis
finds nothing at the moment, but Alonso was able to get Prestige, and that lets them enter on to the Hunter's Fury on the other side for Boise State. Skelesis looking for any text whatsoever, and it's looking to maybe plant this far. There are 4 looking down that main, maybe Paranoia through the walls, nothing there. Skelesis area looking to see if they can.
It's not about who can play better, but who can.
Garage and main, so here we go. Ski with the operator. One of the Boise State players after that map comes up and asks us, did we have some entertainment? Oh, we had that and more. That was map number 1, 20-18 in favor of Boise State. They're 1 map away from checking in a surfboard at the Daniel Kahinoe International Airport to go back to Boise, Idaho. We welcome you back inside of the booth at the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's. We get set here for map number 2 and an insane map number 1 to work off of, because that went to septuple overtime, 7 overtimes to determine a winner. That goes 20-18 in an unbelievable streak. But now you got to figure, if you're Michigan State, getting a reset here might be tough.
Yeah, the game lasted so long that Keegan had to ask me for the math prefix of what 7 was. So I appreciate you buzzing my brain a little bit there. But I mean, yeah, 20-18. Like, I mean, you were just talking about it. You had never casted a game longer than, what was it? I believe it was 36 rounds.
36 rounds normally.
So
that's
now
why I put 36
we've set a new record for you.
Yep.
So congratulations, you've hit your PR in rounds. Spectating, not playing, because that's oh my God, if we had to play like that many rounds ourselves. But we now head to what everybody has called before the Collegiate Special, the map of Ascent. Now, I don't know how much experience these 2 teams have had on Haven, but for sure, these 2 teams have probably played Ascent over and over and over again, not just in scrims, but also in competition.
And it's not like this map changed a whole lot either since it's been out of the pool. The only thing that changes is that non-pennable wall on B site. That is it. So this is the classic. This is where teams mainly put the decider on, but instead this was a second map decider going by the way of Icebox if we get there. But first and foremost, we got to get there, and teams have to kind of reset themselves. Boise State obviously shouting their lungs away at the end of that, trying not to get a heart attack out of the anxiety out of just the entire energy that's in that place right now inside of the sound stage currently behind us. But still, I mean, man, oh man, just what do you do if you're Michigan State to recover from this? That is up to them to decide and see if they can force a map number 3.
I will say, at the end of the game, all 10 players had the same consensus. They all had to pee. It was a long game,
yes.
okay? Like, granted, obviously, you know, you could take some sips of water here and there, but that culmination, it just lasted, you know. And so here we are, map number 2, Ascent. And we've been seeing something throughout this entire tournament that we haven't really realized, which was the fact that Killjoy's just not being picked anymore. It's now a Vise type of thing. And in fact, we're also going to get another new agent for this series, for this entire tournament here. Yeah, and that's going to be the Deadlock. A little bit of changes to that Deadlock that you might want to note for the players that maybe haven't touched the Valorant in a patch or two.
Yeah, so Deadlock's now Barrier Mesh has actually changed to a non-signature ability, meaning you got to buy it with credits.
You got to buy it.
Free to 400. The Gravnet as well, trying to make sure that at least it's good for increasing some of its counterplay according to the devs. Of course, that Gravnet swapping to a signature, shrinking the size and increasing some of its counterplay. Since the skill will be cast more frequently, we'd like to encourage plays to be more intentional and precise about placement. That's where the Gravnet comes in. It's also changed to a signature ability now with a 40-second cooldown for that Gravnet. The total size, though, of the Gravnet decreases from 16 meters to 13 meters, meaning it's kind of a big jump. If
it
you
is
think
a big
about
jump, yeah.
And Gravnet's projectile audio loop has been updated to increase its gameplay clarity, meaning that when an enemy removes the net, the audio cue of the net breaking now plays for everybody.
Okay.
So all players involved now know that the net has been broken off.
So a lot more counterplay to it, but now it's free.
Yes.
So basically, you're telling me 2 of Deadlock's abilities swapped keys.
Basically,
and purpose. Yes. Okay. All right. So something to keep in mind as we head out here. Other things are still pretty similar, like sound barrier and things like that. Nothing too crazy for the time being, but this shows that Boise State still has some things that they can show that are new to this series that they're still willing to reveal, because like we said, they are meeting again in 2 weeks in Las Vegas for another championship title. It's a matter of how much they want to expose here while still securing their victories. As a big trade back and forth, so far Michigan State up 1 person. Vines are going to come out to delay any more forward movement. But it is 2v3 in favor of the defending team right now.
And to mention to the point, too, Michigan State starts off on defense this time. They started attack last round, and they will alternate yet again if we go to a point 3. So Michigan State starting defensively here with the man advantage, with utility advantage as well, because you still have your Vise up onto B side, all that utility with the Razor Vines and the Shear there, too. And A site, I mean, you still have Omen, you still have the Jet. So where does the walking happen? They're going to send out the clone, but I don't think anybody's going to hear this clone walk into that corner. So they're going to go up into Catwalk. Michigan State very wary of what's going to happen here because they don't want to full rotate yet. They do have all 3 members on A, but if they were going to try to rotate to B, they still would have some utility to go off of if it was up B main and into the tree. Maybe some mistiming there, doesn't look down. So they're getting closer and closer ever to each other. Up inside of the Guardians, the launch goes there immediately to the flick to take down Prestige and Ski, and Sparty starts off the first point.
It kind of looks like a movie scene where they were all like, you know, backs against each other, looking at each other's 6 o'clocks kind of situation, and they got each other's back. And Michigan State able to hold off, securing another round 1 for themselves, another buy up for themselves, and a logical, I mean, you already pointed it out, it's about as simple as day, really. It's the Vandal Light Shields after winning round 1.
Yeah, what else could there be at this point, right? What else could you imagine a logical buying up if you're going to be leading the squad here? Lights plus Vandal, mostly equals gun advantage. In the meanwhile, a little bit of a throw going on, and it will land, well, right into market. That's a great lineup too. But you can see the difference there. That Gravnet usually would cover the entire market area. Instead, it only covers a little bit part of it on that lineup, and you've had some space to work off of. But Moby taking out Ski gives them at least the initiator for duelist trade.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Rariana's already on point here. They are holding off hope for right now. Arcrow's blinding. Doesn't take care of the Arcrow either. Arcrow's able to go back in. Razorvine, Rariana's stuck here. Doesn't move to take damage off. But at the very least, Boise State has some utility now that they don't have to worry about defensively. As for Michigan State, Now they've got the barrier mesh out. That's going to hold them there for a couple of more moments. They will rush onto B site. First plants of the of the second map here. Moby and Illogical getting kills in the meanwhile into the back. They will go shock dart there, nothing doing. As Boise State down to a 2v4 man advantage. Skelis is on right near the spike, gets spotted out and suppressed actually, thanks to that zero point at all on the knife, and around the corner Breadloaf will go with the Spectre, and Michigan State only losing one in the process. Not too shabby for Sparty.
Yeah, a rather cheap round relative to the amount of credits they ended up losing. They're able to defend their streak here. It's a 2-0 start for the Spartans. Looking good, business as usual for them. And now the Broncos, this is their opportunity to bounce back. They get their full assault rifles. They get the best shields they possibly can. And it's time to see how things work out. I'm gonna be honest, I know it's just the first 2 rounds, but we're actually seeing quite a very small usage of that main mid area. We've seen Catwalk into tree just a little bit, but I guess teams are still trying to get a feel of how the other team plays before utilizing that mid area. Stick to what's tried and true, stick to a site, and so far that's what the game plan is for both of these teams. As we see right now, Omen hiding around in Wine, Illogical already claiming one. Breadloaf not getting any information so far, although he's really close to some enemies right here. Doesn't sniff out anything for the time being. And we're seeing a similar game plan that we've seen from Boise before, that on Haven here, which is the Cypher is going to be lurking around on B or elsewhere, wherever the team isn't. We've got one watching mid now. I guess that's the only variable, but now that leaves only 2 people to push up with the spike onto site. I wonder if it's going to be enough. They do bait out one of the Omen smokes from Breadloaf. That's a 40-second cooldown.
Now just waiting to see what Boise State decides to do, because they hear a lot of noise up on A, and that's where the spike is as well. Wasting away as much time as possible and delaying their pushing and maybe trying to force them to make a different decision. Allsworth's still up, at least on A side, not putting anything out, trying to line up, see where this goes. Meanwhile, it'll go right on side. Nobody's home, though. Nobody's up in heaven. But it's still a good flash out. Skelesis has one, but Munro's able to take that in return. Even able to upgrade if you get out of the smoke. But Illogical's right there to cover on the other side. Door closes. And right behind, Master takes down Illogical as well. Munro gets a head pick onto it. That's a bullet onto the head, but it's not good enough. 1 versus 2 now. Master's got to work with such little health. Slammed is there with the Onin, and a costly round for Boise State.
Costly because this was their buy-up round. This was that patent-pending round number 3 that was supposed to work. But that's kind of why the patent is only pending and not already given out. Now they're going to have to play with Sheriffs and Lights once again. But some of them actually opting in for full aggression here. They say that round was a fluke. Run it back one more time. We're going to have to see what their choices are as we head into round number 4. A lot of setup here from the Vise, and that's why I think we're starting to see KJ not as favored. Vise can do what KJ can do, and in some cases even better. No turret, no lockdown, but Steel Guardian kind of does the same thing, so people aren't too worried about that substitution.
Well, you just got to hope the other team isn't very good with their primaries on a rush attack, so that would be the main thing. However, Moby also gets caught out. Sheer is triggered, but everybody kept alive in the process. Nobody passes the moments of the wall there, but it does give Michigan State enough information to start running off on. As Fragment comes out, delays the push yet again. Owl Drone just to seek out what's going on. Nothing down Speedway at the very least, and nothing on site unless you see the KO down there. Slammed is able to find Master, at least raining down some bullets. Still on Speedway. Takes that out for Munro. Ski is actually on point right now. Slammed actually takes care of Spike. That's in the middle of the walkway and not underneath the dark cover either. So now Michigan State, or Boise State, in a lot of trouble here. Does pick up the Spike inside of the dark cover. Ski's there to find 2. Boise State back to the man advantage here with Illogical now. Having Blade Storm, doesn't need it though in a 1v1 situation. Recon finds nothing. Will pull out the Blade Storm in a matter of trying to force Boise to think twice about doing different things here. Vandal plants is out, forcing out a peek, and Illogical will clutch up Blade Storm and all, dashing up draft, and a kill. Spartans have a 4-0 lead.
It's the mobility diff here. The updraft is enough. The tracking's not quite there. And these rounds are getting closer and closer. it was just 1 or 2 people falling, but rounds 3 and 4 have had only 1 or 2 people left alive by the end of that round. Illogical being the only one standing 8-1-0. 2 frags on average per round thus far, but keeping that win streak, keeping that credit streak alive for the Spartans. And Boise now with a buy up. They're looking for retribution one more time.
By the way, 4-0, a 4-round win streak, the longest streak of either team in the series so far. The largest of the series so far was 3. Illogica's going to run through the Razor Vine, taking away a couple of pieces of health and slowing down and making noise too that the Jet is here somewhere. Altorb is going to be taken up. And now you have Hunter Shiri available with the Neuro Theft for the Broncos, who want to push in likely from A site. It's on that side of the floor right now. Could rotate out to B. Still have some utility from Vice left. You still have a Sheer and Razor Ryan back on B, as well as a Sova. Trying to pertain here. Arcros is up on A to flash on anybody that's going in, and Broncos still don't know that. Just jiggle peeking back and forth. Moonrow not taking a chance to peek either. 0 points out, and at least spots 2 people. That's both the Sova and the Deadlock of Ariana out. Suppressed for only a couple of moments to let the team know that they are still around somewhere.
Absolutely right, and now they're going to rush onto site, already using the Hunter's Fury. Tags 1 time, but not going to complete the kill there. It's actually bad for Boise State here, who lost 2 people trying to rush in, not countering all of the areas that Michigan State could have come in from.
Has to save, right?
It might just be a save angle. We can see the Omen already positioned just in case any flankers choose to come out. And it's going to be Moonrow walking out.
Moonrow walks out, denies at least what would have been a perfect round. Nobody dying to that, but Moonrow walks out. Time's going to expire. And that is the first time defenders win based on time. And that's a very rare sight around here, but Boise State's can't find a round, can't find a win, and coach is going to take the timeout here to reset Boise State. Michigan State up 5-0 at the moment. I mean, a complete turnaround from what we saw back on map number 1.
Yeah, it's a little different. There's less variability, and there's always been that idea of veterancy, right? Like this map has been around since the dawn of Valorant. It only got removed recently just to install that protective layer on that B main wall. But other than that, this is the tried and true map of Ascent that you've been playing since you started playing Valorant. And if that's the case, it should feel like you have a good understanding of all the ins and outs of this map. But so far, it looks like Michigan State are running away with this early part of the half much more than anticipated. They are 5 rounds in, and they have 5 rounds to their name.
I also want to point out, too, that Boise State may not be having the greatest time either, though they do have 2 Sentinels on their side of the floor with both the Cypher and the Deadlock, but that should not necessarily mean that a team of Boise State's caliber should be down 5-0 right now against, or well, they're trying to keep it as close as possible, but now that timeout, and like we said, a magic 5 number, right? 5 number's got to be on the board, maybe not in round 5, but a 5 number on the board anywhere, and a timeout would be played, and Michigan State down a big 5-0 means that they got to find a way or Michigan State up 5-0 means Boise State's got to find a way. It's a big reset here after this timeout. And they will look around to see if it can work out, and not a bad way to start when you can take down an Omen like that. You don't got to worry about smokes anymore. So the only thing you got to worry about, or well, the only smoke you have left is a cloud burst from the Jet, but that doesn't last for too long. As now a little bit of a split push. Sova staying back here, looking towards Catwalk, see if anybody is on mid side. Ski's already up mid. We'll throw out the clone, see if anybody reacts to it. Crossfire, they hear some noise, but they don't realize that it's a clone. It's holding on. They're not going to peek unless they're peeked first. Just waiting around, biding time.
Yeah, and we were talking about it. Breadloaf, a key benefactor here to this Michigan State squad. Good on kills, good on assists, good on utility. So removing this key component in this roster now means that it is going to be especially hard. But the ball is not in Michigan State's court. It's actually in Boise's court. They're the ones that have to push up. They're the ones that have to plan. It looks like they're going to try rush onto A site once again. From tree, from main. Is it going to be good enough? Illogical is able to take down 2. Doesn't even die to the fragment here. Uno is able to trade 1, dies to Prestige. It's a 2v3, but low health bars all around. It looks like it's going to be up from the shadows. canceled immediately. Just used to scout to see where everybody is. Now is going to be the plant. 12 seconds left on the clock. Completely reset now with the timer ticking.
Timer ticks away on the spike as it's planted down. 2 low health bars. Sova still full health. Meanwhile, chipped one on Boise State side, and it's 2v3. Neural Theft is going to let them know where they are exactly. They're just going to keep moving around. But knowing that there is something of this up here in heaven, gets the paranoia out, staves off that pressure for right now. Running around, changing up position from Hell at the very least. Trying to see if there's any kills left, but what you don't know is right behind you. Prestige is right there. Looking to pick up the Odin, but instead Moby gets the headshot behind him. 2 low health bars looking for the kill. Master's got 1. 25 health. Moby's got to hold it down, and Master's going to hold down the site as Boise State's timeout well worth. They get 1 point back.
That was quite possibly the scariest round just yet, because that was fresh off your timeout, like you said. That was strategies being talked about and then put into action. And even at the end of it all, yes, they won the round, but it took every single member giving it their 100% here just for them to get it. They are on the board now, so props to them. Can they keep this win streak going? You can see already on the side of Michigan State, because these rounds have been costly for both sides, just 2 wins in either swing would mean that the other team has no credits left to their name. Prestige falling to Breadloaf very, very early here.
Now trying to see if they can take advantage here from Michigan State. They don't need to peek any further. Masters going to make sure then they even up to make it a 4-4 game. Looking on. Looking for a sight line of any kind to enter onto sight. Boise State's going to have a little bit more trouble. 0 points down. The knife suppresses. 2 looking in towards mid. Ski and Master right there. K1 and Master there to look down mid. See if there's anything that you need to be aware of. But Michigan State not peeking anything they shouldn't here. Given the advantage. And now the null command will be out and about as well from Michigan State to make sure that their push is little. So here comes the spike all the way around from spawn for the Sova Boise State. Scalus is going to take this spike all the way out. They're back on the B side, but beware of all of the utility this device is about to bring up. And Annihilation is ready to go here. Does Annihilation bounce around and find anything? Annihilation will miss off the mark onto A side, but that was onto A. Ski still, though, is able to still find Slam. It's going to be a plan down here. It's a wide open A side without triggering anything from the Vice, who's already dead anyway. So for Michigan State, they got a free sight. They get freedom to roam around here to work and see if they can defend this spike out and score a 2nd point, have 1-man advantage, make it a 0-man advantage. And now it's a 2 versus 2. Masters there, lines up 2, makes it a 1v1. Rariana up against Moonro, who's got it. Gravnet doesn't hit, and that smaller decreasing size may have just saved Moonro from this for right now. Now knows where Rariana is around the corner. Moonro's there, and will have enough time to defuse as well. Michigan State's denying Boise State any streaks.
It was a good bait on the side of Boise. They used the Annihilation. They try to pull everybody over, and only Ski was the one watching B. It just wasn't enough, though. The Ares in the face of 3 just completely overwhelmed. And so Boise's able to get the plant. That's improvement, because they were able to plant before. It took a little while before they could do it again, so they were able to do it here. But unfortunately, Michigan State with the better firepower. Breadloaf once again just doing so well in terms of holding down, getting these 2-for-1s in the skirmishes, equalizing out any advantage in people that Boise had, and that's a 6th one for them. Breadloaf now traded out.
A guaranteed tie at the half at the very least for for Michigan State. Looking to see if they can advance on a little bit more. 1 down on either side yet again. Omen for the deadlock. If you're Boise State, you take that any day, considering now you have no more smokes to worry about. You still have Vi's properties to worry about, as well as a Steel Garden who is set up on B still. Off and away goes the dark cover to A main, and still just trying to find any way in. They're having trouble doing so, and up against an Odin with the Sheriff usually does not land up on your favor unless you can find that headshot first and foremost. Now the 0 point out, suppressing out Master. Don't have a lot to work with regardless. They're trying to pop in, still trying to find shots. Doesn't line up in their favor. Hiding around in mid. Seeing where they want to push, can they push? Where can they go? A's covered. B's going to have a lot of gear to work with, especially a shear. No Yoda clone either to psych them out. So holding on to a pattern of just biding time. 25 seconds. The green light's going to go in just a second. Because Boise State's got to go in 3 versus 4. Now they hear the sounds. Jiggle Peak maybe around the corner. Doesn't realize that he's right there, but at least you're traded out. Goes all the way up mid. And Moby's right there as well to cover. Inside a boat to Michigan State with the lead. 7-1. A completely different game from that of the last map.
Yeah, it's completely different. The tempo's absolutely changed. And you could justify it by saying that Boise State are running a double Sentinel comp, so they're hoping for that second half. But you really want to go into that second half with more rounds than a couple so that you have more flexibility in your play style. But for the time being, Michigan State have only dropped a single round out of 8. They've been looking very, very good. Almost like that break that they had in between map 1 and 2. A lot of time to talk strategy, a lot of time to address things that went wrong or things that went well that they could improve on. It's a trade 1-for-1 so far as they're pushing up onto A main. Boise going 4-man strong here. About to approach, but Illogical's got 2 before falling down. It's 2v2 now. Spike still not planted. Both members of Michigan State now approaching onto the site. Plant is by generator. Owl drone used to see where the members are. A switch up in where the plant is. Officially decided right by the doorsteps of hell right there. Steel Garden going to come out, going to jam primaries, but it's not going to work once outside of the range. Slam's good for 2. And 8-1 now in terms of rounds for Michigan State.
All I heard of our production crew just now, just what the, I don't know how Slam gets away with this on the own and doesn't even have to lay out for the bank either. Can just buy up abilities, stave a few bucks later on, can buy another Odin later, and maybe even have enough to buy rifles. If you win one more round, you've got enough money to win got enough money to buy for the rest of the half, even as well for Michigan State. So MSU on the cusp of a 9th point. Boise State still searching. They used the timeout early after 5-0. They get the round back in round number 6, but that is all that they get off of that. Otherwise, it has been all Spartans in this game so far. Gravnet going to line up in market yet again. Nothing there. See the Sova of Slam backing away from it in the nick of time. Here comes the clone. Good thing you didn't shoot now, because what you're about to run into is a bunch of bullets. If they keep pushing up mid-area, they still suspect nothing is here. The way Slam plays, you're waiting for any signal, any green light, and Moby is there to take care of Master. And that's all the way in B main as well, which means still no utility used, but now they're going to go towards A, which might be even worse for them.
Yeah, their A's haven't been too successful. They've been able to get the plants down, but that's about all you can write home about. But they're trying to all come in from tree now. Illogical trying to fire, dashes away, buys enough time for the rest of its team to collapse here, and now it's just Prestige, last one standing. A main, a Sheriff, and a Dream. It's going to be a flash backwards from Munro. It's going to be another round for Michigan State. 9 out of the last 10 have gone to them.
If you were looking at the scoreboard already, you never would have thought 20-18 was the last map score thus far, because Michigan State trying to deny what, I mean, everybody, if you're going to think of a 9-3 curse at this point. But the way Michigan State looks right now, they are looking to see if they can put them down 10-1, maybe even 11-1 the way the economy works right now. Boise State with no answer. They don't have another timeout either. You only get one timeout per half. So the Spartans hungry. They did not, they clearly had a great reset after a loss 20-18. They're not backing down. They're not giving up. They want to play 3. They want another surfboard in the hands of Sparty. Can they get there though? One more round. Probably lands up being 2 the way the economy works out right now. They get a recon boat out to search for at least 1, but that's the only one so far. And another shock dart used too. See if that comes up with anything, but no dice. Another shock dart at least clears out the trap wire too, so a flank potential unless another trap wire is going to get placed here by Boise's Master. as still trying to find any which way in, but it feels like Boise State's got no answers. And a dimensional drift is just going to scout. You've really got no play into it.
Yeah, and remember, this is the last round that they're going to officially buy up. They chose to do this around early. Rather sacrifice the 11-1 than face, you know, a worser timeline here. And so they're going in, the D-Drift getting a little bit of information. I believe they're going to stick it too. And they're just gunning them down here from the window. It's now 2v4.
1v4.
Make it a 1v4. And it's now just the last one there. And all their efforts, all their credits this round went in vain, as they're going to have to close out this half with, at best, either assault rifles, no shields, or something lesser.
Guardians light shields, maybe. Spectres regen shields if you wanted to, which Prestige will opt for here. So no full buys. Advantage major to Michigan State if you're talking about health shields overall. And already, Logic's going to use the updraft to at least get onto boxes. Those two Cloudbursts don't have at least a dash ready for you, but what does Boise State do? Backs against the wall here. See if we get anything going. Annihilation comes out. Is this going to find anything? And I believe...
Oh!
Yep, and Hunter's Fury is also going to come out at the same time as well. Rariana's in a little bit of trouble, gets tagged once, but gets captured as well. No Annihilation there either. Shear's going to get triggered on the jump peak, but you left Ski by themselves. 3 ultimates here from Boise State. You have from the Shadows. You have Neural Theft. You had Hunter's Fury. None of them being used here so far. They still stick to the plan of going towards Ace or B site. Hunter's Fury now out to see if it can tag anybody. Doesn't find anything quite yet. Does get one tag, at least onto the KO that deals to half health. Scalasis with a shock bolt as well. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the green light. Scalasis taking care of Moonrow. Holding on for hope. And now still, again, from the Shadows is available. You have the opportunity to teleport to a different site, because right now this is all the util from Michigan State being used here on the site. Prestige is going to teleport in with a shot at step, gets one at the breadloaf to make some damage and to make some noise. Boise State still does not have an advantage, though. Only one ultimate left. Starts the plan down, just spraying and praying all over. Now makes it a 2v2. Scalasis gets another one back, but watch the flank. Illogico's there, trying to get the cover into the corner. Takes one down. Spike gets planted down onto A. No more using that either. Prestige gets one back. Trade 1 for 1. Can Prestige be the one to close out Boise's half on at least a small positive note? Illogico's here as well. Trying to make some noise, or at least firing a shot. And now it is firing away. Prestige goes all the way around, clutches it up. Boise State doesn't go empty-handed. But the lead is still there for Sparty at the half at 10-2.
A 10-2 lead in that first half is absolutely something that you should be proud of if you're on the side of Michigan State. It gives you 8 rounds of leeway to play around with here. And on the side of Boise, this is what you mainly drafted for. This is that double Sentinel half that you got to really, really make work now. They chanced it in that round 11. Didn't work out for them. Ironically, round 12 did. And so here you are. Complete reset in credits. Complete reset in kits. Complete reset in play style now that you are on the defensive half.
And the main thing to note here for Michigan State as well, or for Boise State as well, both of their wins only came on clutches. That's it. The round wins came on both a Cypher clutch with the hands of Master, and then, of course, the Omen clutch we just saw from Prestige. Boise State's going to need a lot more than clutches to come back into this game, but now, like you said, double Sentinel trying to do its job. Trying to give some way, somehow, for Boise State to respond, and Prestige a good start. Paranoia lands 3, finds 1, at least on the kill feed side. Now the Trapwire also in there and keeps Prestige still on the board, clutching out the last round of the half, making sure Boise State makes some noise here in the second as well. Spycam reveals also Moonrow's position inside of mid. So just soaking around, there's a peek out, it slams. It's slammed by health, 17 health left. Not a lot to work with. You do get the ult orb for it, so a death here would still mean you get 2 points for the half, or for the start of the half, I should say. But Moonrow, right now, up mid, is just a KO. And it's still a Sova who stays alive. Slam able to take down Ruriana. Peeking out maybe a little bit too far up on B side. Up in B main. And now maybe the patience. You cannot wait any longer. Because now you got to just go. You either got to make a choice. Run into the bullets here. Or try to find something on B. But maybe not even running into the bullets. Moonro's right there. Spycam shows that there is a Sova going for the plant here, and you can rush this because the Sova's only got 17 health, a right click, and a jump from above. Masters there. Boise State scores first.
Not even allowing the plant to go through. A truly dominant round number 1 here in the second half. That's the rebound that they've been looking for. And now that they have the creds, now that they have the win, they can strengthen their defenses so that they can continue pushing on. They do still have that first map to fall back on, but that's not something you want to use as an excuse to lose this map. Here we go into the second round of the second half, as we see a full-on rush into A main, but after that, nothing too much. Slam's grabbing the ultimate orb, now halfway to that ultimate itself. Vi's walking up Cat, seeing if they find anything mid. The answer so far is no. Any information in tree? Not quite sure yet. Boise State spread out across the defender's half, across both sites and mid. A rush here from Michigan State would catch them off guard.
Got to find some way to answer here. Michigan State's looking for any sort of rush. Spycat may have seen one at the very least, and out of it, it goes. We'll take at least some recon for it, but the Spycat is out trying to close the door. They might not even be able to do so. Prestige takes down Illogico, and Masters there to follow with a ghost, mind you, as well. And from far distance, Ruriana puts Spike in a precarious position now for 2 last players. Around the corner, Master jumps down from above and says hello to Slam. That could cut stop with a trap wire. Is a flawless round for Boise State and another bonus for them coming up.
Yeah, and that's a bounce back right there. That's a second round and a half flawless, meaning everybody's going to get a bonus. Everybody's going to focus on just buying up shields and buying up their kit. And not only that, but a flawless from the other team means you didn't get a single amount of credits for frags or anything like that. You're just working off of the double loss amount of credits. And you can see it there. Illogico, Moonro, not even enough to buy the regen shields if they wanted to.
It's only the lights. You're not going to get any shield back if you start getting hit. So Michigan State now with full rifles up. Not quite the shields. Boise State trying to play at least for a little bit more advantage to them. So trying to push up on to mid from the looks of it right now. Let's the spike near Catwalk A side. Now it's only to try to see if they can pull out as much utility as possible, considering they are splitting. It's 2 down A main, 2 down mid, and a lonely Vi's up B main as well. Getting spotted out only for a couple of moments here. They're just biding time. They're just making sure they have a spot to go to, but right now Michigan State's not finding any opening. They have the better weapons. They have the better buys. But because it's a bonus, Boise State's going to get that back anyways. So they're still feeling kind of anxious, still feeling kind of scared. But you never want to let this snowball into what it was in the first half. On a 10-2 lead, you never want to give this away. And just finding any sort of entry. They're playing slow instead. This is the slowest I've seen these two teams play quite a little while in terms of round numbers, but here we go. It's a green light on, and as quick, as slow as they were, they now go quickly into the market. They will go Trapwire. It gets shot out. Trapwire actually triggers for a little while and spots out 4 on a recon bolt here, which is a lot of intel for this team from Boise State on the defensive end. Master, Prestige are there. Got one back, but you only got 10 seconds left to work with on a 2v4. Hunter's Fury available. Plans down. Dark Cover's going to go away. Scalesis is right there to take up house, and Moonro there to trade. But here come the Sharks, known as the Broncos. And it's now 10-5. The lead cut from 8-5.
Yeah, and they haven't lost a single round in this half yet. Granted, it's only been 3 rounds, but that streak's looking good for them. Double Sentinel working out. And you can kind of see it's really hard for Michigan State to enter into these sites because there's so much utility on the floor, so much intel for them to grab, that it makes it difficult for them to make an unpredictable play per se, kind of catch them by surprise when all aspects of the site are covered. And Michigan State, they've been trying to do the thing they've been doing on Haven, send 1 or 2 people away to distract, to deter, to grab all the defenders on Boise State onto the side that they do not want them to be on, and then push up. Now you can see they're just looking for picks now. They've dropped the spike. They don't even want anyone holding it. They just want to see what information they can get before they even choose which candidate of a site is best for them. So far, a lot of utility being used A. Nothing from Deadlock broken yet. In fact, Rariana is able to get a single kill in retaliation. And so far, just silence as the four remaining members of Michigan State now group back up. It's looking like an A push for the time being, but again, Deadlock still has everything available. Prestige watching tree. They are split 2 and 2 a single time. Dark cover is going to block off Prestige. Is it going to help or is it going to hurt? So far, go ahead.
Try to get in. Will it hurt them in the process? Michigan State finally looking like they can push onto a site. It might have hurt Boise State more than anything else. Finally starts giving off Outlaw, finding a couple of shots down. Michigan State desperately needing this round here to get the plan down. They don't have a lot to work with in terms of guns, maybe a few upgrades here there, but at least capturing site down. Razor Vines are out. Having another one in play to cover site in case anyone decides to drop. And Master and Tree right now looking for door. Can you find the counter for it? Fragment is out. Fragment's going to hit for a little while, but that's not good. Master's in sight. Finally taken down. It's now up to Skelesis to win this one out. Gets a shock dart, does a little bit of damage as well as tagged. But do you know Skelesis looking for a peek any which way you got. Has to be a little nervous about it. And a jump peek over, but it's a thrifty round for Michigan State. Much needed to stave off all of the pressure Boise State was making. And they live to see another day, at least that's in the terms of spikes.
Yeah, but it was a thrifty, meaning they didn't even have to buy up that much. So 2 people get to borrow Boise weapons here and bring them into the next round. A few healthy credits there on the side of the Spartans. And now Ski opting in for a heavier amount here. Operator in hand for the Duelist. We're going to have to see if it works out because Ski has had some pretty mixed results so far. Smokes a one-way here for the Duelist, but not good enough as Slam just pushes up. Is able to just get 2. Owl Drone in. It's going to be a full-on engage onto the site here. Michigan full control of A right now.
Full control, but maybe not. Rariana's got the headshot on the Slam. That's good intel gone. They do destroy the door out, but they keep them in a very precarious spot. Prestige wanted to peek over the smoke. Moonrose said not today. 1 left. Skelesis is here. Skelesis needs magic to clutch this out. Unfortunately, none will be given. Michigan State winning another round. They're 1 away from taking us to a game number 3.
And it's crazy to imagine that this is the tempo that Michigan State have set for this map number 2, given that we went to 39 rounds in that first map. It looked like it was never going to end. Like, yeah. Without exaggeration, it looked like it was never going to end. And now here the Spartans are at the precipice of doing a 13-5 map number 2, sending it the distance, sending it to the tiebreaker decider map. But we're going to have to see how it closes out here because Boise, they are not out until they all get eliminated, or they are not out until the spike detonates.
3 best of 3s we've had here so far in the HEI in terms of the semifinals and the 3rd place match. None have gone to a map 3. But Michigan State has 7 match point opportunities to send this to a first game 3 and an exciting finish in West Oahu. 4 versus 3, looking to see if they can get the plan down. Spike is dropped, letting Moby get it so you can have the Steel Garden for the ultimate. Annihilation lands. And that Annihilation is good. Breadloaf is captured inside of it. Somebody's got to find a way to free Breadloaf. And Breadloaf's going to die by the hands of the Annihilation, but Michigan State have a 3 versus 1 advantage. Prestige is out. Primary jam. Steel Garden is there delaying what could be the inevitable, but Prestige gets a headshot there. 1 in Boathouse. 1 back on the flank. Prestige has to look from every certain angle. It's going to have some kind of firepower on it. Trying to hold the defuse. Maybe they think it's a fake around the corner, but holding it down. Moby's there. Michigan State turning their fortunes in the opposite direction and will force HEI to go to a map number 3.
And that's exactly what we expected. Michigan State were not going to go quietly into the night. Yes, it was a 20-18 map number 1, but you could see that both teams really, really want this victory here. And so to see the Spartans bring us to a map number 3, these two organizations, these two colleges competing in esports, about as old as collegiate esports has kind of been around, you know? So just another chapter in their everyday story.
Just another chapter that will send us to another map number 3 later on. And you talk about just a complete opposite. It didn't feel like Boise State had a handle in the game at all, unless you were counting maybe the part of the second half on that first 3-win round streak. But otherwise, a thrifty at the end and the final round to kill all momentum and kill the game in general gives us a map number 3, and we go to Icebox here, which, I mean, Boise State's ran them over maybe a little bit, ran over the University of Hawaii earlier on yesterday during their maps. Otherwise, haven't really seen it, but still a big opportunity here for at least Michigan State to put the pressure on, because after winning 20-18, to reset like this and win 13-5, kind of insane to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the coaches are capable of, obviously, because a reset like that is really monumental. You know, to turn a super close loss into a pretty convincing victory here. I mean, now it's up to Boise, right? They got to talk strategy. They're not riding that momentum wave any further. Is it the exhaustion? Because I hope not. We've got one whole more map to go. Like you said, Icebox will be our decider. And yeah, the epic finale coming real soon.
HEI is going to have some entertainment to work with here and some videos to work off of as well. Some final numbers going off as well for its Slam, 15, 14, and 5. Most amount of kills tied with Moby, who also got 15, 7, and 4. And actually, I shouldn't say that, because that's 3 people tied in second place for Michigan State with 15 kills, but Illogical getting 17, 11 as well. And actually, we take a look at, I mean, one of the 3 players having 15 kills here for its Slammed at the very least, a 17.6, 11.3, and 9 average KDA yesterday, gets 15 here, an average combat score of 230, highest in the lobby, and of course 15 eliminations, 3 first elims as well for a Sova, just trying to find any information. But when you can have a Sova that can find first picks as well, you're in a good situation.
Yeah, we can see players celebrating their victories. They now have 1 to each other's names, with the scoreline now being tied, coming down to this final map. A little bit of cross-team glazing I see over here.
And if I'm not mistaken as well, this might be the first match, I mean, in its 2-year history, first time we go 3 maps in a best of 3 if you're taking a look at just brackets overall. So we reset one more time. We will play another at least 13 rounds to determine a championship and determine a champion and see who takes home a surfboard. Will Sparty hold another one, or will the Broncos get their first shot at checking this in at the Daniel K. International Airport? We will take a short break. The finale, the epic finale between Broncos and Spartans on the other side. And live from University of Hawaii at West Oahu, you're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's.
Trying to fire. And the dream. It's going to be getting a little bit of information. I believe they're going to stick it too. And they're just gunning them down here from the window. It's now 2v4.
1v4.
Make it a 1v4. It's now
either Shear's going to get triggered on the jump peak, but you're on the site. Prestige is going to teleport in with a shot at step, gets one at the Bredlo length. Illogico's there, trying to get the cover into the corner. Taking no more using that either. And now it is firing away somehow for Boise State. Now the trap wire also in there. Run into the bullets here. Or Trados, the Sovas only got 17 health. The right, but the spy cam is out trying to close the ghost, mind you, as well, for 2 last players around. And says hello to Slam. That could come. There's a lot of intel for the defensive end. Master Prestige are there. 10 seconds left to work with on a 2v4. Hunter's Fury available. Blinds down. Dark Cover's going to go away. Scalasis is right there to take up House there to trade. But here come the Sharks.
nothing from it's going to block off Prestige. Is it going to help or is it going to hurt? So far. Go ahead.
Trying to get in. Bullet turret, looking for door. Can you find the counter for it? Fragment is out. Fragment's going to hit for a little while, but that's not good. Masters is looking for a peek any which way you got. Has to be a little nervous about it. And a jump
not good enough as Slam just pushed
the door out. Let me keep them. One left. Skelesis is here. Skelesis needs magic. Click on to a map 3. But Michigan State is there delaying what could be the inevitable, but Prestige gets ahead every certain angle. He's going to have some kind of firepower on it. Trying to hold the defuse. Maybe they think it's a fake around the corner, but holding.
They are meeting again in 2 weeks in Las Vegas for another championship title. It's a matter of how much they want
to each other. Up inside of the Guardians. Illogica's there immediately to the flick.
Wow.
But you can see the difference there. That grab net usually would cover the entire market area. Instead, it only covers a little bit.
Right now, Omen hiding around in
Master takes down Illogica as well. Moonrow gets a head pick onto it. That's Spike inside of the dark cover.
Right, and now they're going to rush onto site, already using the Hunter's Fury. Tags one.
They will look around.
Try rush onto A site once again. From tree, from main. Is it going to be good enough? Illogica fragment here. Moonrow's able to trade.
Running around, changing out position from Hell at the very least. Trying to see if there's any kills left, but what you don't know is right behind. 2 low health bar, 25 health. Moby's got to hold it. Advantage here for Michigan State. Does Annihilation bounce around and find anything? Annihilation will miss. Going to have 1-man advantage. Make it a 0-man advantage, and now it's a 2 size. May have just saved Moonrow from this for right now. Now knows where Rariana is around the corner.
Any advantage in people that Boise had, and that's a 6-1 for them. Red Loaf now trade.
Trying to find any way in. They're hearing the sounds. Jiggle Peak maybe around the corner. Doesn't realize. Goes all the way up mid. And Moby's right there as well to cover inside.
Address things that went wrong. Onto A main. Boise going 4-man strong here. About to approach, but Illogica. Garden going to come out. Going to jam primaries, but it's not going to work. Once outside of the range, Slam's good. Able to get the plants down, but that's about all you can write home about. But they're trying to all come in from tree now. Illogical trying to fire. And the dream. It's going to be getting a little bit of information. I believe they're going to stick it too. And they're just gunning them down here from the window. It's now 2v4.
1v4.
Make it a 1v4. It's now
either Shear's going to get triggered on the jump peak, but you're on the site. Prestige is going to teleport in with a shot at step. Gets one at the bread low length. Illogica's there. Trying to get the cover into the corner. Taking no more using that either. And now it is firing away somehow for Boise State. Now the trap wire also in there. Run into the bullets here. Or try to. Sova's only got 17 health. The right, but the spy cam is out trying to close the ghost, mind you, as well. For 2 last players around. And says hello to Slam. There's a lot of intel for the defensive end. Master Prestige are there. 10 seconds left to work with on a 2v4. Hunter's Fury available. Plants down. Dark cover's going to go away. Skelesis is right there to take up out there to trade. But here come the Sharks.
nothing from it's going to block off Prestige. Is it going to help or is it going to hurt? So far, go ahead.
Try to get in. Bullet turn. Looking for door. Can you find the counter for it? Fragment is out. Fragment's going to hit for a little while, but that's not good. Vassalus is looking for a peek any which way you got. Has to be a little nervous about it. And the jump
not good enough as Slam just pushed.
Destroy the door out. Let me keep them. One left. Skelesis is here. Skelesis needs magic. Click on to a map 3. But Michigan State is there delaying what could be the inevitable, but Prestige gets ahead every certain angle. It's going to have some kind of firepower on it. Trying to hold the defuse. Maybe they think it's a fake around the corner, but holding.
They are meeting again in 2 weeks in Las Vegas for another championship title. It's a matter of how much they want
to each other. Up inside of the Guardians. Illogica's there immediately to the flick.
Wow.
But you can see the difference there. That grab net usually would cover the entire market area. Instead, it only covers a little bit.
Right now, Omen hiding around in
Master takes down Illogica as well. Moonrow gets a head pick onto it. That's Spike inside of the dark cover.
Right, and now they're going to rush onto site, already using the Hunter's Fury. Tags one.
They will look around.
Try rush onto A site once again. From tree, from main. Is it going to be good enough? Illogica fragment here. Moonrow's able to trade.
Running around, changing out position from Hell at the very least. Trying to see if there's any kills left, but what you don't know is right behind. 2 low health bar, 25 health. Moby's got to hold it. Advantage here for Michigan State. Does Annihilation bounce around and find anything? Annihilation will miss. Going to have 1-man advantage. Make it a 0-man advantage. And now it's a 2 size. May have just saved Moonrow from this for right now. Now knows where Rariana is around the corner.
Any advantage in people that Boise had, and that's a 6-1 for them. Red Loaf now trade.
Trying to find any way in. They're hearing the sounds. Jiggle Peak maybe around the corner. Doesn't realize. Goes all the way up mid. And Moby's right there as well to cover inside.
Address things that went wrong. On to A main, Boise going 4-man strong here. About to approach, but a logical Garden going to come out, going to jam primaries, but it's not going to work. Once outside of the range, Slam's good for able to get the plants down, but that's about all you can write home about. But they're trying to all come in from tree now. Illogical trying to fire, and the dream. It's going to be getting a little bit of information. I believe they're going to stick it too, and they're just gunning them down here from the window. It's now 2v4.
1v4.
Make it a 1v4. It's now
either Shear's going to get triggered on the jump peak, but you're on the site. Prestige is going to teleport in with a shot at step, gets one at the bread low length. Illogico's there, trying to get the cover into the corner. Taking no more using that either. And now it is firing away somehow for Boise State. Now the trap wire also in there. Run into the bullets here, or try to. Sovas only got 17 health. The right, but the spy cam is out trying to close the ghost, mind you, as well. For two last players around. And says hello to Slam. That could come. There's a lot of intel for the defensive end. Master Prestige are there. 10 seconds left to work with on a 2v4. Hunter's Fury available. Plants down. Dark Cover's going to go away. Scalasis is right there to take them out there to trade. But here come the Sharks.
nothing from Zed's going to block off Prestige. Is it going to help or is it going to hurt? So far, go ahead.
Try to get in. All it hurt. Looking for door. Can you find the counter for it? Fragment is out. Fragment's going to hit for a little while, but that's not good. Bastards is looking for a peek any which way you got. Has to be a little nervous about it. And the jump
not good enough as Slam just pushed
the door out when they keep them. One left. Scalasis is here. Scalasis needs magic to come on to a map 3. But Michigan State is there delaying what could be the inevitable, but Prestige gets ahead. Every certain angle is going to have some kind of firepower on it. Trying to hold the defuse. Maybe they think it's a fake around the corner, but holding.
They are meeting again in 2 weeks in Las Vegas for another championship title. It's a matter of how much they want
to each other. Up inside of the Guardians. Illogico's there immediately to the flick.
Wow.
But you can see the difference there. That grab net usually would cover the entire market area. Instead, it only covers a little bit.
Right now, Omen hiding around in
Master takes down Illogico as well. Moonrow gets a head pick onto it. That's Spike inside of the dark cover.
Right, and now they're going to rush onto site, already using the Hunter's Fury. Tags one.
They will look around.
Try rush onto A site once again. From tree, from main. Is it going to be good enough? Illogico fragment here. Moonrow's able to trade.
Running around, changing out position. Hell at the very least. Trying to see if there's any kills left, but what you don't know is right behind. 2 low health, 25 health. Moby's got to hold it. Advantage here for Michigan State. Does Annihilation bounce around and find anything? Annihilation will miss. Going to have 1-man advantage. Make it a 0-man advantage, and now it's a 2 size. May have just saved Moonrow from this for right now. Now knows where Ariana is around the corner.
Any advantage in people that Boise had, and that's a 6-1 for them. Red Loaf now trade.
Trying to find any way in. They're hear the sounds. Jiggle Peak maybe around the corner. Doesn't realize. Goes all the way up mid. And Moby's right there as well to cover inside.
Address things that went wrong. Onto A main. Boise going 4-man strong here. About to approach, but a logical Garden going to come out. Going to jam primaries, but it's not going to work. Once outside of the range, Slam's good for able to get the plants down, but that's about all you can write home about. But they're trying to all come in from tree now. Illogical trying to fire, and the dream. It's going to be getting a little bit of information. I believe they're going to stick it too, and they're just gunning them down here from the window. It's now 2v4.
1v4.
Make it a 1v4. It's now
either Shear's going to get triggered on the jump peak, but you're on the site. Prestige is going to teleport in with a shot at step, gets one at the bread low length. Illogico's there, trying to get the cover into the corner. Taking no more using that either. And now it is firing away somehow for Boise State. Now the trap wire also in there. Run into the bullets here, or try to. Sovas only got 17 health. The right, but the spy cam is out trying to close the ghost, mind you, as well. For 2 last players around. And says hello to Slam. That could come. There's a lot of intel for the defensive end. Master. The Hawai'i Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's gets one more map to play to determine a champion, determine who's going home with the surfboard, either the Boise or East Lansing. Tied 1-1 apiece after 2018 for Boise State, and then a 13-5 to Michigan State. One more map as we bring you map number 3. Clutchkey alongside K-Tad with you for the finale of the Hawai'i Esports Invitational in its final play, and a banger match so far. You couldn't have asked for more.
You absolutely could not have asked for a way to close out what is becoming a very, very historic showdown in the middle of the Pacific. I mean, these teams travel many thousands of miles to be here, and yet it all comes down to this. 2 years running, 2 years, it has been both of the mainland teams in the finals. They have shown up to play. They have shown up to really put on that performance. They want the surfboard to take home with them. And I mean, let's look at it, because right after that Game 2 loss, Boise State in a little bit of a trouble scenario, right? They got to figure some things out. They've got to kind of rework the strategy, right? The double sentinel doesn't end up working out on Ascent. So now on Icebox, they have a little bit more of that creative freedom, right? What kinds of agents are they going to be able to bring in? We have seen some newer agents come to the table in the past few iterations, and if this is to be believed, we are seeing that here.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Well,
Changed off the last second. There was the waylay, hovered for just a couple of moments, but instead going very well to a very similar lineup that they did earlier on. Boise State was, for the count of the Hawaii Esports Invitational, played on Icebox on the first map. They played against the University of Hawaii Esports at Manoa. Very similar lineup, actually the same lineup, if you will, playing Sova, Omentejo, Killjoy, and Viper. We have not seen Icebox for Michigan State yet, except for that very first map. Or the very first series, I should say, against the University of Hawaii in the 2 versus 3 matchup. So still plenty of items to look at here for this Michigan State team as they play nearly something similar, but the Harbor also comes out here alongside a Viper. Double walls for Michigan State as we approach here on Icebox.
Yeah, and we saw this earlier today in the matchup against the University of Hawaii. No, Michigan State really, really great at using this double wall composition to close down and really create these vision alleys, right, that we are expecting to see with the Harbor, with the Viper. It creates a very planned execution of where they want the defenders to retake from or wherever they want to set the standard to be. But with a Game 3 on the line, a lot of things at play here. Can the mental reset for Boise State? Has it been reset? Or is Michigan State still in the driver's seat after map number 2?
Yep, we'll see again. It went 20-18 in favor of Michigan State, in favor of Boise State, back on map number 1. For those that want to reminisce back to the last rounds, 2018 for Boise State, back on the first map of Haven. Then Ascent goes the way of Michigan State in a dominating fashion, 13-5. This time around, Boise State starts off on the right gas pedal. They give themselves 2 kills to open up a snake bite, also making vulnerable illogical steps in it just for a couple of moments as it was fading away. But now it looks like the call towards B site. Wall is going to go up here for Boise State to push this in. Moby's going to try to go right around the boxes, though. That Poison Cloud allows him to make some pressure here. Ski was not expecting it. Neither was Prestige. Flicks onto him, but Ariana able to finally take off that pressure. And now it will be a plan down for Boise State. Gives themselves at least a little bit more time in this round. Sets up a turret. 1 on the flank coming in, 1 still, at least from B main area on the 2nd floor. Illogical loses that fight, so the last one left is the Sheriff. He's got to find 2 taps to the head or even some body shots, but the turret lets them know. Still full health, no shields. At least trying to spot out a way to win this. You know where 1 is. Fake defuse, seeing if there's any noise left, but that spike just ticking away around the corner. No shot had. Ariana finds 4 in the round, and the Broncos to go up 1-0.
Good opening from Boise State. They will need to capitalize on the bonus here, and we're seeing it now. A couple of rifles bought and everything moving their way. So far so good. They've got the tools they need to get onto the sites, and we saw it there. It clears forward, but it's the flank plays that seems to be the make or break for most of these rounds, and for most of this series, right? We saw it from Mobit there. He gets past, he gets the critical first frag, but then also picks up a second in the trade, and that ends up making the round for Michigan State there. See what else ends up being the case, as on the other side, Boise State not able to get their flank off and not able to kind of capitalize on that momentum. So let's see what else ends up being the plan, because most of these teams are thinking about the flanks, but it's those pushes, those off angles that everyone seems to be taking in this series.
Yeah, but when the flank comes by for either team, the flank is just domination for the other side. We've seen these teams push up that afterwards with force. So it's not like it's a full win condition for you to get a flank on. Prestige taking out Illogical. That was on B side as well, meaning that was too far maybe of a push for Michigan State's defensive side. Boise State man advantage now, leaving the spike still in spawn, trying to at least get some information out of Michigan State see where the least amount of pressure is, and right now you could argue that it is towards towards B side, excuse me, because the only person you've got there is the Sova. Wall's not up yet either to indicate that there is anything amiss. Ski will go ahead and go past that. Even pick up one person picking up the alt orb. Steer back there. Now it'll be all systems go. Sova running away. Slammed is going to run away for dear life past the wall. Prestige still finding Slammed in the meanwhile, going past the wall, maybe shooting through it a little bit. Still finds it, gets the plant down. Boise State man advantage, 5v3. Yes, it is an econ round, but still Michigan State trying to find any picks necessary to blank away the credits that Boise State has. Cascade comes up, and at the very least saves off the pressure from Yellow, unless he walks through it, making noise for it.
Low expectations here from the Michigan State side. They know they're on the eco side. They know that this is just get as many guns off of them as you can. Just waiting for their opportunity to do it. Util through. Just holding on the line for now. Information from Boise State tells them they don't expect anybody else through. They've got enough things there, so Michigan State just happy to sit there, not give over any kill credits, but make sure that they all get taken down by the spike. Means that they clear it back around. They get maximum credits on their end without giving anything else over to Boise State.
Good enough for it, and again, only 2 kills gotten for Boise State side. Like you said, doesn't get any kill credits to Boise State, but not only that, you get an all point off of the death from the spike exploding as well. So for Michigan State, at the very least now, almost full buys. 2 people with either light shield or regen shield. Bonusing up though, Boise State not taking any chances, still buying up for full shields, light shields, and regen at all. Ski still on a Sheriff though, but basically a flawless round for them means that they could save up yet again on this bonus round. They've been successful twice planting on B. Maybe they decide to go elsewhere this time around, but still, Michigan State still stacking 3 on A. They haven't had a lot of pressure on B side, except for one person running in and just dying, so they kind of just have to play as safely as possible against a Boise State team that can take action at any given moment. Moby's going to spot one from up above. Now has to run
Can you
just
get out?
a little bit. Can you get out is the better question. Looks like he can.
Has his own smoke to clear his own pathway out of there, and that means Boise State not willing to push it directly through. Does cede the space, though, and that means that Michigan State playing a little bit more blind up on B site. Boise State has control, but with the vision of the Viper on A side, is it a fake? That's the question. They're playing very, very slowly. Information and space being taken constantly. Master knows positioning, so they have more information to work with. Now just needs to wait to see if somebody will swing around. Did Slam see him, though? I don't think he did. Nobody knows the KJ is up this far. This could be the wrench. They're just waiting to see if they can get a free pick on a trade or on a rotation. Everyone slowly holding there. Slammed up in the box means that he's going to get pushed back. Gets a kill with the shock dart, but does get traded back. And now Master in the position. That's the slot. Nobody should know he's up here yet, or nobody should suspect it. Gets one, looking for the second. Nobody there yet, but gets the upgrade.
Gets the upgrade for it. Boise State gets the plant down, looking to see if they can clear out yet a site again. For Michigan State, question is, do you want to keep pushing your luck here, or do you want to just save the weapons, considering your team's going to be in shambles regardless? Unless you think you can clutch up a 2v4. Looks like the option is to save here, and again, nobody's got credits. If you're slammed, Moonrow, not even a cent, not even a penny to your name.
It's the slow pushes. Right, we're talking about it, the flanks and these slow advances. Nobody checking the angle, they're creeping by, and it's just catching people off guard time and time again. Master gets it this time around, and that means Boise State does come away with the bonus. A lot of guns to their names, but they don't clear everybody on the other side. Time remaining on the clock means that Michigan State gets 2 rifles out of it, but they will need to make a decision as to which site they want to hold strong. I don't think they're in a position to split it. Let's see.
And I'm also kind of surprised as well that they haven't been putting a little bit more pressure onto B. Yes, they stacked A at the very least, and maybe looking up at mid, maybe one person, but they've only left one person there just to kind of whittle away or run away from that pressure right now that Boise State's keep putting on B. That's 3 straight plants for them. They're not giving them any pressure down that line. Still will do so, but now putting 3 in mid area C. If there's anything worth going for here, we'll meet the Viper on the other side. With no doing for Rariana. Rariana does go down in the hands of Moby with the Sheriff on and Econ at the very least for the pickups. But Boise State now down a man here. Spots out Breadloaf. Prestige still on the Bulldog. Hasn't left his hand since round 2. Looking to see if going past the high tide and just retreating for now.
Yep, nothing ventured, nothing gained from the side of Michigan State, and they are happy with that pick. They get one rifle off the table on the other side, one man down. They have the numbers advantage if they so choose, but now the question is, will Boise State just hard force down a single line? It looks like ping's coming across, or at least the plan seems to be to play through mid. Let's see what happens as Master runs into one of the rifles. Remember, critically, it's on the Harbor and on the Killjoy. Those are the two people that are going to be the most impactful from Michigan State this round. It's just a matter of can they get past the Killjoy. And now he's holding it. Ski wants to get covered down, and here we go. It's the execute onto A.
Armageddon will come down to try to clear out the A side. Nobody there in the path of it anyways, as now they're just going to have the Nanoswarm denying that space for a couple of more moments, seeing its all systems go on A. They start the plan, and is anybody going to come outside of the dark cover? Yes, but Prestige makes them pay dearly for it. Breadloaf and Illogical both melting down, and Moonrow will get one back on the trade-off. Still 3v2 in favor with the Omen, the Tejo, and the Killjoy. You don't have to worry about Armageddon at the very least, and Tejo falling oh so low on health around the corner. Ski gets Moonrow down. Shropstead's up into heaven. Moby does get that trade up, but it's a 1 versus 2. Moby's got to make magic happen.
He recovered the
gets
rifle.
One, recovers the rifle onto the Vandal. Flick up, not going to happen. Master's there to cover. Boise holds on with 1 man advantage. Master's left, and Boise's up 4.
You don't hate that if you're Michigan State, though. You don't hate that. When you're thinking about it there, that was a round where they walked into it knowing, or at least expecting the loss, knowing that with 2 rifles on the board and everybody else on pistol, if they can even just get a couple kills, they would have been happy with that. Instead, they walk away with almost the round win at the end of it all. Now we reset. It's back to full eco, full utility from both sides. Michigan State has the tools in hand. Moonrow a little bit worse for wear on the shield side, but in terms of how they want to play it, they have a strategy to execute. Let's see what happens here. It's up on B side. It is a push forward. It is a push through slammed. Watching for it. Does Boise know it? Are they wise to the push yet? That's the question. It's a double swing. It's a hold. But if he turns this corner and finds the spike, that is a lot of information given. See what ends up happening. It's the rest of the squad now, still continuing their push. Nobody willing to trade it out yet. A lot of util down. Slam finds the first, though. Does he know about the second? That's the question. He's okay with taking his pick and walking away, though. Michigan State, man advantage. Moonrow finds them on the creep. Bariana does trade it back, though. This tower, though, look at this. With the side of Michigan State, they're holding so deep, so into the spawn. Boise State not expecting them to be there, but can Ski hold it down? Gets counter flashed, has to retreat. Has support, they blind it. Logical needs to find the shot, not able to do it, and it's a 2-on-2.
2-on-2 to finish this off. Your Viper's pit on either side. See if there's any opportunity to use it. Rariana takes that down, but in the back of the head, it's slammed. Is able to back cover. 1 versus 1. Omen versus Sova. Who gets the pick? I think Ski saw it first. Shots around, pierces the wall, slammed, wins one back for Michigan State before it can snowball fully away from them. And Sparty breathing a huge sigh of relief that there was at least a clutch up and a point on the board on their side.
Yeah, you take that breath there, you sigh of relief, but also now it is Guardians up. Not the ideal scenario, but as we've seen in this series, both teams making use of not the main buys, right? Using what you call, right, supplemental weapons in the arsenals there, but that is the key call out there. Had they fallen there, had Slammed missed that, that is an avalanche that starts to roll down onto the Michigan State side. Boise State, however, feeling good about some of their executions so far, but man, these pushes, right, these creeps up forward from both sides, just playing such a pivotal role in this match. We're getting action in places you normally don't see the contest coming down. And look at it once again. Space taken on both sides. Who's willing to make the move? Who blinks first? Because the lines are being redrawn on the map all match long.
And especially with no duelists on either side, you're not having anybody quite initiate the fight like duelists normally would with either your Jets that we've seen throughout the series. Nobody dashing in to put the pressure on. No dark covers, immediate go button. But instead, it's a slow and steady race from Boise State. See if they can get the pressure on. Do-si-do, go the 2 Vipers around into yellow box. The yellow getting Then retreating back to where Moonro is on the second floor. Wall available too. Wall's going to go up. Ariana's got sight and is on site already. We'll drop the screen. Toxic screen goes down. And maybe even coming back up around the corner. Ariana gets Moby down, and that's going to be the Viper's pit to cover all of B's site. It's going to be a free plant here unless staying. Otherwise, Moonro's got to find a headshot here if you want to clear that out, but unfortunately, nothing there. It's going to be the Hunter Fury. Tags at least one down. Maybe tagging another, though. Misses just in between players. Some low health bars, some health taken out for Boise State, but not enough to make a dent. Michigan State here finding out a flank from Master on a ramp side. We'll pick that up, or instead of a Guardian, we'll pick up the Vandal. The gun and upgrade. The Viper's pit, they will go. Still up, still a threat. Just trying to find if anybody's there. Recon bolts out, shot right into the eyes of it. Slammed. Ariana there. Taking out Breadloaf. Slam finding
Pit
one,
down.
and that gets the pit down. Making it a little bit easier to get through here. Fragment's going to be out. Doesn't land enough or far away enough to make sure that Yellow is taken care of. It's going to drop down below. Slammed is behind them on the Yellow.
Flank.
Still gets the plant down. Can he get the defuse out? No, it's not enough time. Boise State stalled out long enough where Michigan State gets that spike and a clutch out.
You take the round. Boise State's happy with that one, but Michigan State had to work for it. Slam gets out with the rifle, and we are now seeing credits go down. Tight situation there from the side of Michigan State. You would have wanted that. You had the tools in place, but Moonro not able to retreat fast enough, and just that creep from the side of Boise State. Rayana getting that far up without needing to burn too many util. We talk about the lack of duelists here, the lack of flashes, meaning that it's a matter of who blinks first, who moves off of the angle first, and off of those trades, it ends up being that Mobit is the one that gets traded first.
So Partateo's kid comes out, getting Sables out to at least deny some space from any push-ups right now. That doesn't skew away the idea from what Michigan State. Doesn't disturb them at the least. They still will push up even under the cover of the smoke. Stealth drone now just to check if anybody is pushing up. That would be the point to where you would see the KO or the Harbor right there, but they're smartly able to back up, make sure that they see that there's nothing there, but be careful. Logical around the corner, going to go right into the eyes of Master around the corner, hitting some shots onto the leg, runs away just in the nick of time, and Logical's going to get away with their lives. No command available too for Michigan State to hold off the pressure. Moving on over from B, nothing there. They do have the Viper walls kind of crossing each other on B, but neither Viper's there. Instead, it's looking like a push-up on A, and it's looking like, for right now, Michigan State's getting Boise State in a little bit of a scared and an off position for the moment.
Yeah, they end up trading Breadloaf, too, at the end of that encounter there. Not, I think, where they would have wanted to be on the side of Michigan State. Losing one of their critical controllers, but we'll see now as the push comes through. It's a slow hold, but slammed with that rifle. Needs to play hero. So far, clearing forward. Moves up. Ski pulls back immediately. Realizing that on the flank, there's somebody waiting for him, but instead it's Mobit. He gets that one. Skelsis will trade him back out onto the flanker, but it's a 2-on-1. Skelsis needs to get both, and instead almost lines it up, but it's Moonro that closes it out with the Sheriff.
Closing it out, gets a defuse there. Only that is the first defuse that Michigan State gets on a thrifty round as well. So a big round for Michigan State to try and bring it back. And before here as well, that is their second plant onto A1 for 2, but otherwise for Boise State's attacking side, 4 of 4 when planting on B. They give themselves 100% there, opts to go for A, but this time around Michigan State's able to cover with one man alive, mind you. But Michigan State finally being able to put a dent into the economy, into the Broncos, and now it's only Sheriffs and Lights here to begin.
Sheriffs and Lights, I mean, Boise State knowing that, all right, take a breath. We're happy with the 5 we got. Let's see what we can get with an eco round here. But immediately, Michigan State closes it out, saying A is closed, no rush through here, and tries to funnel the rest of the squad through other means. But again, look at how fast members from Boise State are getting up. Rayana already all the way through mid. Just a matter of if he swings all the way back around. Ski, meanwhile, doing the dance on the side of B. Breadloaf and Illogical just waiting for him to peek his head out. But instead, there's one. Tags the shoulder. Means that they have to back up for now. But push could come through. Breadloaf is in a position where this rifle is recoverable if he drops.
That's at least the high tide out for right now, giving him a little bit of a wall to work with. Not a big wall either. That does go through all the way to mid as well, giving some cover, and Rariana's going to back off for the moment from mid, but still a big push up here, not knowing they're right underneath each other. Silva looking towards the window, finally sees the head of the Viper as it rolls off the shoulders. And now the Viper's Pit out to cover as well. 30 seconds left. Boise State has to make a move. They're going to go above the Viper's Pit as well with the rope. Mo has no idea what's happening above. And even now, Ski's just going to peek the head in, and the Viper's Pit goes all for naught. So the rope above, a good play from Boise State and the Plants. You have Armageddon, you have from the Shadows, and you have the Hunter's Fury to stave off the pressure from the retake, but that is 3 members, all of Michigan State trying to rotate around, and Slam going for the flank, not going to happen. Master's there to clean you up. Now the retake position, it's going to be a lot of pressure now. It's going to be the no command out for Michigan State, so even if Boise State wanted to use all, it's not going to be there unless Skelesis can get out of play. It is going to be at least not even half. Skelesis gets Breadloaf down, and another one. The Hunter's Fury doesn't tag Illogical, but it's enough to force the pressure onto Michigan State. Illogical's the only one left. That spike is not even half, and Illogical has to run for dear life to even save the weapon. And Boise State also happy to die by the hands of the spike as well to get it on point. A thrifty round back over to Boise.
That was a costly one for Michigan State. Their 3 ultimates gets burned. They needed to make sure they close the door on it before Boise gets any more momentum back into the sails. And at the end of it all, they walk away with a single rifle. I mean, Skelesis with the Hunter's Fury just ends up cleaning house. They tapped it to try and bait it, but then the recommit comes through, and that's where it all just falls apart. The double kill there from the side of Boise State means that they are once again firmly back into the driver's seat. You know, it may not seem like it, but 2 hours ago we were seeing the hero plays trade back and forth on Haven. Now we sit here in the 3rd map, and you gotta wonder how much fatigue has hit onto either side on all of these players, right? The heroes of yesterday no longer here today. Let's see what happens as we continue out. Ultimates goes through. They're going to try to force it out, and now Boise State once again pushing down onto the A. It didn't work for them last time, and so far they've been paused.
Hunter's Fury at least staves off the pressure for a couple of moments, and you were talking about the longevity of that first game. Hour 18 minutes the total time on that very first map.
You should run.
You got to figure the fatigue after that. Maybe caught up to Boise a little quicker, but maybe they can bring one back. Master uses the lockdown on the 2nd level onto pipes. And everybody from Michigan State trying to make room for that, but that might just be a distraction here because now they hear some utility being used on over. Mobit's there to take down Rariana, upgrades the weapon to the Vandal instead, and now the pressure's onto B-side, so the lockdown makes the distraction. Michigan State didn't take the bait.
Didn't take the bait, but here comes everything else. They get the spike down before the lockdown really gets to finish out, but Prestige will likely get caught here. No, just gets out in time. But now the rest of the squad, meanwhile, SK1. Ski got caught back, needs to get another one. Missing shots, gets a double headshot there. Master almost gets it, but the Cove, he's covered. That means he will get out. Breadloaf gets to walk away. They're just waiting for the smoke, but he is happy to take that one and run. Bandit with the round. You take that if you're Michigan State, but man, Master was ready for that one.
Master was ready for the clip. He was ready to start shouting, and you can see Boise almost at the end, just everybody's heads went back like, oh, you thought you had it, but the Cove defends. That's what you use the Harbor for, right? You either defend the plant or you defend the defuse. With that Cove, able to at least push it out in the end, stalls just enough time. If that Cove was destroyed any longer, you might have had another 4th kill and the clip for Boise. Instead, a 3rd point for Michigan State going back and forth as we approach the 10th round of action.
Playing from the back foot as well, when you think about it. That was a round that Michigan State walks into with a disadvantage. No rifles, no economy, very little utility. Manages to pull it off again off of the creep. Having people where they're not supposed to be, where the other side is not expecting. It once again plays out. Rariana does find it, but now slammed. Here's this. Rariana knows that he's been got. Immediately burns the util, trying to get himself out of dodge.
And that's a big one as well. That's a Poison Cloud, meaning you can't use that to kind of defend your spike either on a plant. So that's only up mid just to try to stop whatever's coming from Slam. But Slam does get punished, still peeking out mid, looking for Rariana. Instead, finds the grave himself. Rariana getting shot out to such low health, gets out with 18 health. Just bleeding away. but able to put the bandage on just in the nick of time to run out. 2 low health bars on Boise State's side. Michigan State splitting the angles, nobody looking down mid, but everybody for Michigan State looking down the pipe with B. Now using another poison cloud here. Nanoswarm to cover the front as well, so no dice for Boise State to push up right now. Another snake bite too to cover that front end, so Michigan State delaying enough time and might even get some damage down as well. That Nanoswarm does bite at least a little bit of the feet of the Killjoy, and they might turn this around. Cascade's there to at least push off the pressure, split off from the rest of the team. Is the Sova holding on to Spike as well, but they're still planted down onto B site, letting it run, letting the time run, trying to stall out. Not a lot of health to go. Poison Cloud is up, seeing if this can at least give off some pressure. You don't have a cove this time around. You're relying on your teammates to cover for you, unless there's some spam fire in the fragment. Illogical's there, and the flash as well from the KO, making that 2 plays, and Michigan State puts up a fence, closing the gap to 2.
Yeah, Spartans bring it back, and they bring it home on that one. They play it smart. They wait for all the util. They use whatever they need to make sure that Boise State has no more tricks left up in the sleeves. But this time, it's an adaptation from Mobit. He stays back, and he makes sure, look, they're expecting me up tight. I've been there the last few times. He holds back sight and stays alive so that he can use his utility on the retake. It ends up being a massive smoke for the side of Michigan State. It keeps them in the game. It keeps them in space. And that means that Boise has to reconsider how they want to play that one, knowing that it's these mind games up mid. It's these mind games around who's where. Where are you moving? Where are you pushing to? Where do you leave sight open? Being the critical call out, because with so little utility to swing, they don't have the tools to just hold it.
Yeah, they've got at least pressure off of B, off their shoulders for a moment, because that's 2 straight rounds where Michigan State decided to plant on B, but at least at the end of the day, Michigan State able to come away with 2 straight wins on the round. Master, though, getting rid of Illogical. I would say last round's MVP, too, with the flashes at all. He's able to, it goes down into the grave. So Master with a big first opening pick as well. They don't know that the Harbor is there either. Dark cover onto pipes anyways. Prestige taking down Slams means no more intel anywhere, and all you've got left are smokes in the KJ turret and alarm bot to give you any intel whatsoever. But up above, Breadloaf takes down Ski. Will try to use the rope, climbs down for it. Breadloaf trying to get away for dear life with a knife out, but Master will not let him go away easily. So now a 2 versus 4 Michigan State split, 1-1 on B and onto A. Looking down from the heavens above, Munro looking to see if there's any sentiment of a push, but Boise State still want to play this slow, not trying to risk anything going into the site.
Yeah, with time on the clock, this could be a bit of a dicey situation if Munro ends up having any util to stall it any further. Wall is there, wall is up, so they will need to push past it. Looks for the first shot, gets one. Munro knows the second, knows the plan is coming down, needs to try to stop it, but instead they get it through, gets the trade back again, but finally does go down. Prestige now looking for the last member. They will close it off, but again, not able to get past around the swing, and that means Boise State 7-4 puts themselves firmly in the lead in the half. But still very, very tight.
Guaranteeing themselves the lead for the half, as you said. Currently only missing missing a plant from the entire half. It's planted 10 out of 11 rounds thus far. And otherwise, Michigan State has had some answers to it. Obviously, those 2 rounds in a row back in rounds 9 and 10, and of course that Thrifty in round 7 to work with. But otherwise, it's been all Boise State here. Michigan State needing to find some answers, and obviously for this team, from the Spartans, you would love to have your name twice up on that surfboard. But Boise State's trying to make sure they've got room for their names. As another half here, best you can do right now, 8-4 for Boise State. Best you can do for Michigan State, 7-5. And trying to make sure that they're still within striking distance if this goes back and forth like it did back on Haven. It was a pretty dominant fashion. Boise already scoring more on Ascent, or more here than they did on Ascent on a 13-5 win for Michigan State. Now slow and steady wins the race again, just trying to find any information. They keep leaving the spike back here just to see what information can they get. Where is everybody going? What's up? What's down?
Yeah, and worth noting, Boise seemed to have expected a push there, right? They were expecting Mobit to swing that, and when it doesn't end up happening, now this could be where Breadloaf blind means that they clear him off the site. They've used the rest of the utility to clear back, and that means Michigan State now in a bit of a trouble. will have to pull back for now. No other ultimates available for them in this half. Looking for it here as now Lockdown does buy them time, but it's a beautiful shock dart from Slam. Means that Ski gets taken down.
Can get out of dodge just in the nick of time before that Lockdown gets anywhere. Stealth Drone now does ping out Slam though and the positioning, but what it doesn't clear out is the Killjoy as well. Viper's got to go to help out the team. Does know that there's maybe a little bit of an alarm bot in the back, but you still got to keep going. Right click on the Classic, does hit a couple of headshots, but not enough for Master to go down there. Spike started to waste away. I don't know if you have time. You got to keep going already. You got to find all the picks you can. Moment's going to come up big. Moonrow and Moment combined for 2, but Spike runs out of time unless Moonrow can find a pick now.
He's out of
it's
time.
just not going to happen. Rariana can just sit there, watch that time tick away. Moonrow's got a lockdown out, but it don't matter at the end of the half when you die to the Spike. 8-4, the Broncos 5 away from the surfboard.
5 more rounds is what they're telling themselves, but at the other side, Michigan State knows they have tools themselves, right? Double controller means that they've got all the tools they need to close off entry points. So at the half, though, Boise State firmly in the lead. A great first opening. Felt very much like they were in the driver's seat the entire half. See what else can the Spartans pull back in this second round on their turn to be on offense.
Hawai'i Esports Invitational presented to you by Zippy's. If you're feeling hungry, as we're kind of approaching dinner time as well, just 18 minutes before the top of the 5 o'clock hour. If you're feeling hungry, download the Zippy's app today and check out all of the promotions, rewards, and prizes. And Zippy's always looking for more members to join their team. Visit zippys.com/careers to learn more. And on the cover as well, the Furikake miso salmon katsu plate that I want so badly.
Earlier, Doc Haskell said cancel your dinner reservations, but guess what?
You don't need
know
one
who
at
always
Zippy's.
will take you? Zippy's.
You don't always need. You don't
They're
need one
open.
at Zippy's.
Yep, and
I love the one. I love the one in Milani that goes past midnight when I'm feeling hankered. When I'm feeling very peckish.
I think most Zippies are open pretty late these days now. They're slowly reopening back to
Which
the
we
days
love.
once were the 24 hours, right? So you gotta love it.
Which we love. Michigan State getting 4 rounds on the defending side. 3 defuses for them. 1 clean round without a plant down. The only round that Boise State didn't plant. Now Michigan State pushing in very, very quickly. High tide up and all. They're going to go deep into the pocket of B-side. Illogical's here looking to see when this high tide drops. It's going to be presented with 3 people looking straight at it, but it will be Prestige there. Skelesis also going, so 2 people that deep into the back doesn't get anything. Basker also getting slammed as well, so Michigan State took the gamble. Nothing there. Moonrow does take down Rarianas, but got to take down 4 more. Defending out the plan on half, but everybody peeking out of the dark cover means that Boise State runs over Michigan State as quickly as the Spartans go. Broncos right back at them.
Yeah, that one's unfortunate. When the smoke drops, they were expecting 1. They weren't expecting the full shooting gallery. And it ends up being Boise State that has just the win of the duel, right? The win of the draw when it came to who shot who first. And it ends up being Michigan State just down and out of it. Not quite yet. We'll see what else they can do, what other strategies they have. It got them there. They got Spike down. They do have some cash. But a 10-4 deficit potentially coming out of this one in the bonus.
Bonus round. And I mean, we've seen so many thirsties from the local teams here for the University of Hawaii at Manoa Esports team as well as the HPU's team, but not much coming from Michigan State and Boise State, though, if you go to that last half. 1 each from round 7 and 8. So maybe Michigan State can find within themselves some thrifty.
No
Try to counter
information
this
yet.
down. No information.
There it is.
Skelesis does find 2 kind of hiding behind at the very, and you can only ping 1, but you do find 2 hiding behind the box. So what does Michigan State do? They'd say, all right, let's get the ruck out of here.
Yeah, they debate about it whether or not they want to commit or whether they want to move. Boise State also wondering the exact same question, still holding 3 members strong on A side, but could very quickly flip that over to B. This 1 smoke could be the difference right here. They'll all get tagged by it, Rariana. They need to clear the Viper first. Instead, the bite goes through, and they're just going to steamroll him over.
Wow.
They don't get a rifle. They just end up with another Sheriff, but still. You take that one as now the next part. Phase 1 complete, step 2 of the plan.
Step 2, but they notice that Ski's going to go all the way above on the boxes, and now Moment's there to take down 2, so they run rampant. They let the pull out of the cage. They run them over. And the Broncos with no response at the moment. Turrets there. What you don't realize is where are the other 2 or 3 that are back here. Master's going to run into a flurry of bullets behind. Picks up the Bulldog. A thrifty round. Much needed for Michigan State to try to pull back into this game.
Yep, they play it aggressive, and they say, you know what, last time 2 members didn't work when we sent it all the way backside. We'll just send the whole team this round. Surely they can't stop us all, and the wave just crashes over onto the Broncos, making it so that they have no response to that push. And now, rifles in hand, bonus in hand, Boise State knowing they're going to need to stall back a little bit. So you expect to see very, very far sightlines, right? They're going to hold back. I don't know if we're going to expect a push here, but let's see where the util lands. It's just going to be the mid-smoke. Yep. Keeps it clear. The rest of the Boise, though, meanwhile, takes space, but immediately seeds it back over once counter utility gets used. And we're on a holding pattern. Only 1 member on the flank. But what can he do?
Yeah, Rarion is waiting for this toxic screen to go down, seeing if there's any push to go for it. And might even go because you have a Killjoy right now that is unaware. Master is all the way behind, looking towards flank side, but Rariana not taking a chance yet. Their timing, though, they flipped around. They don't know that Rariana's still there. Yes, you have the turret to spot out, though. If you can get rid of the turret, maybe, yep, you got the turret spotting out, tagging the Viper just a little bit, and now it's going to have to be Master checking for a flank, or the Viper of Moment's got to go all the way around here. Ski, though, with the Sheriff in hand, able to find 1 onto Breadloaf. Econ back from Boise State, but trying to make the most of it here. Shock Dart, nothing in that back corner. Lining up for it. Guiding Saddles, nothing there. Just hold on and make some damage down. Shock Bolt, nothing there either. As they just try to find any entrance for A whatsoever, but maybe making some noise because the rotation's going to happen all the way towards B site now. They're going to rush this with the remaining 3 people that they have, not the Sova, but the Viper's going to be in a lot of trouble here, only with the Sheriff in play, with the plant down. Just a matter of time before they finally realize that there is a plan down on B, and here we go. Boise State full rotation out now. They have the Sova check-in flank. Nobody's going to be home there unless this Killjoy decides to get very, very aggressive for it. Up on B side, turns out, and Logical right before the toxic screen goes back up, finds Skelesis. That's big for you too. You don't have an omen to show off for you what you had on the intel side. 0 Point is out to suppress any abilities. It's going to find at least 2 of them. But now in the push inside the middle of the smoke, Master is there to find 1, but he can't find any more because there's a rain of bullets on you. Michigan State getting 1 back right after the Thrifty.
Yep, they clear it. That was their round to take, and that means they walk into this, the deficit down to 3. As Michigan State 6 on the board, Boise State 9. But now we enter rifles back into the picture. Michigan State, so far so good. They've been using their utility to bait out whatever they could from the Broncos, and that means it gets them information on site. When the overcommit happens and 4 members swing across, it gives Michigan State all the tools they need, all the information they need to switch it up and go back to the other side. Now here, once again, with even footing, see what strategies come to play here. It's an initial push, but no overcommits yet from either side. And we go back into the waiting game once again.
And I mean, overcommitment is not what you kind of want either, because if you get caught out on that overcommitment in this high level of game, every player matters. Every utility matters. In a non-duelist game, every piece of utility matters for you. So fight down the middle. Who's going to win the battle? It's Slam that gets that over Prestige. Keho gone, and that means no Armageddon coming your way for Boise State to try to defend the site. No ultimates up for anybody else except for a Hunter's Fury back on Michigan State's side by the person that just got the kill from it slammed. Maybe looking towards B site again. A site's so tough to clear out against this composition, but B site looking a little bit more open. Now you do have an alarm bot ready to go for Master here to give that information. Doesn't tell you how many, just spots out 1. But is that enough of a cue for you to go? Because you also now have the 0 Point out knife too. That'll be the alarm bot. Get shot out, and the Nanoswarm to delay any push onto that front site and to put the pressure on. But now you have the Cove, meaning that Illogic is going to be protected for this plant. But the Nanoswarm was also on the point too. A second one gets on, and Illogical dies by the hands of the Nanoswarm, plus the snake bite from Rariana as well. They try to plant. Rariana are all over this point, and they're just going to clear this out with 13 seconds left. No shot for Moment in mid to even clear this out, save the gun, run away. What a hold by both the KJ and the Viper.
I would expect a timeout here. There's no way this isn't a timeout. There's no way. Michigan State with a critical series of errors in that one after a round like that.
Not using
You
it
just
yet.
committing to the plant, but not understanding where in the cove the kills come from. That one could be it. That's a blow to the mental on that. If you are on the side of the Spartans, you are figuring it out, right? The leader needs to a leader needs to step forward to regain the team's mental after that one, because that was a series of errors.
Well, they don't take the timeout. Instead, they will let it go into the back of their minds. They will reminisce about it later. Instead, looking to see if they can push up on A site. Only ultimate on the board is the Armageddon. That Prestige decides not to use it, but even though usually when Boise State has the Armageddon, it would be them using it on A site, but now you can use it any which way you want to clear out at least maybe that main area for it. But nobody peeking out yet. Every second, every player matters here. Every utility matters in what order where you are, especially in that last round. You saw it with the Snakebite and the Nanoswarm inside of that cove.
That space slowly being taken from the side of Michigan State, but now counter information in the hands of Boise means that they should be able to guess where the hit is coming from. There it is. More utility gets burned, means that Boise holding for the retake now. They're happy to give up the site. They're happy to let them clear. They'll use things to stall the clock, but otherwise, they know what they're walking into. Here comes the Armageddon once again, and now that stalls the plant once again. Boise thinking maybe we don't even have to wait for the spike. They use everything they've got to make sure it's going to take a long time to get it down. Mobit will get dropped, and once again, it's stall tactics again and again. The Broncos making sure that this spike does not get planted. They're going to start going for it now. Here comes the swing. They're looking for the duels. Slam gets one. Logical gets the next. It's a 2-on-2 trade, but Spike goes down. Skells is in the wings, and now we go to 1-on-1. Ski versus Illogical.
Illogical and Ski. Illogical down below, Ski above. Ski's going to have to drop down sooner or later here. Does not have a shot at step to work with. Illogical's going to win it out on the headshot as they drop down. You can see Michigan State's coach in the room, pumping fists and all.
Yeah,
what a win for a 1v1 to clutch up.
The mid-air tap, but honestly, well played by the Broncos there to stall it. Michigan State wanted to get the spike down, but when you're not given any opportunities, that's the thorn in your side. Spartans, though, great recovery and off of gun skill, and that's the clear differentiation here. When we look at the differences between these two teams, the Spartans, they've got the aim, but do they keep finding themselves in duel scenarios like that? We saw it, Slam taking his duel, Illogical taking his at the very end. The trades that end up coming forth, it's about who gets the first shot off, and so far, Spartans now starting to come back, starting to find their windows, and Broncos need to recover for one more round.
And if you were looking at the scoreboard just in the second half alone, this is still close on a 3-2 line, but Boise State taking those first 4 rounds, really hurting Michigan State's run here. Just down 3 at the moment. Spartans trying to make a comeback here. Michigan State right now trying to find their way in. They were trying to put all pressure on A earlier on, which they won barely on a 1v1 by the tap. But speaking of taps, Mariana rolls the head off on a tap to Slam. Now trying to stave away any pressure, but the Reckoning will now come up for Michigan State to put the pressure off of B and put the pressure onto Boise State to try to get this. High Tide is also up. Cascade will try to take the pressure off of backside. Running away, Bredlow is there. It will be barely some recon, just jumping around. Down to 85 health. A little bit of a good concuss there from the Tejo. Scalasis Prestige finding picks. 1 versus 3. Does have a turret. Now it's going to be a lockdown here. Oh, this might be devastation because that lockdown is in a position where now you have to find pick, or that's not going to be enough time. Munro's got to get, Master's got to get out of dodge here, otherwise this is going to be a free defuse, and it is a detain, so it's a free defuse. Boise State's going to win it on 1 lockdown, no kills after that, and Michigan State's giving up a thrifty to the Broncos.
Wants it. Munro doesn't give it to him. That's got to be one of those. Munro standing there going, what happened to all of my friends? At the end of it all, just the positioning, everybody in different wild areas, right? People staring at each other's backs from either side, and it ends up being Boise State who comes out ahead of it. The stuns, the utility there, just delaying the Spartans just enough. Michigan State looking for another way back in. That was an eco round from Boise State, meaning that now they find themselves uphill battle once again. 4 rounds the deficit, but still
Spike drop.
looking for the way back in.
And it's not like this is an impossible lead to come back. It could be a lot worse, but also against a team like Boise State, they're going to try to take every advantage they have in a 4-round lead. It seems nigh impossible to come back on after they 4-round lead. But we know how well Michigan State can play, because they did get that 13-5 win back on Ascent. And now it's going to be the null command that comes out immediately. Michigan State's going to push on this, suppressing everybody nearby, and the high tide out as well, meaning this is a wide open site for Michigan State to play with. But the stall tactics yet again, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury making this Viper from Mobit run away. Will tag Mobit, but that was the last shot for it. Ski also taking down Moonrow. Beats Boise State has man advantage going into this. Everybody playing back sight into the door or up the stairs into heaven. Suppressed down for the moment. It's only gun skill, but stall tactics, recon, and all. Boise State has all the tools to win this one out. Skellis is fighting 2. Looking for a little bit more. Mobit finds 1. Got to come up with a little bit more, though. Some help needed around the corner. Both of them peeking out at the same time, but that's good information for Boise State to know. Mobit finds another one onto Master, but Mobit's got to make something happen. Now stall and all doesn't have any utility to work with either around the corner. Mobit finds another. It's Ski versus Mobit. It's Ski jumping around the corner for it. Boise State match championship HCI point.
Mobit had it. Mobit saw the vision in his eyes. He was ready for the clutch up, but just unfortunately just falls short. 1 round short. And that means this could be done and dusted. Boise State on tournament point. They could look to be the ones to take the surfboard home this time around, but finally, timeout called. Now the regroup happens. Spartans now start to think about how they want to approach the back half of this game.
There hasn't been a 5-round streak except on Michigan State's side when they won 5 back between rounds 7 and 11 up on Ascent. They're going to have to do that and play perfect the rest of the way here to force an overtime. Now, Spartans were down at one point to Boise State as well, if you were to look back at Haven, but that was only down 3 at 12-9 to force OT. You need an extra 2 to keep this going, or Buster's going to have himself a field day with that surfboard later.
Yeah, I don't even know where you would go with the surfboard in Idaho. You know, at least Michigan State, they're on the the Great Lakes. There's water. There's bodies of water, right? But in Idaho, but Boise, Idaho,
there's got to be a wave pool somewhere nearby.
You think so, right? We'll find out from Doc
or
later.
just travel to Washington or something and go to the beach down there when it's summer.
I was about to say, because it's cold as heck right now up there, but we'll find out what the heck. I'm sure there's creative ways that the Broncos are trying to figure out what they're going to do with that surfboard should they find out a way to bring it home. But don't count the Spartans out yet. It's been a game that I think largely dictated by the tempo of Boise State. The question is, do you risk it all? Do you say, forget it, we are going to change the game here? The chaotic rounds, while not necessarily the thing you want from a strategic coach, can be a way to shake up the momentum here in the final stages.
A minute left potentially in this game, in this round, in this championship. Boise State on the cusp of it. Viper's Pit available. The big ult for the Broncos to have in a situation like this to shut down a site, make it nigh impossible if they decide to use it on the same site Michigan State uses it on. It'll be a lockdown coming from the Killjoy as well, just to initiate any plays into the site.
Here we go.
And it will be Master that starts this off with a lockdown. Nothing there just yet. Plant will start upstairs. And now it will be Michigan State holding on. 5v5 on the retake. Either championship or replay on. Around the corner. Logical holding. Maybe making some noise on that high tide. Giving some information down. Stealth drone is taking out Paranoia on the same line. Rariana's there. Good cover from Boise State. They get that one in return. Mobit's there. One around the corner. Mobit's going to just dash away around, but good thing you had some help from Breadloaf on the backside. Ski trades out Breadloaf 2 versus 2 from the shadows available for Ski if needed. Tagging this over for a little bit, though. Starting the defuse here. Somebody's got to get there. Skelicys is going to defuse this unless you peek that there, and that's it.
No!
He clutches it out. Sparty has the first surfboard, but Buster's going to get the second. Broncos of Boise State will go out as Hawaii Esports Invitational champions.
I don't believe it. Well. All right. I mean, credit to the side of Slam to say, you know what, it's over. He pushed the button, we're done. We're holding it, I'm sticking it. Pros don't fake. It's everything you've heard and more. Well done to Boise State. They will take home the surfboard, but oh boy, that was not. After the game one, you would have thought this series was going to go a very different direction. But after it all, it just feels like just the war of attrition wears you down, and unfortunately for the side of Michigan State, Boise takes it home.
You feel like you wish you had kind of the opposite way of the way the series went, right? Kind of flip the maps around, if you will, like Icebox maybe map 1, keep map 2 where it was for Michigan State to come back, and then Boise try to win it out on Haven at the end. But unfortunately, we inverse that. We got the really, really good map on the very first one, and then the next two, a 13-5 and a 13-7, very standard for what this game provides for you, and an oversight, I guess, on what the map pick was. I guess Haven should have been decider if you look back on it.
Hard to say. I think just when we look at it, right, the strategies, right? The way that Boise State slows down the tempo with the composition they brought to bear, I just didn't think Michigan State had the ability to get the duels they wanted, right? When we look at the way that plays out, it's really unfortunate for the side of the Spartans, but at the end of the day, Boise came to play.
Boise did come to play and will win a championship out at the end. And I know you've been mainly on the production side, mainly just running it around. I want to ask you what your experience this weekend was like, just watching this whole thing go down, because we had the Smash tournament still maybe going on as well. They have their showdown yesterday. We were watching kind of Michigan State or Drew kind of just running an entire state down. But fun weekend overall for us and our crew over here for the production side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this has been a wonderful event. I think it's been a great thing to see, just the strength of the community here in Hawaii as it relates to our esports community, both from the Smash and the Valorant side. It's nice to see these pieces being added and this event to continue to grow. And I think that is all thanks to, sponsors like Zippy's, right? Thank you to those who help make these events happen. There are moments that I think people will be talking about, people will take home with them, whether you were here in the islands or whether you were really from, our visiting teams. Just positive experiences all around, and I can't wait to see this as it continues to grow.
And also a big thanks to our friends here at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu for the great venue here at the Academy of Creative Media Center here. Great building overall, and a great screen for some of our audience to watch, and a great theater for Smash as well. So we thank everybody that's been a part of this thing. But we will take a break. When we come back after this, a trophy presentation, unlike any other before. A surfboard to be had will be given to the Broncos as the second Hawaii Esports Invitational Champions, presented by Zippy's. We'll be right back with HEI and the trophy ceremony after this.
The bike goes through and they're just going to steamroll step 2 of the plan.
Step 2, but they're going to go all the way above on the boxes. And the Broncos with no response at the moment. Turrets there, what you don't realize is where are the other 2 or 3 that are back here. Master's going to run into a flurry flank. Or the Viper of Moment's got to go all the way around here. Steed is out, and Logical right. 0 point is out to suppress any abilities. That's going to find at least 2 of them. Master is there to find 1, but you can't find any more because so fight down. But now you have the Cove, meaning that Illogical is going to be protected for this plant. But the Nanoswarm was also on the point too. A second one gets on, and Illogical dies by the hands of the Nanoswarm, plus the Snake Bite from Rariana as well. They try to plant Rariana, are all over this point. And they're just going to...
for the spike. They use everything they've got to make sure it's going to take a long time to get it down. Mobit will get dropped, and once again does not get planted. They're going to start going for it now. Here comes the swing. They're looking for the duels. Slam gets one. Logical gets the next. It's a 2-on-1. Ski versus Illogical.
Illogical and Ski. Illogical down below. Ski above. Ski's going to have to drop down sooner or later here. Does not have a shot at step. Down to 85 health, a little bit of a good cost there from the position where now you have to find Pig, or that's not going to be enough time. Tactics, recon, and all. Boise State has all the tools to win this. Looking for a little bit more. Moment finds one needed around the corner. Both of them peeking out at the same time, and that's good information for Boise State. Doesn't have any utility to work with either around the corner. Moment finds another. It's Ski versus Moment. Information down. Stealth Drone is taking out Paranoia on the same line. From Boise State. They get that one in return. Mobit's there. One around. Skelesis is going to defuse this.
Just gonna
Unless you
hold
beat
it?
that there, and that's it.
No.
He holds onto it. Clutches it out. Sparty has the first. For Boise State back on the first map of Haven. Then Ascent goes the way of Michigan State and dominating. Allows them to make some pressure here. Ski was not expecting. Area on the second floor. A lot ticking away around the corner. No shot had.
Up in the box means that he's going to get pushed back. Gets a kill with the shock dart. Forget nobody should suspect it. Gets one, looking for the second. No.
Release the tail falling so low on health around the corner. Ski gets Moonrow down. Dropstead's up into heaven. Moby does get that trade up, but it's a 1 versus 2. Moby's got
walking away though. Michigan State man advantage. Moonrow finds them on the creek. Boise State not expecting them to be there, but can Ski hold it down? Gets counter flashed, has to retreat. Has support. They blind it. Logical
versus Sova, who gets the pick. I think Ski saw it first. Shots around. Maybe even coming back up around the corner of it. Slammed. Rariana there. Taking out Brenlow. Sure that yellow is taken care of. It's going to drop down below. Slammed is behind them on the yellow.
Flank.
Still gets the prize of Master around the corner, hitting some shots onto the leg, runs away.
Moves up. Ski pulls back immediately, realizing that on the flank there's somebody waiting for him, but instead it's Mobit. He gets that one. 2-on-1. Skelesis needs to get both.
Nova looking to cover as well. 30 seconds left. Boise State has to make a move. They're going to go above the Viper's pit as well with the rope. Mo has no idea what's happening above. Skelesis can get out of play. It is going to be at least not even half. Skelesis gets Redloaf down, and another one. The Hunter's Fury. Might just be a distraction here because now they hear some utility being used on over. Mobit's there to take down Rariana.
Now the rest of the squad, meanwhile, SK1. Ski got caught back, needs to get another one. Missing shots, gets a double headshot there. Master!
That's only up mid just to try to Michigan State delaying enough time and might even get some damage down as well. That Nanoswarm does bite at least a little bit of the feet of the Killjoy, and they might turn this around. Cascades there. Is the Sova holding on to Spike as well, but they still don't have a cove this time around. You're relying on your teammates to cover for you, unless there's some spam fire in the fragment. Illogical's there. And Michigan State they don't know that the harbor is there either. I'm about to give you any intel whatsoever, but up above, Brelov takes down Ski. Will try to use the rope, climbs down for it.
So they will need to push past it. Looks for the first shot, gets one. Moonrow knows the second, knows the plan is coming down, needs to try to stop it, but instead they get it through, gets the trade back again. And when it doesn't end up happening, now this could be where Breadloaf
does know that there's maybe a little bit of an alarm bot in the back, but you still got to keep going. Right click on the classic. Spike started to waste away. I don't know if you have time. You got to keep going already. You got to find all the picks you can. Spike runs out of time unless Moonrow can find a pick now.
He's out of time.
It's just not going to happen. Rariana can just sit there, watch that time tick away. Moonrow goes here looking to see when this high tide drops. It's going to be presented with 3 people looking straight at it, but it will be got to take down 4 more, depending on the plan on half, but everybody...
They need to clear the Viper first. Instead, the bite goes through, and they're just going to steamroll step 2 of the plan.
Step 2, but they're going to go all the way above on the boxes, and now... And the Broncos with no response at the moment. Turrets there, what you don't realize is where are the other 2 or 3 that are back here. Master's going to run into a flurry flank. Or the Viper of Moment's got to go all the way around here. Sato is out, and Logical right. 0 point is out to suppress any abilities. That's going to find at least 2 of them. Master is there to find 1, but you can't find any more because so fight down, but now you have the clove, meaning that Illogic is going to be protected for this plant. But the Nanoswarm was also on the point to a second one gets on, and Illogical dies by the hands of the Nanoswarm, plus the snake bite from Rariana as well. They try to plant Rariana, are all over this point, and they're just going to...
for the spike. They use everything they've got to make sure it's going to take a long time to get it down. Mobit will get dropped, and once again does not get planted. They're going to start going for it now. Here comes the swing. They're looking for the duels. Slam gets one. Logical gets the next. It's a 2-on-1. Ski versus Illogical.
Illogical and Ski. Illogical down below, Ski above. Ski's going to have to drop down sooner or later here. Does not have a shot at step. Down to 85 health. A little bit of a good concuss there from the position where now you have to find picks, or that's not going to be enough time. Tactics, recon, and all. Boise State has all the tools to win this one. Looking for a little bit more. Moment finds one needed around the corner. Both of them peeking out at the same time, and that's good information for Boise State. Doesn't have any utility to work with either around the corner. Moment finds another. It's Ski versus Moment. Information down. Stealth Drone is taking out Paranoia on the same line. From Boise State. They get that one in return. Mobit's there. One around. Skelesis is going to defuse this unless you beat that there, and that's it. He holds onto it. Clutches it out. Sparty has the first. For Boise State back on the first map of Haven. Then Ascent goes the way of Michigan State and dominating. Allows them to make some pressure here. Ski was not expecting. Area on the second floor. A lot ticking away around the corner. No shot had.
up in the box means that he's going to get pushed back. Gets a kill with the shock dart. Forgetter. Nobody should suspect it. Gets one, looking for the second. No.
Mateo falling so low on health around the corner. Ski gets Moonrow down. Shroudstead's up into heaven. Moby does get that trade up, but it's a 1 versus 2. Moby's got
walking away though. Michigan State man advantage. Moonrow finds them on the creek. Boise State not expecting them to be there, but can Ski hold it down? Gets counter flashed, has to retreat. Has support. They blind it. Logical
versus Sova, who gets the pick. I think Ski saw it first. Shots around. Maybe even coming back up around the corner. Of it slammed. Rariana there. Taking out Brentlow. Sure that yellow is taken care of. It's going to drop down below. Slammed is behind them on the yellow.
Flank.
Still gets the prize of Master around the corner, hitting some shots onto the leg, runs away.
Moves up. Ski pulls back immediately, realizing that on the flank there's somebody waiting for him, but instead it's Mobit. He gets that one. 2-on-1. Skelosis needs to get both.
Sova looking for as well. 30 seconds left. Boise State has to make a move. They're going to go above the Viper's pit as well with the rope. Mo has no idea what's happening above. Skelosis can get out of play. It is going to be at least not even half. Skelosis gets Redloaf down, and another one. The Hunter's Fury. Just be a distraction here because now they hear some utility being used on over. Mobit's there to take down Rariana.
Now the rest of the squad, meanwhile, SK1. Ski got caught back, needs to get another one. Missing shots, gets a double headshot there. Master!
That's only up mid just to try to. Michigan State delaying enough time and might even get some damage down as well. That Nanoswarm does fight at least a little bit of the feet of the Killjoy, and they might turn this around. Cascades there. Is the Sova holding on to Spike as well, but they still don't have a cove this time around. You're relying on your teammates to cover for you, unless there's some spam fire in the fragment. Illogical's there. And Michigan State don't know that the harbor is there either. I'm about to give you any intel whatsoever. But up above, Brelov takes down Ski. Will try to use the rope, climbs down for it.
So they will need to push past it. Looks for the first shot, gets one. Moonrow knows the second, knows the plan is coming down, needs to try to stop it, but instead they get it through, gets the trade back again. And when it doesn't end up happening, now this could be where Breadloaf
does know that there's maybe a little bit of an alarm bot in the back, but you still got to keep going. Right click on the classic. Spike started to waste away. I don't know if you have time. You got to keep going already. You got to find all the picks you can. Spike runs out of time unless Moonrow can find a pick now.
He's out of time.
It's just not going to happen. Rariana can just sit there, watch that time tick away. Moonrow goes here looking to see when this high tide drops. It's going to be presented with 3 people looking straight at it, but it will be first. Got to take down 4 more, depending on the plan on half, but everybody.
They need to clear the Viper first. Instead, the bite goes through, and they're just going to steamroll step 2 of the plan.
Step 2, but they're going to go all the way above on the boxes, and now. And the Broncos with no response at the moment. Turrets there, what you don't realize is where are the other 2 or 3 that are back here. Master's going to run into a flurry flank. Or the Viper of Moment's got to go all the way around here. Saito is out, and Logical right. 0 point is out to suppress any abilities. That's going to find at least 2 of them. Master is there to find 1, but he can't find any more because so fight down, but now you have the cove, meaning that Illogical is going to be protected for this plan. But the Nanoswarm was also on the point to a second one gets on, and Illogical dies by the hands of the Nanoswarm, plus the snake bite from Rariana as well. They try to plant Rariana, are all over this point, and they're just going to
for the spike. They use everything they've got to make sure it's going to take a long time to get it down. Mobit will get dropped, and once again does not get planted. They're going to start going for it now. Here comes the swing. They're looking for the duels. Slam gets one. Logical gets the next. It's a 2-on-1. Ski versus Illogical.
Illogical and Ski. Illogical down below, Ski above. Ski's going to have to drop down sooner or later here. Does not have a shot at step. Down to 85 health. A little bit of a good concuss there from the position where now you have to find pick, or that's not going to be enough time. Tactics, recon, and all. Boise State has all the tools to win this one. Looking for a little bit more. Moment finds one needed around the corner. Both of them peeking out at the same time, and that's good information for Boise State. Doesn't have any utility to work with either around the corner. Moment finds another.
Aloha, everyone. May I have your attention, please? We are now going to be presenting the championship trophies to the various winners. We are going to start with the Valorant high school champion. But first, let me just say thank you to everyone, players, coaches, schools, parents, family, everybody. Please, thank you so much for sticking around, for supporting Hawaii Esports, and of course the Hawaii Esports Invitational. I want to first say thank you to all our partners, most especially thank you to Zippy's for your financial support for this. This is a big deal. Schools are participating here in Hawaii because they want to be at this event. This is our second event, and let me just say, we have increased viewership, attendees, all because of your support. This is growing like wildfire, so let's keep this going, right? Let's do a year 3. Zippies, the people want it. Let's go. All right, first I want to say thank you to Zippies, like I said, UHOS Oahu for having this event at their amazing ACM building. Let's give it a hand to UH West Oahu. Really, really awesome facility. This is state of the art. This is amazing. All right, I also want to say thank you to UH Esports, Bobby, Sky. Amazing job for getting everybody here, rallying the Hawaii esports community. Fantastic job. Also, I want to say thank you to all the high schools and all the colleges that are here today. Boise State, Michigan State, to UH, HPU, and everyone else in the UH system. Thank you so much. Let's give a hand to you guys, all right? Great job. To our technology partners, Mobile IT Force, PC Gamers, thank you so much for supporting us and providing the tech. Let's give it a hand to those guys. And for our workforce development partners, Creative Industries, PICU, UXHI, and Maui Economic Development Board. We can use esports as that platform to get job training, career readiness. This is an excellent place to actually see all those skills in action. So let's give a hand to our workforce development partners. All right. That's enough of me talking. Let's get to it. So, let me present the championship award to the high school Valorant winner, McKinley High School. Come on down. Presenting the trophy will be Arlene Fernando, Digital Products Manager at Zippies. Yay! All right, make your way over here. Coach, congratulations. Knuckles. I think we're good. All right. Congratulations, McKinley High School. They, by the way, actually won the Hawaii State Esports League Fall Finals as well, so they're repeat champs. This is great. All right, next up, we will be providing the championship award to the Open Tournament Smash Solos champion, and the award goes to Rydra. Congratulations. Epic win. If I'm correct, it was a bracket reset. It came down to the final stock. Man, that's pretty good. All right, make your way over there. Okay, good. Next one's going to be over there. Okay. Ready? Got it? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Congratulations, Rydra. All right, next we will be awarding the award for the best Smash Crew Collegiate team here at the Hawaii Esports Invitational, and that team is Michigan State. Please come on. Congratulations. You have just won the coveted surfboard trophy, courtesy of Zippy. For those who don't know, this is their second trophy, their second surfboard trophy. Last year they won the Valorant championship. Chris, what are you going to do with 2 surfboards? How are you going to put it in your trophy case, man? I know. Michigan State, everybody. Handle with care. Okay. Here is your stand.
Leave it there until you figure it out.
Yeah, we'll leave it right here. All right. And our final award for the Hawai'i Esports Invitational goes to the champion for Collegiate Valorant 2025. The champion goes to the Boise State Broncos. All right, Arlene, we're going to just move this over to the other next to it. Make sure they don't get confused. Michigan State gets the white flower. I'm going to say some final thanks from us, and then I'm done. Do you have anything else you want to say? The bus is coming? You're going to steal? What are you going to say?
All right. All right, before we wrap things up, we got a request from the Boise State team. Doc Haskell, paging Doc. Are you prepared? Oh, Kyler's got it. Okay. Kyler, can you come up? Are you? All right. So it's. Yeah.
All right, you had one job to do. You had one job. No, you missed it entirely. Genuinely, this is for you guys and putting on the best event that we have been to all year in Hawaii, on Oahu. Specifically West Oahu. This is the West of Oahu. Congratulations, you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, finally, I just want to say thank you from Vanta for everyone's support. Throughout this entire process, this really couldn't be done without you guys. I really appreciate that. Please let us know how we can make this bigger and better. Tell your friends we're going to come back again next year. So please enjoy the moment here, and please make sure to scan the feedback QR code for UH. We'd love to hear from you. How do we make this bigger and better? All right, thank you all, and have a nice weekend. Oh, one last thing, and I'm so sorry that I forgot to say this. Can we give a hand to EMP Live Designs? What an amazing production job. Give a hand to the shoutcasters, to the production team. An amazing job. They should be getting an award. Good God. All right. Thank you all.
Behind them on the yellow. Still gets the prize of Master around the corner, hitting some shots onto the leg, runs away.
Moves up. Ski pulls back immediately, realizing that on the flank there's somebody waiting for him, but instead it's Mobit. He gets that one. 2-on-1. Skelesis needs to get both.
Nova looking for as well. 30 seconds left. Boise State has to make a move. They're going to go above the Viper's pit as well with the rope. Mob has no idea what's happening above. Skelesis can get out of play. It is going to be at least not even half. Skelesis gets Breadloaf down, and another one. The Hunters might just be a distraction here because now they hear some utility being used on over. Mobit's there to take down Rariana.
Now the rest of the squad, meanwhile, SK1. Ski got caught back, needs to get another one. Missing shots, gets a double headshot there. Master!
That's only up mid just to try to Michigan State delaying enough time and might even get some damage down as well. That Nanosword does fight at least a little bit of the feet of the Killjoy, and they might turn this around. Cascades there. Is the Sova holding on to Spike as well, but they still don't have a cove this time around. You're relying on your teammates to cover for you, unless there's some spam fire in the fragment. Illogical's there. And Michigan State they don't know that the harbor is there either. I'm about to give you any intel whatsoever. But up above, Brelov takes down Ski. Will try to use the rope, climbs down for it.
So they will need to push past it. Looks for the first shot, gets one. Munro knows the second, knows the plan is coming down, needs to try to stop it, but instead they get it through, gets the trade back again. And when it doesn't end up happening, now this could be where Breadloaf
does know that there's maybe a little bit of an alarm bot in the back, but you still got to keep going. Right click on the classic. Spike started to waste away. I don't know if you have time. You got to keep going already. You got to find all the picks you can. Spike runs out of time unless Munro can find a pick now. It's just not going to happen. Rariana can just sit there, watch that time tick away. Munro goes here looking to see when this high tide drops. It's going to be presented with 3 people looking straight at it, but it will be got to take down 4 more, defending out the plan on half, but everybody...
They need to clear the Viper first. Instead, the bite goes through, and they're just going to steamroll step 2 of the plan.
Step 2, but they're going to go all the way above on the boxes, and now... And the Broncos with no response at the moment. Turrets there. What you don't realize is where are the other 2 or 3 that are back here. Master's going to run into a flurry flank. Or the Viper of Moment's got to go all the way around here. Steed is out, and Logical right. 0 point is out to suppress any abilities. That's going to find at least 2 of them. Master is there to find 1, but you can't find any more because... So fight down, but now you have the Cove, meaning that Illogic is going to be protected for this plant. But the Nanoswarm was also on the point to a second one gets on, and Illogical dies by the hands of the Nanoswarm, plus the snake bite from Rariana as well. They try to plant. Rariana are all over this point, and they're just going to
for the spike. They use everything they've got to make sure it's going to take a long time to get it down. Mobit will get dropped, and once again does not get planted. They're going to start going for it now. Here comes the swing. They're looking for the duels. Slam gets one. Logical gets the next. It's a 2-on-1. Ski versus Illogical.
Illogical and Ski. Illogical down below. Ski above. Ski's going to have to drop down sooner or later here. Does not have a shot at step. Down to 85 health. A little bit of a good concuss there from the position where now you have to find.